Chapter 2205. Old Master's eyes are sharp. I am Xianxia. I came from the 9 regions immortal world and entered the divine world. Thank you for saving my life. Cough cough. Xianxia said sternly. Your body is still weak, you should rest well. Those cultivators who have gone through many difficulties to enter the divine world are mostly people with great perseverance. You are a good kid. The old man smiled and turned to leave. I am Yu heir. My grandpa is called Old Gang too, everyone in the village calls him that. Hee, but grandpa is a famous alchemist in the surrounding villages. Isn't it amazing? Yu heir said with a smile, a hint of slyness at the corner of her mouth. She only felt relieved after seeing that her grandpa had left. Your strength is actually at the 8th grade immortal sovereign level. Xianxia took a look at Yu heir and took a deep breath. His expression was extremely ugly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yu heir's strength is a little low, her talent is too low, and her comprehension is poor. Big brother, don't laugh at me, I have always been working hard to cultivate, but grandpa said that I am not suitable for cultivation, and not suitable to learn alchemy from him. Yu heir pouted and said unhappily as if she was a little angry. The innocent look of the little girl made Xianxia unable to restrain his laughter. At the same time his heart couldn't help but twitch a few times. This is called poor talent? This is called poor comprehension? This little girl is more terrifying than me who has cultivated for thousands of years. When I first stepped into the divine tomb I was only a 7th grade immortal sovereign. But she looked so wronged, as if she did not work hard and her talent was not that good. She was already an 8th grade immortal sovereign at such a young age. Can you not be so harsh? No, who said that Yu heir's strength is weak? Big brother will be the first to disagree. Hee. Xianxia said with a smile. A 12-year-old 8th grade immortal sovereign, who would dare to say that this little girl's talent was weak? Xianxia was the first to disagree. Big brother, this is my grandfather's special medicine. Drink it while it's hot. I guarantee that you'll be full of energy in less than half a month. Yu heir's innocent and pure look caused Xianxia to think of Yu. Once upon a time she was also so innocent and kind, pure as ice and as clean as jade, untainted by the dust of the world. She was forever untainted by the mud. What's wrong with you, big brother? Do you not want to take your medicine? No, I just thought of a sister. She's as pure as ice and clean as jade, just like you. As Xianxia spoke, he drank the medicine in Yu heir's hands in one gulp. The cool and refreshing feeling indeed caused Xianxia's entire body to tremble. It was indeed a divine medicine. After eating it he felt a rather comfortable feeling. You only know how to make fun of me. Big brother, I'm not as good as you say. Yu heir blushed. She knew that Xianxia was praising her. In the past her grandfather almost never praised her. In the village she was also one of the weakest. Although not many people cared about it, she cared about it very much. She did not want to be a burden to her grandfather every time. Every time when others joked with her grandfather, they would use her strength to talk about it. Old Gang 2, where are you? A deep voice came from outside the door. What's wrong, young Master Feng Manlu? My house is simple and crude. How can I have the time to come here today? Old Gang 2 said faintly as if he did not welcome him. Didn't your family catch a strong man? 3 days later follow me to Profound Feng sect. Young Master Feng has been urging me for a few times. All the men in our village have to follow me to dig for divine origin stones. This is young Master Feng's order. Feng Manlu said proudly and looked at Old Gang 2 coldly. If it wasn't for his father telling him to respect Old Gang 2, he would be respected as the famous alchemist in the surrounding villages. If he offended him, his father's position as the village chief would not be easy. However, the current Feng Manlu had directly climbed up the Profound Feng sect of the Chilean prefecture. Naturally, they did not put Old Gang 2 in their eyes. Moreover, the Feng Manlu had brought all the strong men in the village to Profound Feng sect to dig for divine origin stones. It was a very tiring job and they could only come back once a year. No one was willing to leave their village and go to Profound Feng sect. However, Feng Manlu was the son of the village chief. Now that he had the support of the young sect lord of Profound Feng sect, no one dared to provoke him anymore. He's not from our village and he's injured. I'm afraid he's not up to the task. I advise young Master Feng to choose another candidate. Old Gang 2 said with a smile. You're trying to make life difficult for me, aren't you? Old Gang 2, how about 100 low-grade divine origin stones? That's enough for you to earn a year. Wind-sweeping tower scoffed. Wasn't it just money? Old fart, if he wanted divine essence stones he did not lack them. What he lacked was manpower. Old Gang 2 shook his head and smiled without saying a word. Then what do you mean? I must bring this person away 3 days later. Moreover, I should tell you this time, Old Gang 2. Don't act like a tyrant in front of my father in the future. He's the village chief and you're just an alchemist. You don't have the final say in the Zhou village. Humph. Feng Manlu harumphed coldly, turned around and left. Oh yeah, wait for your little girl you heir to grow up in another 2 to 3 years. She'll definitely be a slender and elegant girl. I'll bring her to Profound Feng sect and she'll definitely stand out. She's a beauty. The corner of Feng Manlu's mouth carried a gentle smile that made people shudder. What's in your life, you'll get it eventually. Don't force it if it's not in your life. Old Gang 2 held the tobacco pipe in his mouth, lying on the rocking chair as if he had fallen asleep. Who is this Feng Manlu? He wants me to go and dig for divine essence stones with him? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. This fellow didn't sound like a good person at first glance. He was shouting and yelling as if he was the number one in the world. He was the typical example of a fox exploiting the tiger's might to bully others. He's the son of the village chief. 5 years ago he was lucky enough to enter Profound Feng sect and got acquainted with the young sect lord of Profound Feng sect. These years he has become more overbearing. There are more than 100 young men in our village. Almost all of them were taken to Profound Feng sect to dig for the primordial stone mine. They can only come back once a year. No one is willing to go. But his influence in Profound Feng sect is quite strong. No one in the Zhou village dared to go against him. Every time he comes back he would bully the people and do all kinds of evil things. His father, as the village chief, just closed one eye. I hate him the most. He always looks at me with evil intentions. Yu said angrily. Obviously she did not like the village chief's son. Is Profound Feng sect very powerful? Jiang Chen murmured. Of course. Profound Feng sect is one of the 8 major sects of Qilian Prefecture. The number of disciples in the sect is more than 10 million. Even an outer sect disciple like Feng Manlu has the strength of a 9th-grade immortal sovereign. Once he breaks through to the middle void god realm he can become an inner sect disciple. Yu said. There are so many 9th-grade immortal sovereigns in the divine world? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Yu couldn't stop laughing. She covered her mouth and was extremely happy. Do you think that the divine world is filled with immortals and divine kings? Big brother, you're even more naive than me. Chapter 2206. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Yu in confusion. He thought that everyone in the divine world was a true god. At least there shouldn't be so many 9th-grade immortal sovereigns. In fact, it wasn't the case. Even with the dense divine origin qi in the divine world, it wasn't easy to improve one's cultivation realm. The truth is not what you think, big brother. Not everyone in the divine world is born with unparalleled strength. However, those who were born in the divine world are the natives of the divine world. They have been nurtured by the divine origin qi of the heavens and earth. They are destined to be born with extraordinary talents. Of course, this is compared to those who have ascended from the lower planes. Basically, a young man like me would have at least reached the 9th-grade immortal sovereign realm, or the more powerful ones would have broken through to the void god realm. There are even more monstrous geniuses who could reach the true god realm at the age of 20. I'm considered to be mediocre. As she spoke till here, Yu was clearly a little disappointed. She was a girl that cared more about the opinions of others. Therefore she was also brooding over her own strength. However, she had always been working very hard. It was just that no one was able to see it. Furthermore, her talent was limited. She didn't know why her cultivation progress was so slow even though she was working so hard. But because the divine origin qi of the divine world is too dense, some people are destined to be unable to break through the shackles of the peak void god realm, even though their cultivation realm is fast in the early stages. Some people will never be able to break through the void god realm, because their cultivation realm is too fast in the early stages and they can't digest the divine origin qi. Unfortunately, this is the fate of the divine world. People like me will never be able to reach the true god realm in my lifetime. You're not bad. When I was your age I was even weaker. I'm not even as good as you. Keep it up, I believe you can do it. Jiang Chen looked at Yu seriously and said. Really? Of course. There's a way for those who have a will. The heavens will not disappoint those who put in hard work. As long as you're willing to work hard, you'll never be weaker than anyone else. Some people just heard rumors that their talent is average and they don't have any future. That's why they gave up on themselves. In this way they might miss the best time to cultivate, and it's not surprising for them to be mediocre for the rest of their lives. Yue rolled her eyes and chuckled. You sound very reasonable. I will not give up. I will definitely break through to the true God realm and make everyone respect my grandfather. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. That's right. I believe you can do it, haha. Yes, big brother, you're definitely not weak. Hearing you say that, I also feel that you're definitely stronger than me. Yue looked at Xianxia curiously. I'm just an early void god. Moreover, I've suffered such heavy injuries. I guess I won't be able to recover without at least 10 days or half a month. Moreover, I've been cultivating for a longer time than you. Actually, not everyone in the divine world can live forever. If we can't break through to the true God realm, we will forever be immortal. So, we can only live for 500 years at most. At this moment, old Gang Tu walked in with a smile and looked at Xianxia with deep meaning. You must be curious why you can live forever in the immortal world, but it's different in the divine world. Old Gang Tu's words woke Xianxia up from his dream. He completely saw through the doubts in Xianxia's heart. Indeed, this was what he was worried about the most. If he only had 500 years of life, how could he wait for his beloved? How could he help them conquer the divine world? Those below the true God realm are all mortals. You might not have heard of this before. Only when one breaks through to the true God realm will he have a lifespan of 500 years. When one reaches the heavenly God realm and condenses his godhead, he will have a lifespan of 5,000 years. But those who are below the true God realm are no different from mortals. Those who have extraordinary abilities or great opportunities or the control of medicines might be able to live for a few hundred years. But no one below the true God realm can live for more than 500 years. I've been refining countless medicines in my life. I once used medicinal pills to reach the middle true God realm. But after a battle with someone, I was stuck at the middle void God realm. It's hard for me to advance any further. 100 years. These 4 words were like thunder, reverberating in Xianxia's ears. Initially he thought that the divine world was the heaven that everyone yearned for. But now it seemed like the cruelty of the divine world was even scarier than the immortal world. If you don't succeed, you die. If you don't break through, you die. If you don't break through to the true God realm, you won't be able to walk on the road to immortality. This was an iron law. Even old Gang Tu, who had once broken through to the true God realm, had to live for 100 years. How cruel and sorrowful was this? Xianxia could deeply feel that old Gang Tu was looking at his granddaughter with a touch of gentleness and expectation. Everything depended on fate. The true God realm, Xianxia would definitely step into that realm. Even a heavenly god or a divine king would not be able to stop him. He must soar to the 9 heavens and trample on the divine world, using his pair of iron fists to make a name for himself in the divine world. Otherwise, how would he be able to protect his loved ones when they came from the immortal world? Now De Huang, the monkey and tyrant were nowhere to be found. The divine world was unimaginably vast. He had to find them first. De Huang had entered the Luo family. It should be easy to find him. However, he did not know where the Luo family was. I have a question. I wonder if Senior knows where the Luo family of the god Luo clan is? Xianxia asked. Old Gang Tu was slightly shocked and looked at Xianxia. You know about the god Luo clan of Xianyuan County? Old Gang Tu sighed and shook his head. The god Luo clan of Xianyuan County is in the West Pole Divine Continent. Although it is not the furthest from us, it would take more than 6,000 years to reach the West Pole Divine Continent without using the space teleportation. Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart. Is this a joke? More than 6,000 years. Does this mean that if I don't break through to the heavenly god realm, I will die during the flight? Moreover, I will die without any accident. Sounded like a fantasy. It seemed that the space teleportation was more reliable. Not everyone can afford the space teleportation. Even a heavenly god or a divine king would have to pay half of his fortune to use the space teleportation once. Only the true upper echelons of the divine world are qualified to use it. Old Gang Tu said faintly. Chapter 2207. To put it bluntly, he needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would become a nobody in this cold and cruel divine world. You still want to go to the West Pole Divine Continent? You'd better recuperate your body first. Anyone who crossed over from the immortal world would definitely be valued by the major powers of the divine world. That's because each of them relied on their own hard work to reach where they are today. Not only are they talented, they also have extraordinary perseverance. They are definitely different from the natives of the divine world. When your injuries are healed, you can go look for a powerful sect to cultivate in. You will definitely make rapid progress there. If there's a fortuitous encounter, breaking through to the heavenly god realm and condensing a godhead won't be a problem. Old Gang 2's evaluation of Xianxia was very high. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Xianxia smiled and said, You are talented. You will definitely become a great person in the future. I am just happy to see a talent like you die. Old Gang 2 took a puff of his cigarette and said, I will never forget Senior's kindness. As for 3 days later, I will leave on my own. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will implicate you. Xianxia said, But you have not fully recovered, big brother. Yu said worriedly. Don't worry. That brat is just relying on the young sect lord of Profound Feng sect. Will the young sect lord come and take care of his business? As for his old man Humph, I don't really care about him. As the village chief, he never thinks about the villagers. I don't think he will dare to do anything to me. Old Gang 2 harumphed coldly. His expression was serious and proud. As a famous alchemist in the 10-mile 8 village, Old Gang 2 was not a pushover. Moreover, he was an expert who had once stepped into the true god realm. Although his strength had declined, he was still the #1 expert in the Zhou village. You can stay here peacefully. Leave after you have recovered. Then, all right. Xianxia nodded helplessly. He didn't want to disturb the old master and his grandson, and he might even bring them unnecessary trouble. That night, Xianxia circulated his cultivation technique. Dragon marks appeared, and the divine origin energy of the divine world continuously flowed into his body. Compared to the immortal origin energy of the immortal world, it was many times stronger. The divine origin energy nourished his meridians, making Xianxia feel comfortable both physically and mentally. His body had recovered by more than half. The toughness of his body was beyond imagination. In 3 days he would be fully recovered. The divine world is indeed different. The aura here is much denser than the immortal world. No wonder so many people could reach the void god realm at such a young age. It's really shocking. Xianxia murmured with a solemn expression. He still had a long way to go in the future. Moreover, he didn't have much time left. A few hundred years sounded like a long time, but to them they could easily go into seclusion for years or even decades. Their time in the divine world would not be long. If they couldn't reach the heavenly god realm within a few hundred years, it would be hard for them to break through again. In the courtyard, Old Gang 2 was concocting pills. There was a cauldron the size of a jar. Old Gang 2 kept throwing the herbs into the cauldron, concocting pills. The method was simple but effective. The effect of concocting pills could reach the most perfect state. However, this ordinary flame could not remove the impurities in the herbs. As the saying goes, medicine is 30% poisonous. If the impurities in the herbs could not be removed, the pill would not reach the most perfect state. After a long time, the extinguishing fire pill was completed. However, Old Gang 2's face was still calm, as if he was not affected at all. Instead, he looked a little disappointed. Senior, it seems like you don't have enough control over the herbs. Xianxia said. Looking at Old Gang 2 concocting pills, he couldn't help but feel his hands itching. You also know how to concoct pills? Old Gang 2 asked in surprise. I know a little. I have observed Senior's refinement of the herbs, and it seems like you are unable to reach the most perfect state. I wonder if Senior has any feelings? I know about this. Unfortunately, without a proper flame, it is impossible to reach the most perfect state of refinement. Ordinary flames are unable to remove the impurities and toxins in the herbs. Hence, it is impossible to achieve the most perfect refinement. Old Gang 2 obviously knew about his weakness. I want to give it a try. Old Gang 2 smiled. Don't look down on these herbs. Whether it is the degree of purity or the medicinal properties of the herbs, they are incomparable to the herbs in the immortal world. Don't let your guard down. Thank you, Senior, for your reminder. Xianxia nodded with a smile on his face. Xianxia waved his hand and a flame rose up. The fire of sun suddenly appeared in his hand. He then picked up 3 herbs that were ready to be harvested: the lost grass, the ginkgo clover, and the red tree fruit. This is the fire of sun? Old Gang Tu was startled and his face turned solemn. He had been concocting pills for more than 200 years. Although his strength was average, he was quite knowledgeable about concocting pills. Now that Zhou Xian took out the fire of sun, Old Gang Tu knew that Zhou Xian was not simple. The power of the fire of sun was feared by everyone, especially an alchemist. They understood the power of this flame. If they were not careful, they would be burned. Even Old Gang Tu, who was in the true god realm, might not dare to touch this flame. Moreover, the fire of sun was something that he could only dream of. "Refine it for me," Zhou Xian suddenly shouted and threw the 3 herbs into the fire. This made Old Gang Tu even more shocked. He had never seen an alchemist who could refine several kinds of herbs at once. Moreover, the impurities in each herb were completely removed. Old Gang Tu knew this very well. Zhou Xian looked at the rising fire of sun in his hand. After the 3 refined herbs were solidified, they instantly fused together. At this moment, Old Gang Tu was in awe. He did not expect Zhou Xian to be so terrifying. This kind of alchemist must have a high grade far beyond what he could achieve. Most importantly, Zhou Xian had the fire of sun in his hand. This was something that ordinary people could never imagine. "Is it about to be completed?" Old Gang Tu murmured. The fire of sun in Zhou Xian's hand instantly swallowed the 3 herbs. Moreover, the control of the flame was quite perfect. When the flame faded away, 3 white pellets appeared in Zhou Xian's hand. "The simplest 10 complete great supplement pill," Zhou Xian said with a smile. "Look at the quality of this pellet. It's definitely at the 10th grade. Chapter 2208. Old Gang Tu did not expect that he would pick up a treasure. This fellow was really shocking. Old Gang Tu had been refining pills for so many years, but this was the first time he met such a genius. Moreover, he could control the fire of Sunday. This fellow's future would be limitless. Old Gang Tu was so excited that he could not control himself. To Zhou Xian, Old Gang Tu's excitement and surprise made him quite confident. "It should be a 10% effectiveness, Dan. But it's not that difficult. If it's a little more difficult, I don't think I could be this powerful," Zhou Xian said humbly. This old man's eyes are sharp. "Do you think I don't know what you're capable of? Looks like you're definitely an experienced alchemist. Your skill in alchemy is even better than mine. I have to say, your method of controlling fire has really widened this old man's horizons. Plus, the fire of sun's effect on alchemy is limitless," Old Gang Tu said solemnly. "If I also have the fire of sun, I would like to compete with you. Senior's alchemy skill is also extraordinary. It's just that I'm better at using fire," Zhou Xian said. "Don't be humble. Each generation has its own talents. You're indeed better than me. Kid, I'm right about you. However, in terms of alchemy, you're better than me. In terms of fire, there's one more thing that you're not as good as me. Please enlighten me, senior." Zhou Xian's eyes brightened up. "Your level of control over flames has completely surpassed your level of control over medicinal ingredients. In other words, your understanding of the medicinal properties of medicinal ingredients has not reached a perfect level. You should know that there are 3 most important aspects to forming a pill. The first is the refinement of divine power, the second is the refinement of medicinal ingredients, and the last is the control of flames. Divine power refinement is not a problem as your strength increases. However, medicinal ingredient refinement requires your heart to feel the thousands of changes in the medicinal ingredient. You rely on the control and dominance of the flame to remove the impurities, but you have neglected the most important point of the elixir. After all, it is still a medicinal ingredient, so the most important point is the extraction of the medicinal ingredient. It must be incomparably pure, and you must feel the true changes in the medicinal ingredient. Only then will you be able to achieve an unexpected result. Some elixirs will even have some characteristics of the medicinal ingredient, and this is the most important change in pharmacology. There are tens of thousands of medicinal ingredients, and it's impossible for us to have seen every single one of them and know their medicinal properties. But when you concoct medicine, you can sense the changes and you'll understand that medicinal ingredients actually have their own lives. Only by thoroughly understanding the myriad changes of medicinal theory can you be considered a true grandmaster alchemist. At that moment, with the tempering of god power and control of flame as well as the support, you'll definitely be able to concoct a peerless medicinal pill. Old Gang Tu's words made Jiang Chen very happy. Jiang Chen nodded his head heavily. In his heart there was a wave of emotions. Indeed, before this he only focused on the control of the flame and neglected this point. He thought that as long as he could remove the impurities in the medicinal ingredient, he would be able to concoct a true high-grade elixir. This is a 70% elixir. Take a look, this elixir might not be any worse than your 100% elixir. Old Gang Tu smiled. Jiang Chen took a closer look at the 2 pills. They were indeed quite shocking to him. Listening to your words is better than reading books for 10 years. Senior's skill is really unpredictable. Junior really admires you. It's a pity that the heavens are jealous of geniuses. If Senior's strength could reach the next level, your skill in alchemy would definitely improve. Jiang Chen also felt pity for Old Gang Tu. However, the current Old Gang Tu did not have the strength to step into the true God realm. Everyone has their own fate. I have never hoped to become a true master alchemist. I used to rely on my own alchemy skills to improve my strength. However, my body's 8 extraordinary meridians were all damaged. It's impossible for me to reach the true God realm. Old Gang Tu's words made him sigh. However, what he said was right. If there was a chance to live, he would never give up. A person's fate cannot be changed, especially in the divine world. You will know what is called the wrath of heaven if you go against heaven's will. Sometimes life doesn't need to be too exciting. As long as you feel that you are living well, that's enough. Going against heaven's will to change your fate is not easy. You have 2 or 3 lives. If you fight with your life, 2 or 3 lives might not even be worth mentioning. Having no desires is not what I pursue. However, contentment is what I have learned for the past 200 years. Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. Old Gang Tu had his own pursuits. Jiang Chen had no right to interfere. Moreover, what Old Gang Tu said was not unreasonable. Going against heaven's will was not an easy thing to do. Fighting with people was fun. Fighting with the earth was fun. However, fighting with heaven was not something to be proud of. Has heaven ever spared anyone? The most ruthless one was heaven. Old Gang Tu was the first person that Jiang Chen got to know after entering the divine world. He was also the person that changed Jiang Chen's mentality greatly. Life is precious. Cherish it. You will have a better future than me. Old Gang Tu patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. His eyes were filled with hope. On the second day, Jiang Chen's strength had recovered by more than half. He insisted on going out to train and breathe some fresh air. That was why he followed you up the mountain to collect herbs. Big brother, you have to be careful. Follow me closely. There are beasts here. Smiled, revealing her canine teeth. She was wearing a green robe and carrying a medicine basket on her back. She looked fresh and refined. The liveliness and quick-wittedness of a young girl had also influenced Jiang Chen. There are beasts here. Will your grandfather allow you to collect herbs alone? Jiang Chen said. I'm just teasing you. This is just the outer area of Deer Morn Mountain. Deer Morn Mountain stretches for millions of miles. In the depths of the mountain there might be powerful beasts or even divine beasts. However, there are no beasts outside of 10,000 miles. Even if there are, they would at most be beasts below the Void God realm. I have a green panacea pill here. Beasts below the Void God realm will never come close to me. Even if I meet a Void God realm beast, I can protect myself. Said proudly. Then it seems that our little Yaya is bold because of her skills? Chapter 2209. At dusk, the sun was setting in the west. The 2 of them walked through the foothills of 2,000 miles in the periphery and picked a lot of medicinal herbs. Their harvest was quite bountiful. We should go back or Grandpa will be worried. Jiang Chen said. Let's play a little longer, I haven't had enough. There's a lake over there, let's go take a look. Before Jiang Chen could speak, had already skipped over. This lake was quite clear. The clear water, the glistening yellow sky, and the red people outlined a beautiful picture of the afterglow of the setting sun. This place is really beautiful. Yue took a deep breath. She was enjoying it quite a lot. She was extremely satisfied. The lake seemed to have a circumference of more than 10 miles. A gentle breeze was blowing and rippling the surface of the lake. Not to mention even Jiang Chen, who didn't know how to appreciate beauty, felt that the scenery here was very pleasant. It's really beautiful. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise. The sky gradually turned dark. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the lake. The whirlpool became deeper and deeper, reaching a depth of a few thousand meters. Is this the wonder of a water spout? Yu's eyes widened. She was shocked to see that she was still unaware of the danger. Not good. There's definitely a great demon here. Jiang Chen shouted and quickly grabbed Yu's hand, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. However, a gigantic green serpent soared up to the sky and roared from the whirlpool. The surface of the lake was completely frozen. Even Jiang Chen and Yu were blown away by the impact. Yu even fainted from the impact. Even Jiang Chen was dizzy from the shock. The blood in his body rumbled as he cursed. Give up, profound ice azure serpent. You can't escape from me. Her clothes were whiter than snow. Her sleeves fluttered and her hair was like the wind. The woman stood in the air untainted by even a speck of dust. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Her temperament was extraordinary and her figure was peerless. Her exquisite face was covered by a green veil, but the contours of her face could still be seen clearly. The woman's voice was like a tranquil melody in a valley, moving the heartstrings of those who heard it. It was as if there was some kind of magic that attracted Jiang Chen. This woman should only exist in the heavens, not in the mortal realm. Jiang Chen had never seen such an elegant and picturesque girl, a girl as noble as a lotus. He had to admit that a girl like this was a sacred existence in the hearts of men. They could be admired from afar but not played with. Even your grandmaster is not my opponent, not to mention you. Those who stop me from transforming into a dragon will be killed. The profound ice azure serpent soared into the sky, its 100 zhang body blotting out the sun, its aura devouring the mountains and rivers like a tiger. At this moment it spoke in the human language and spoke coldly. It was disdainful of the tiny woman in white who was hovering in the air not too far away. Even if you're strong, you're still heavily injured. The white-clothed woman said coldly without a shred of emotion, as if she had already sentenced the profound ice azure serpent to death. Boasting shamelessly. Let's see if you have the ability. You're still too young to kill me. Early heavenly god is still an early heavenly god. I'm 2 realms higher than you. Even if I'm heavily injured, you won't be able to touch me. The profound ice azure serpent said in a deep voice. The entire void rumbled like thunder, incomparably ear-piercing. Jiang Chen's body trembled. The human and beast in front of him were both heavenly god experts, existences that surpassed the true god realm. Before these 2 heavenly gods, Jiang Chen felt like an ant. The profound ice azure serpent even took a glance at him but ignored him. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was too terrifying. Heavenly god experts were so terrifying that he could not even think of resisting them. Experts are, after all, unparalleled in strength. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. 2 heavenly god experts were already so powerful that they could make one's heart tremble. What about divine king or hierarch experts? Wouldn't they be able to destroy the world with a flip of their hand? Jiang Chen recalled the moment in the divine tomb, where he destroyed hundreds of thousands of heavenly god and divine king divine souls with a flip of his hand. Even the divine soul of a divine emperor expert could be destroyed. However, he was still just a divine soul. In the divine world, even a heavenly god expert could destroy him with a flip of their hand. I must become stronger. Jiang Chen clenched his fist tightly as he stared at the 2 heavenly god experts. A battle could break out at any moment. Jiang Chen had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, he would be implicated in a battle between heavenly god experts. If that's the case, then let me see how strong you are. The white-robed lady said faintly. She held the white jade longsword in her hand and soared into the sky, charging towards the profound ice azure snake. The sword tip was sharp as it spun through the void. Above the 9 heavens, the night sky was filled with sword chi. To think that even that old fart passed down the snow shadow sword to you. Looks like you're really her favorite disciple. However, since you've met me today, I can only let you be ruthless. In this world, there are too many people that you can't afford to offend. Little girl, you're still too young. The profound ice azure snake sneered and soared into the sky. Wherever it passed, it would leave behind an afterimage. Even the air felt like it was condensing, causing one to feel suffocated. The white-robed lady swung the snow shadow sword with a powerful aura. Although she was a lady, her sword chi was extremely terrifying. A single slash was enough to flatten the world. Even the profound ice azure snake did not dare to take the attack head-on. It was in a state of retreat. The white-robed lady's aura was unparalleled. As she soared into the sky with her sword, it felt like she was one with the world. Wherever her sword pointed, it would be invincible. The profound ice azure serpent kept dodging. A human and a serpent were engaged in a battle of life and death above the lake. The terrifying chi caused the towering ancient trees within a 10-li radius to be frozen or turned into dust by the sword chi. Zhou Xian used the ancestral dragon pagoda to protect himself and disappeared into the dust. At this moment he was extremely shocked. A battle between experts of this level would be a valuable treasure to him in the future. Serpent dragon goes to sea, sky shattering water. The profound ice azure snake roared. The white-robed lady quickly retreated, but she was still frozen by the profound ice azure snake. The profound ice azure snake let out a furious roar that shook the heavens. Even Zhou Xian, who was inside the Zulong Tower, felt that the Zulong Tower was shaking. Luckily he hid inside the Zulong Tower and survived. Everything within a 10-mile radius was frozen. It was a terrifying scene. Bang! Chapter 22:10. Snow Shadow Flying Current Sky-Piercing Sword. The white-clothed lady was invincible as the Snow Shadow sword soared into the air. Her figure flashed 9 times as she tore through the air and directly pushed the profound ice azure snake back. His body was covered in wounds. Even with its astonishing defense, it was still pushed back by the white-clothed lady. On the other hand, the Snow Shadow sword was untainted by even a speck of dust, looking incomparably arrogant. The white-robed lady stared coldly at the profound ice azure snake, her killing intent rising once again. I've said it before, you're not my opponent. Since you're not willing to surrender, then die. Your scarlet dragon gall is mine. The white-robed lady soared into the sky, her sword aura reaching 800 zhang. The might of a heavenly god was unstoppable. Bitch, how dare you injure me? I'll definitely not let you off. The profound ice azure snake's eyes were vicious and cold as it fought with the white-robed lady in the sky once again. Perhaps it was because the profound ice azure Jiao dragon was injured. Even if it was stronger, it could not suppress the white-clothed lady. On the other hand, the white-clothed lady was becoming more and more domineering. Taking advantage of your weakness to take your life, that was the scariest thing of all. Get out of my way. The profound ice azure snake roared, but it was still pushed back by the white-robed lady. Since the white-robed lady's killing intent had been triggered, it had to fight to the death. Otherwise it would not have any chance of survival. Die, azure snake. You won't be able to escape after stealing my sex treasure. The white-robed lady's eyes lit up. Her strongest attack slashed through the sky, shattering the ground. The profound ice azure snake could not withstand it at all and was pushed back. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. The profound ice azure snake sneered. The coldness in its eyes was suffocating. Zhou Xian could tell that this fella wanted to perish together with the white-robed lady. Frozen heaven and earth, I'm the only one. The profound ice azure Jiao dragon Lung smiled and charged forward, surrounding the white-clothed lady with all her might. The ice-sealing chi froze a radius of 10 li, causing all living things to perish. The white-clothed lady bore the brunt of it, as her bloodline and spirit were completely frozen. The white-clothed lady kept retreating, but the profound ice azure serpent's ice-bound heaven and earth left the white-clothed lady with nowhere to hide. Even her entire body became sluggish. My hand, my bloodline, my body, my consciousness. Meng Chao muttered. The white-clothed lady murmured. She was completely frozen by the profound ice azure Jiao dragon as she stared blankly ahead. At this moment the profound ice azure Jiao dragon had completely descended from the sky, and a black pearl fell from its body. Zhou Xian swiftly grabbed the pearl in his hand without anyone noticing. The profound ice azure serpent was heavily injured by the white-robed woman, and it was already struggling at death's door. It jumped into the lake and quickly escaped. Although the eyes of the woman in white were frozen, they still seemed to be moving. A heart as clear as ice, unshakable even if the sky collapses. The white-clothed lady's beautiful eyes suddenly flickered as she opened her eyes. However, she had also fallen into the ice-cold lake. A centipede dies but does not fall. The white-clothed lady gritted her teeth, her face extremely pale. She had lost all her strength, and the ice chi in her body seemed to want to devour her soul. The profound ice azure Jiao dragon was too terrifying. After all, it was a late heavenly god expert. Although the white-clothed lady was cautious, she still failed miserably. I've lost more than half of my strength. It's definitely not something that can be done in a day or two to recover. Furthermore, the ice chi in my body, if I'm not able to clear it in a short period of time, my life might be in danger. The white-clothed lady gritted her teeth and murmured. The profound ice azure Jiao dragon managed to escape in the end, but it was already an arrow at the end of its flight. God knows how long it would take to recover its strength. However, the Scarlet Cloud Hades King Pearl of the sect had disappeared along with the profound ice azure Jiao dragon. She knew that it was impossible for her to find the profound ice azure Jiao dragon in her current state. The white-clothed lady's face was pale, and the ice chi in her body was getting more and more serious. Her strength was at most a middle void god. Looks like I've really underestimated this beast. If the ice chi in her body was not cleared as soon as possible, she might not be able to live for more than 3 days. The bone-chilling cold was heart-wrenching. Master, I've let you down. Your disciple is useless. The white-clothed lady stared at the void and murmured. No matter how she tried to use her divine force to force out the ice chi, it was useless. Thunderfire art. The white-robed woman's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She suddenly remembered the Thunderfire spell that her master had once taught her. Because the Thunderfire spell was completely incompatible with her cultivation, she had given up on it. However, at this moment perhaps it could have a miraculous effect. The lady in white circulated the Thunderfire art. At this moment, her body indeed felt like it was being burned by raging flames. No one knew just how much suffering she was enduring. The two extremes of ice and fire in her body caused her mood to be incomparably terrible. Although the raging flame art had resolved the unspeakable bone-piercing pain, the two extremes of ice and fire in her body could not completely merge. One side was cold while the other was blazing hot. Lightning flashes across the sky. Fire burns as if it's nothing. The white-clothed lady murmured. Suddenly, the clothes on her body were burnt to ashes, revealing her snow-white skin. Her perfect body could cause one's blood to boil. Her exquisite face, brows raised and makeup applied. It was truly something that could only be viewed from afar, not played with. Xianxia felt his throat tighten. Isn't this a little too intense? What the hell? This is not what I want to see. Do not look at indecent things. Xianxia quickly closed his eyes. Although it was just a glance, it made his blood boil. The white-robed woman was still in extreme agony. Her beautiful face was filled with an expression of unbearable pain. The white-clothed lady coldly looked around. Although there was no one around, she still felt as if she was being watched. With a wave of her hand, the swirling mist shrouded her perfect body. When Xianxia opened his eyes again, he sighed. However, peeping wasn't something a gentleman should do. What he did just now was unintentional and he didn't know what was going on. Therefore he didn't feel guilty at all. Seeing the white-clothed lady in pain, Xianxia could not bear it. The methods of the profound ice azure snake were indeed shocking. I might be able to help you. Xianxia suddenly appeared 20 meters away from the white-clothed lady. The white-clothed lady's eyes turned cold as she stared at Xianxia. She quickly took out a shirt and put it on. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. What did you see? Chapter 22:11. I didn't see anything. Xianxia frowned. He did not expect the lady to ask him what he saw. Would I tell you if I saw anything? It would be strange if you didn't go crazy. How could a peerless woman like you, who is so arrogant and insufferably arrogant, endure it? Who are you? Why are you here? The white-robed lady was still on guard against Xianxia. I came to Dear Morn Mountain to collect herbs. I saw you in so much pain and wanted to help you. If you don't need me, I'll leave now. Xianxia said coldly. Aren't you supposed to be cold? I've seen everything about you. I wanted to help you, but you're still so cold. How are you going to help me? The white-robed lady asked. Who would have thought that the dignified heaven's proud daughter would actually be in such dire straits? This has truly widened my horizons. At this moment, even Xianxia did not expect the profound ice azure snake to return. It must be because of that pearl. Xianxia thought. You dare to come back? Profound ice azure snake, I'll kill you today. The white-clothed lady leapt up and stood with her sword in hand. This time her sword was no longer as terrifying as before. She was sent flying by the profound ice azure Jiao dragon's divine dragon whip. Blood spurted from her mouth as her face turned ugly. She was utterly defeated. You're not my opponent. I came back to see if you're dead or not. If you're not dead, I'll kill you. The profound ice azure snake harumphed coldly. However, it was already at the end of its tether. If it wasn't for the fact that the kid in front of it was only an early void god, it would not have dared to turn back. Beast. The white-robed lady gritted her teeth. However, she no longer had the strength to fight back. No one will know where I am after I kill you. The profound ice azure snake smiled and charged towards the white-robed lady again. Take another step and you'll die. Xianxia looked at the profound ice azure snake. At this moment, even the white-robed lady was slightly stunned. Are you talking to me? Ah, this is the biggest joke in the world. Little fella, you're just an early void god. Are you trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? You'll die so badly that not even your bones will be left. The profound ice azure serpent scoffed at Xianxia, not putting him in its eyes at all. You're just an arrow at the end of its flight. I'm afraid you can't even reach the true god realm, right? Xianxia said lightly. You're right. My current strength is at most a late void god. So what? Do you think you can defeat me with just you? Haha, laughable, truly laughable to the extreme. The profound ice azure serpent could not stop laughing, and its disdain towards Xianxia intensified. The white-robed woman kept staring at Xianxia. This guy really didn't want to live anymore. This kind of person was really brainless. Although it was to save her, this kind of pointless sacrifice still made her feel a little stupid. You don't believe me? You can give it a try. Xianxia said with a smile, fearlessly facing the profound ice azure snake. I can't defeat you when you're strong. But now that you're at the end of your flight, how can I be bullied by you? You don't have the ability to bully me. I, the profound ice azure snake, can kill you with a single breath. The profound ice azure snake said arrogantly. You're not his match. The white-robed lady Lung Lung said. Even in a life and death situation, she was still as arrogant as a swan. I'll give you a chance to attack. Kill me if you can. The profound ice azure snake said with a smile. All right. Xianxia did not have the demeanor of a gentleman. Why would he act like a gentleman when facing a heavenly god realm expert? What he wanted was a one-hit kill. Xianxia moved his palm. In an instant, the 5 elemental true flames appeared in his hands. The Sun Flame, True Dragon Flame, True Thunderfire, Qilin Saint Flame, and Vermilion Bird Divine Flame. The moment the 5 flames appeared, the entire void looked like it was going to evaporate. The frozen lake instantly melted. The profound ice azure snake's face turned extremely ugly. Although it could not recognize all 5 flames, it could feel the terrifying aura from them. They were definitely its nemesis. How did you do it? How is this possible? The profound ice azure snake was shocked. Even the lady in white was completely moved. No wonder he said that he could help her. These 5 types of flames made her heart palpitate. It was indeed abnormal. If she was a heavenly god, she would not be afraid. But now her strength had fallen and she was heavily injured. These flames could even devour her in an instant. Fuse 3000 flames dragon seal. Xianxia roared. The 5 flames instantly fused together. The moment the 3000 flames dragon seal appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. Xianxia's strength was enough to fight against a late void god. Adding on the fact that the profound ice azure snake was a little overconfident, and most importantly, Xianxia's 5 elemental true flames could restrain the profound ice azure snake. The profound ice azure snake's technique would be useless against it. It was not a late heavenly god realm profound ice azure snake. It was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It only came back to look for the pearl. No. I'm not willing. The profound ice azure serpent roared. But before it could finish its words, the 3000 flames dragon seal devoured it. The profound ice azure serpent could not retaliate at all. Could not even retaliate under the 3000 flames dragon seal. Within the flames, the profound ice azure jiao dragon struggled, but it was completely reduced to ashes. Even the white-clothed lady was shocked by this scene. Isn't this too terrifying? The profound ice azure snake could not imagine that it would die in the hands of a void god brat. It felt extremely aggrieved. The flames destroyed everything in their path. Who are you? The white-robed lady asked. I'm really here to pick herbs. Xianxia said helplessly. Can you really help me? I should be able to. If not, I'll use my body to warm you up. Huh. Xianxia said with a laugh. This joke is not funny at all. The white-robed lady was still as cold as ice. Believe it or not, I just want to help you. Seeing you in so much pain. Before Zhou Xian could finish his words, the white-robed lady's expression changed once again. She clutched her chest with an ugly expression. I'm so cold. Zhou Xian shook his head helplessly. What's the point? She's still pretending to be a saintess at this time. Come, this brother will give you a hug and everything will be settled. Zhou Xian thought in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. He knew that with this lady's character she would rather die than submit. If you can really save me, I will be extremely grateful. If you have any frivolous thoughts, I will definitely kill you. The white-robed lady Lung Lung said. She raised her neck proudly and looked at Zhou Xian. Don't worry. No matter how righteous a person is, he will still be overshadowed by me. Chapter 22:12. Zhou Xian looked at the white-clothed lady. She was struck by the frost chi of the profound ice azure snake, so the frost chi in her body was invading her meridians and ravaging every part of her body. Even her dantian felt like it was about to be frozen. I hope that the fire of sun can help you improve your current condition. Flames rose from Zhou Xian's palm as he struck out. A strand of fire of sun entered the white-clothed lady's dantian. In an instant, the white-clothed lady felt extremely comfortable and satisfied. No one knew the pain she was in after being corroded by the frost chi of the profound ice azure snake. The fire of sun was the 5-elemental true fire of the purest yang attribute. Therefore its terrifying heat was immeasurable. It was not a problem for it to resist the frost chi. However, when Zhou Xian withdrew his hand, the white-clothed lady's expression became complicated. What's going on? Zhou Xian said with a frown. The flames of sun that you've inserted into my body is indeed beneficial to my frost aura, but it cannot keep me in this state. The frost aura of the profound ice azure snake is not to be underestimated. After all, it's a late heavenly god expert. The white-clothed lady said faintly. Her tone was filled with hatred towards the profound ice azure snake. Even if it died, it would still cause great harm. In other words, my flames can only provide you with temporary relief and can't truly dispel the cold in your body? Zhou Xian said softly. Yes. The white-clothed lady nodded slightly. At this moment she could not help but show a hint of disappointment on her face. However, there was a limit to one's strength. She could not blame anyone, not even Zhou Xian. He could not do anything about it. How about this? This is the only way. I'll try to use the 5-elemental true fire to help you refine the frost chi in your body. Zhou Xian said. The white-robed lady followed Zhou Xian and sat down. Both of her palms were pressed against Zhou Xian's. At this moment she felt a little shy. This was the first time that a man had touched her hand. Between them, one was ice and the other was fire blending together. Although it had not started yet, the white-robed lady was shocked. Although this guy was only an early void god, his strength was not to be underestimated. The 5-elemental true fire in his body was even more shocking. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been burnt by the raging fire. Feeling the warmth from Zhou Xian's body, the woman in white bit her lips. Under the green veil, her face became even hotter. The two of them intertwined their fingers and held each other tightly. This was the first time in her life that she had felt this intimate. Concentrate your mind. I'll use the 5-elemental true fire to refine your frost chi. Relax your body and mind. Don't resist. Otherwise, the progress will be very slow and you might fail on the verge of success. Zhou Xian said in a deep voice. Without any distracting thoughts, he began to inject the 5-elemental true fire into the white-robed lady's body. Although it was only a trace of the 5-elemental true fire's essence, the white-robed lady could already feel the extreme heat in her body. The frost chi in her body seemed to have undergone a great change at this moment. It was like a raging sea wave rolling towards her. The frost chi and the hot chi intertwined together. The suffocating mixture of ice and fire made the white-robed lady feel even more pain. Even though Zhou Xian could not see her face, he could still feel the pain from the white-robed lady's twisted expression. The white-robed lady felt as if her entire body was surrounded by a wave of heat. The depths of her dantian was covered by the frost chi. It was not easy for the 5-elemental true fire's essence to break through the frost chi's corrosion. I don't believe that you can overturn the heavens. You're a dead thing. Do you think I'll let you scare me? Zhou Qian's eyes turned cold. He increased his strength and the 5 elemental true fire's essence surged into the white-robed lady's body. In the end, the terrifying frost chi slowly retreated. The 5 elemental true fire had completely enveloped the white-robed lady's body, causing her body to become incomparably hot. In an instant, Jiang Chen's body trembled. He also felt a trace of weakness. This was because his body had only recovered by more than half. This time he had instilled most of the 5 elemental true fire's essence into the white-robed lady's body. The white-robed lady squinted her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. This guy was indeed somewhat capable. The frost chi in her body had been suppressed. However, that was all. She could feel that the cold air was like a sharp knife hanging above her dantian, and it could explode at any time. Moreover, it was not as easy as Jiang Chen to recover her strength. At this moment, Jiang Chen's clothes were completely drenched. The white-robed lady saw this and her heart skipped a beat. Phew! Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief and looked at her with a serious expression. Although I don't have the ability to remove the frost chi in your body, at least I've helped you to alleviate some of the pain. This frost chi poison should not be a problem for a short period of time. Thank you. The white-robed lady said faintly. It's not like there's no way to completely dispel the cold energy in your body. Hee hee. Yu Er appeared beside Jiang Chen at this moment and said with a smile. Who are you? The white-robed lady looked at Yu Er and was slightly stunned. I'm his sister. Big sister, let me tell you a secret. Yu Er whispered to the white-robed lady. Jiang Chen could not be bothered to listen. This little girl had just met her and she was already whispering things that even he could not hear. After Yu Er whispered, the white-robed lady's face turned red. What I said is true. This is the only way. Yu Er said with a serious face. Her little face looked rather upright and there was an air of seniority about her. What way? Yu Er, tell me. Jiang Chen could not help but be curious. Don't ask what you shouldn't know. The white-robed lady Leng Ling said. Jiang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why shouldn't he know? I just saved you and now I don't know you anymore. In these 2 months I may follow you until my strength recovers to its peak. At that time I will be able to suppress the frost chi in my body. Don't worry, I will not treat you badly. After saying that, the white-robed lady pulled Yu Er and walked towards the foot of Deer Mountain. Big brother, follow me. Yu Er revealed a pair of canine teeth and said with a mischievous face. You're still so righteous after blackmailing me? Can't you control your goddess temper? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and followed the 2 girls down the mountain. The old locust tree at the entrance of the village was lonely. Under the hazy night, there was a slightly hunched old man sitting under the old locust tree. Why did you come back so late? Chapter 22:13. Didn't Grandpa tell me since I was young to be a good Samaritan? Big sister Ling was injured so we brought her back. Yu Er said. You're young but mischievous. Our house is simple. If you don't mind, you can stay here for a few days to recuperate. Old Gang Tu took a puff of his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Ling Yun nodded. Her expression was calm as if it was a matter of course. As a guest, Jiang Chen didn't have much to say. Then let me bring you to rest, Sister Ling. Yu Er jumped up and down with an innocent smile on her face, as if everything was so beautiful. This woman is not simple. She doesn't seem to belong here. Old Gang Tu knocked on his pipe and said softly. She is indeed injured. Only my 5 elemental true fire can help her suppress it, but it cannot remove it. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Even your 5 elemental true fire can't refine it. Looks like she is seriously injured. Old Gang Tu said thoughtfully. He closed his eyes and puffed out the smoke. The next morning, while Jiang Chen was still sleeping, he was woken up by the shouting outside. Old Gang Tu, where is she? Hand her over. Otherwise, humph, I will start smashing your place. Feng Manlu was wearing a jade robe. His temperament was extraordinary. He stood in front of Old Gang Tu and sneered. I said that she is my guest. She is not here to be enslaved by you. Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Didn't your father teach you how to respect the elderly? Old Gang Tu's temper was not small. Although he was old, he did not put Feng Manlu in his eyes. Then I will not be polite, Old Gang Tu. Feng Manlu said coldly. Looks like Feng Xian, that old bastard, has chosen to be silent. He can't even control his own son. How can he control Lian Tu village? This village chief is too disappointing. Old Gang Tu said. You have no right to lecture my father. Today I must take her away. Furthermore, I must smash this place of yours thoroughly. Only then will this young master be happy. Ha! Feng Manlu said in an overbearing manner and laughed wildly. He did not put old Gang Tu in his eyes at all. Behind him there were 5 other people. All of them were middle void gods and above. Obviously they were the disciples of profound Feng sect. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In Liento village it's not your turn to behave atrociously. You're an uneducated guy. You're just like your dead father who cries for his mother. Nobody likes you. Old Gang Tu harumphed and rushed out. He waved the tobacco pipe in his hand and smashed it towards Feng Manlu. Feng Manlu's body trembled and his expression became extremely solemn. This old Gang Tu was extremely powerful. He was a peak mid-void god and was only a step away from the late void god realm. He must not be underestimated. With his current strength he was only a middle void god. However, he was still a disciple of profound Feng sect. Moreover, there were 5 senior brothers behind him. Today's battle must make old Gang Tu disappear from the Lotus Head village. He originally wanted to deal with old Gang Tu, but he didn't have a good reason to do so. This time he had a golden opportunity. How could he let it go? Although his father was the village chief, he was always ordered around by old Gang Tu. He had wanted to get rid of this old bastard for a long time. The battle between old Gang Tu and Feng Manlu had attracted a lot of people to watch the battle. However, only Feng Xian did not come out. In other words, Feng Xian had tacitly agreed to it and even instructed his son to do so. Get out of my way! Feng Manlu shouted angrily. The long stick in his hand pointed towards the sky. It fell down along with the wind and hit old Gang Tu away. This is a divine tool. Old Gang Tu's expression changed and he staggered backwards. The 2 of them were almost the same in terms of strength. However, they only lacked a divine tool. This is just a pseudo-divine tool. How could it scare an old bastard like you? What a joke. Feng Manlu sneered at old Gang Tu. So what if you have a divine tool? Do you really think that I am afraid of you? Old Gang Tu did not retreat. Instead he moved forward and fought with Feng Manlu. Their battle was intense. Their silhouettes kept crossing each other, forming a beautiful scene in the entire Liento village. At this moment Feng Xian still did not come out. It was obvious that he wanted his son to deal with old Gang Tu. Old Gang Tu chased after them. However, Feng Manlu was not an ordinary person. Although the pseudo-divine tool in his hand was not a real divine tool, its power was still unstoppable. At least it was not something that those who were below the true god realm could withstand. He can't hold on any longer, Ling Yun said faintly. She stood behind Jiang Chen because she knew that Jiang Chen had the ability to defeat his opponent. Big brother, what should we do? Think of something quickly. Yu Er said anxiously. Her face was filled with worry. Don't worry. I am here. Grandpa will be fine. Jiang Chen touched Yu Er's forehead and said calmly. I believe in you, big brother. Yu Er's unconditional trust and reliance made Jiang Chen feel that his shoulders had become heavier. Old bastard, go to hell. Feng Manlu roared in anger. His rod technique was shocking and it swept across the 8 directions. It directly forced old Gang Tu to retreat. Old Gang Tu was hit on his shoulder and fell into the void. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. I am a disciple of profound Feng sect. You will only die if you fight with me. Feng Manlu looked at everyone with disdain, including those villagers who were watching secretly. This was his prestige and also his father's prestige. If anyone dared to cause trouble in the Liento village in the future, Feng Manlu would be the first person they would think of. The handsome and talented Feng Manlu had become a proud disciple of the profound Feng sect. Looks like our Liento village is going to be unlucky in the future. Old Gang Tu is such a good person, but he did not have a good ending. Who would dare to point fingers in the Liento village? That's right. Feng Xian, that old bastard. He relied on the fact that his son is a disciple of profound Feng sect. That's why he dared to be so fearless. Why didn't I see him having such a deep grudge against old Gang Tu? It's obvious that he is trying to get rid of the dissidents. Many people felt that old Gang Tu was unworthy. Even the villagers respected old Gang Tu. After all, he was an open-minded person who loved to help others. He had helped many people in the Tenli 8 village. However, Feng Manlu had become a disciple of profound Feng sect. Who dared to provoke him? Even the number one expert of the Lian Tu village, Old Gang Tu, was defeated by Feng Manlu. No one dared to speak a word of justice for Old Gang Tu. Grandpa. Yu Er ran to her grandpa and helped him up. Chapter 22:14. Jiang Chen said. Be careful. Old Gang Tu warned. He knew that he was heavily injured and was at the end of his rope. It would be useless even if he continued to struggle. Brat, you finally came out? Follow me obediently and you might be able to live. Feng Manlu said proudly. Oh. Since when did such a beautiful girl appear? Her face is covered with a green veil. Ah. Feng Manlu's eyes lit up when he saw Ling Yun, who was behind Jiang Chen. Even though her face was covered with a veil, he could still see her beautiful face. A girl like her would be the center of attention no matter where she goes. Bring this girl back to the young master. The man behind Feng Manlu said. Feng Manlu frowned. He initially wanted to stay and serve the young master. But since his senior said so, he could only bring her back to the young master. What a talkative fellow. However, Feng Manlu was unhappy and he did not show it. That's what I was thinking. Feng Manlu chuckled as he looked at Ling Yun with an even more feminine gaze. There was even a hint of lust in his eyes. She's truly a natural beauty. I really want to remove her veil and have a look at her face. She's definitely a beauty that can cause the downfall of a country. These people should all die. Ling Yun said faintly. To think that you're a little chilly. I like you more and more, little sister. Hee hee. Feng Manlu sneered. It's rare for us to have the same opinion. Then I shall kill them all to avoid any future troubles. Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun and took a step forward, facing Feng Manlu. You? An injured early void god? I don't know where you got the courage to challenge me. Looks like I have to teach the people of the Lian Tu village a lesson today. Some reckless people won't live for long. Since you're so stubborn, I shall kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Today not only Old Gang Tu will die, but you will also die with him. As for the two girls, I shall take them for myself. Wind-sweeping Tower was full of confidence as he looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. He did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. To him, he could destroy the other party with a raise of his hand, so why should he be worried? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You deserve to die. Ling Yun said faintly. She knew Jiang Chen's strength. Therefore Jiang Chen was not afraid of these people. This Wind Manlu was just a pillow with embroidery. He looked good but was useless. When facing a true expert, he was just a pile of mud. Indeed. This guy is overestimating himself. Such a person deserves to die. Jiang Chen nodded his head. His eyes turned increasingly cold as a terrifying killing intent spread across the horizon. Old Gang Tu was slightly shocked. Looks like this Jiang Chen is really not simple. Do it. Otherwise you won't even know how you died. Jiang Chen said. Don't be so arrogant. Eat my staff first. Feng Manlu stepped on the air, taking large strides as he closed in on Jiang Chen. His cudgel was astonishing as it smashed towards Jiang Chen. Child's play. Jiang Chen smiled faintly as he faced the incoming attack. He single-handedly caught Feng Manlu's pseudo-divine tool. That long cudgel was directly resisted by Jiang Chen. Instead, Feng Manlu was thrown a few hundred meters away. In the air, even Feng Manlu's senior and junior brothers were dumbfounded. An expert could tell the difference once he made his move. Jiang Chen's impact had completely shocked them. He caught a divine tool with his bare hands and even threw Feng Manlu away. This was quite shocking. This kid is quite capable. Old Gang Tu smiled and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. This time he had saved the right person. Perhaps he could escape from this calamity. Even without Jiang Chen, Feng Manlu had rushed back from the sect to give him a show of strength. He might even want to get rid of him to gain more power for his father. His prestige in the surrounding villages had already far surpassed his father's. This was what Feng Xian, that bastard, was afraid of. However, Old Gang Tu did not have any intention to fight for power. But others did not believe it. Especially the Feng family. That was why Feng Xian asked his son to stand up for him. He dared not disobey profound Feng sect's reputation. Once he disobeyed, Feng Manlu would label him as someone who did not obey the rules of the Celestial Empire. At that time it would be reasonable for him to deal with him. Jiang Chen placed both of his hands behind his back and stepped on the void. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps shocked the heavens and earth. Every step he took caused the heavens and earth to change color. Every step he took was filled with a mysterious aura. Feng Manlu was incomparably solemn. This fella gave him a sense of danger. Hence he dared not to be careless anymore. Even though Xianxia was just an early void god, he was much harder to deal with than old Gang too. Aotion Godly Staff. Feng Manlu wielded his staff and swept towards Xianxia. The shadow of the staff was filled with overbearing aura. However, when Xianxia's Azure Dragon's 5 steps reached the 5th step, the heavens and earth dimmed. Feng Manlu felt that the space above his head was completely suppressed by Xianxia. He did not have any strength to fight back at all. It was difficult for him to even move forward. Even the shadow of the staff was heavily hit. Xianxia's Azure Dragon's 5 steps had solidified the void above Feng Manlu's head. Feng Manlu's countenance turned pale as he was suffocated by the sudden gravitational force. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his expression became extremely ugly. Feng Manlu's face turned pale. "I'm going to kill you." Feng Manlu roared in rage. His face was as gloomy as water. At this moment he no longer had any thoughts of luck. He had to fight with his life on the line. This was something he must do. Otherwise his reputation would be ruined. Moreover, he was an outsider. He did not know where this young man came from. He was a disciple of profound Feng sect. "You dare to offend me? Looks like you're tired of living. I must kill you today." Feng Manlu rushed towards Xianxia again. His staff technique was shocking. Xianxia's shadow kept appearing. He casted the 9 phantom wolves, making Feng Manlu unable to catch him. Xianxia found an opportunity and struck out. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal hit Feng Manlu's chest. Blood spurted out. Feng Manlu's face was filled with fear. The terrifying seal just now had made Feng Manlu feel the danger of death. "Senior Gua, save me!" Feng Manlu screamed. Xianxia did not retreat. Instead he advanced towards Feng Manlu. He had already made up his mind to kill Feng Manlu. A silhouette flew towards Xianxia. His aura suddenly rose and reached the peak of the mid-void god realm. He was much stronger than the wind-sweeping building. Moreover, the disciples of these great sects were usually much stronger than ordinary late void gods. There was no doubt about it. Get lost. Chapter 22:15. Xianxia shot out his sword. The heavenly dragon sword pierced through the void and pierced through Feng Manlu's head. Everyone gasped. This guy was too daring. He dared to kill Feng Manlu. Feng Manlu was the son of village chief Zhou Xian and a disciple of profound Feng sect. If this matter were to be spread out, profound Feng sect would definitely not let him go. The heavenly dragon sword pierced through the void and returned to Xianxia's hand. His domineering aura soared to the sky. The sword was not stained by blood. The sword chi was like a rainbow merging with Xianxia's body. At this moment Feng Manlu could not be any more dead. Even his eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. However, he was still dead. That kid is in big trouble this time. Yeah. These experts from profound Feng sect won't let this go easily. There's also Feng Xian, who is extremely protective of his son. He will definitely make this guy stay in Liantu village at all costs. It seems like a life and death battle is unavoidable. Feng Manlu's death made many people sigh. However, some of them were happy. When Feng Manlu was still in Liantu village, he always bullied the villagers. Everyone was angry about it. Unfortunately, his father was the village chief and he was talented. In this small village, no one dared to go against him. Now that he had joined profound Feng sect, he became even more arrogant. Today he was killed by an outsider. It was a great feeling. "You're good. Very good." Guqiandong gritted his teeth while looking at Xianxia and said. He did not expect that Xianxia would still kill Feng Manlu under his obstruction. No matter how arrogant he was, it was not up to Xianxia to judge him. Feng Manlu was a disciple of profound Feng sect. Do I need to consult you when I kill someone?" Xianxia and Guqiandong stared at each other. Their eyes were filled with a terrifying murderous intent. "Do you really think that we will compromise with you after killing Feng Manlu? In my eyes, he's just a dog. Of course, you should look at the owner before you beat the dog. So you should pay with your life today." Guqiandong smiled. "So be it. I'll kill whoever dares to stop me." Xianxia's expression did not change. Even if these fellows attacked together, he would still be able to put up a fight. "Senior Brother Gua, this guy is too arrogant. You must teach him a lesson." Yes, Senior Gua. Let him know that our profound Feng sect's people are not easy to bully. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Did you hear that? A debt of blood must be paid with blood. You killed Feng Manlu. Even if I forgive you, the brothers under me will not forgive you. Guqiandong stared at Zhang Chen. You talk too much. Do you really think that profound Feng sect is invincible? Was profound Feng sect the #1 sect in the world? You bastards dare to challenge me? If I can kill one wind-sweeping tower, I can kill the second and third wind-sweeping tower. Zhang Chen said coldly. How dare you slander profound Feng sect? Looks like you're really tired of living. Shut up. If you want to fight, let's fight. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Zhang Chen was the first to attack. He swung his sword and the wind howled. The terrifying sword edge made Guqiandong gasp. Such a powerful sword, such a terrifying sword aura. This is definitely a divine tool. It might even surpass the heavenly divine tool. Ling Yun squinted her eyes. Her heart was in turmoil. That was definitely a peerless divine tool. However, Zhang Chen seemed to be holding back and did not unleash its true power. Even so, it was enough to suppress any divine tool. Old Gang too could not help but look at Ling Yun. This girl was not an ordinary person. She could tell that the heavenly dragon sword in Zhang Chen's hand was not an ordinary divine tool. Grandpa, so many people are going against Big Brother. Can Big Brother handle it? Yu Er said weakly. She was worried about Zhang Chen. Don't worry. Your Big Brother will be fine. Ling Yun looked at Yu Er and said. If Yu Er is strong enough, she can protect Grandpa and Big Brother. Yu Er does not want to see Big Brother getting hurt. Yu Er bit her lips. Her face was filled with stubbornness. She even felt like crying. I hope you won't disappoint us. Ling Yun looked at Zhang Chen's back and murmured. Her eyes were filled with determination. Zhang Chen and Guqiandong exchanged more than 10 moves. Guqiandong did not gain any advantage. He had indeed underestimated Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's strength was not any weaker than his. Moreover, Zhang Chen was obviously injured. Guqiandong was shocked. Zhang Chen's divine tool was quite powerful. The sword in your hand is rather tempting. If you take the initiative to hand over the sword, perhaps I can still spare your life. Guqiandong was obviously interested in the heavenly dragon sword in Zhang Chen's hand. Although he did not know the grade of the heavenly dragon sword, it was definitely a true divine tool. You're thinking too much. Is this sword something that you can lay your hands on? Do you really think that you are invincible? Hehe, if you can take it away, I will hand it over with both hands. Zhang Chen sneered. Alright, I'm taking this sword. Guqiandong held the long spear in his hand. This long spear was a pseudo-divine tool. However, it could not do anything. Under Zhang Chen's heavenly dragon sword, he was suppressed. He did not have the high spirits he had when he was fighting against his junior brothers. I don't believe that you'll be able to escape from my grasp. Colorful spear of fallen petals. Guqiandong shouted. He waved his long spear and the surrounding void seemed to be frozen. This was his famous spear skill. Not many people could escape from his spear skill even in the outer sect of Profound Feng sect. One sword to break all techniques. Zhang Chen did not use his full strength at all. The heavens and earth trembled as the heavenly dragon sword swept across the universe. Guqiandong could not withstand its sharpness at all. Even the tip of his spear was broken by Zhang Chen. My broken spear. I will kill you, bastard. Guqiandong was shocked for a moment. Not to mention that he was forced to retreat by Zhang Chen. Even the broken spear in his hand was broken. How could he let go of such humiliation? Especially in front of so many people, he must not let Zhang Chen go. Even among the true gods, there were not many who could obtain a pseudo-divine tool. Moreover, one must at least be a heavenly god or a peak true god to obtain a pseudo-divine tool. The pseudo-divine tool was the substitute of a divine tool. However, its power was still unstoppable. Guqiandong had obtained a pseudo-divine tool by chance. It was his natal divine tool. However, it was broken in the hands of Zhang Chen. One could imagine how angry he was. Chapter 22:16. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Guqiandong roared furiously. He was being beaten miserably by Zhang Chen, but those bastards were still sitting on the mountain and watching the fight. Let's go and help Brother Gua. Form the 5 spirits Thousand Luo formation. Guqiandong shouted in a deep voice. The 5 of them immediately gathered together and surrounded Zhang Chen. The strength of these 4 people had reached the peak mid-void god realm. The 5-spirit-thousand Luo formation formed by the 5 of them could even fight against a peak Void God Realm expert. Let's see where you're going to run this time. Guqiandong pointed at Xianxia. The 5-spirits-thousand Luo formation formed by the 5 of them was strange and ever-changing. It was almost impossible for anyone below the true God realm to break through it. It's just a small trick. Not worth mentioning. Xianxia snorted coldly, unconcerned. The 5 elemental true fire instantly condensed. 3,000 flames dragon seal. Xianxia struck out a terrifying seal, causing all 5 of them to suck in a cold breath. The 5-spirits-thousand Luo formation was instantly broken, and Guqiandong and the others were completely defeated without any strength to fight back. Xianxia's 5-spirits-thousand Luo formation was completely destroyed. Such a terrifying technique. Yeah. Looks like Profound Feng sect has kicked an iron board this time. This young man is really impressive. Impressive. If you ask me, I'm afraid that guy is in real trouble this time. Do you think the people of Profound Feng sect are easy to mess with? I've heard that someone killed someone from Profound Feng sect. In the end, Profound Feng sect found the culprit and destroyed his soul. Profound Feng sect's name could be said to be invincible within 10,000 li. No one dared to mess with them. At this moment, no one dared to say that Profound Feng sect was easy to mess with. After all, a person's name was like a tree's shadow. We'll settle today's score another day. Guqiandong knew that the 5 of them were not a match for Xianxia even if they joined hands. This time they had kicked an iron board. Xianxia seemed to be an early Void God Realm expert, but even middle Void God Realm experts like them could only be kicked like monkeys. You want to leave just because you can't beat him? I don't think there's such a thing in the world, right? Xianxia said lightly. Of course. What else do you want? Guqiandong sneered. Do you really dare to touch the people of Profound Feng sect? At that time you will die without a burial ground. Guqiandong still had a proud look on his face. Looks like you're really stupid. Do you really think that I won't dare to attack you? I've already killed Wind Sweeping Tower, so why would I care about the second one? Since you're so stubborn, then you can all stay here. I usually won't spare the lives of those who want to kill me. That will only put me in a passive position and make me fall into a trap at any time. I've always liked to fight violence with violence. Xianxia's gaze was like that of a god of death, sweeping across Guqiandong and the others. Guqiandong and the others subconsciously took a step back. He had already killed Wind Sweeping Tower, would he care about a second one? This sentence kept repeating in Guqiandong and the others' minds. Was he really going to kill them? If you kill us, then you and Profound Feng sect will be incompatible like fire and water in the future. There will be no place for you to hide in this big world. Guqiandong was confident that Xianxia would not dare to attack him. I Xianxia am not afraid of threats. I don't care if you're from the Profound Feng sect or the Profound Bird sect. I only know that once I kill you I will have nothing to worry about anymore. Otherwise you guys might be muttering something behind my back. I don't want to be the target of others all the time. Xianxia shrugged and walked towards Guqiandong and the others. At this moment he could feel Xianxia's dense killing intent. Big brother, must you kill them? Grandpa? Yu asked. Yeah. Some things are unavoidable. If your big brother doesn't kill them they will kill you. What do you think we should do? Old Gang 2 grabbed Yu's hands tightly and said in a low voice. I don't want them to bully big brother. They're all bad guys. Their deaths are not worth pitying. Yu said with a gloomy face. Her little face was filled with gloom. Anyone who bullied Xianxia was a bad guy in her eyes. You can't kill me, Xianxia. Otherwise you will be hunted down by Profound Feng sect. Yeah. We are from Profound Feng sect. If you dare to do anything, Profound Feng sect will never let you go. Guqiandong and the others became incomparably fearful. This guy's eyes were really too frightening. Moreover, he didn't seem like a kind person at all. It seemed like this guy really wanted to kill them and wanted to kill them. Isn't it a bit too late to say this now? If you want to kill me, then kill me. But if I want to kill you, then it will become treason and unforgivable. What kind of logic is this? What a joke. If I, Xianxia, want to kill someone, not even the heavens can stop me. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He raised his heavenly dragon sword and swung it down. The sword slashed through the sky. 9 phantom wolves, shifting shadows, and every step he took was filled with killing intent. These people did not have any chance to fight back. Even Guqiandong struggled for a while. In the end he died in Zhang Chen's hands without any suspense. Those who kill will be killed by others. These people deserve to die. Zhang Chen said faintly. My son. An old man in a gray robe fell beside Feng Manlu with tears streaming down his face. He started to cry and he was heartbroken. Are you the one who killed my son? Feng Xian raised his head and looked at Zhang Chen coldly. It's me. Zhang Chen said. I want to kill you to avenge my son. But Feng Xian roared furiously and rushed towards Zhang Chen. His strength had also reached the mid-void god realm, but he was still weaker than Feng Manlu. Therefore Zhang Chen easily pushed him back. The tip of his sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from Feng Xian's throat. Feng Xian's eyes widened. Zhang Chen let him go. After all, he is the village chief of the Lian Tu village. Old Gang Tu sighed and said. Zhang Chen said, the wildfire will never burn, the spring wind blows and it will grow again. If you don't remove the roots you will have nightmares every night. As soon as he finished his words, Zhang Chen's sword flashed and pierced through Feng Xian's throat. Feng Xian fell in front of his son Feng Manlu. Although Feng Xian is arrogant, he did not do anything wrong. He does not deserve to die. Old Gang too felt pity. After all, they had been neighbors for decades. If he doesn't die he will threaten you sooner or later, senior. Let me bear the infamy of killing the innocent. Zhang Chen shook his head and said. This time even Feng Xian is dead. It seems like we need to elect a new village chief. Who knows? It seems like only Old Gang Tu is qualified to be the village chief. Maybe Old Gang Tu has been eyeing Feng Xian for a long time. Chapter 22:17. Is your head stuffed with shit? Old Gang Tu is a famous alchemist in the Tenli 8 village. He has refined countless medicinal herbs for everyone. What's the use of him coveting the fame? Some of the people who were observing secretly had their own opinions. However, gossip was a fearsome thing. Some of them felt that Old Gang Tu was coveting the position of the village chief. That's why he set up such a show and killed the father and son of the Feng clan directly. His killing intent was decisive and as cold as frost. This kid will definitely become a great person in the future. Old Gang Tu looked at Zhang Chen with a complicated gaze and nodded silently. He did not care about what others thought of him, but he would never allow others to point fingers at him. However, it seemed like he was destined to be pushed to the center of the storm in the Lian Tu village. Moreover, the 6 people of profound Feng sect had died here. The Lian Tu village would not be peaceful in the future. This is a world where only the fittest survive. Killing is not a big deal. If you don't kill them, they will kill you sooner or later. This is human relations. Being soft-hearted and indecisive will only lead to elimination. Ling Yun looked at Zhang Chen and said, I only kill those who deserve to be killed. Big brother, it's good that you are fine. If you get tired of it one day I will help you kill them. If someone threatens you I will not let you get hurt. Yu Er opened her eyes wide and looked at Zhang Chen with determination. She seemed to be a little stubborn. However, Old Gang Tu only shook his head and sighed. Big brother will protect you. Your hands are so beautiful. How can you kill people? Zhang Chen rubbed Yu Er's head and said with a smile. But I am worried that Big Brother will be bullied in the future. Yu Er does not want to see Big Brother getting hurt. Yu Er gritted her teeth and murmured. I promise you that no one will be able to bully Big Brother in the future. Then can I? Hee hee. Yu Er snickered and stuck out her tongue at Zhang Chen. She was still as innocent and adorable as ever, but in her heart she couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility, a sense of perseverance and destiny. You shouldn't stay here for too long. You better leave now. Zhang Chen, you've killed the people of profound Feng sect. They'll find you here soon. Once a true god expert appears you won't be able to escape. Old Gang Tu said in a deep voice. Yes, I will leave immediately. I will not implicate the people of Lotus Head village. Zhang Chen knew that if he stayed the people of Lian Tu village would not have a good time. But if he left even Old Gang Tu would be punished. Don't worry, I still have some prestige in the surrounding villages. No one will push the blame onto me. Hee hee. Old Gang Tu saw Zhang Chen's worry and continued. Alright, I will leave now. I will never forget senior's kindness. Farewell. Zhang Chen clasped his hands and said. Zhang Chen was extremely grateful for Old Gang Tu's teachings. Big brother, I can't bear to leave you. Yuer's face was filled with sadness. Even Zhang Chen felt his heart softening. If you don't mind, I would like to bring Yuer into my sect. 2 months later I will bring her away. Now just let her stay by my side. I will leave with Zhongchen. Ling Yun said faintly. Old Gang too looked at Zhongchen, then at Ling Yun and Yuer. He sighed and nodded his head in the end. But Grandpa, I can't bear to leave you either. Yuer was in a dilemma. A good man's ambition is to travel far. Even if you're a girl, you can't fall behind. Follow this sister to her sect. Remember, you must follow this sister. Old Gang too reminded again. Yuer jumped into her grandpa's arms and cried her eyes out. Remember Grandpa's words. The heavens change, the sun and moon can be a witness. The wind blows in the sky, the stars turn. The heart is like a swan pointing in all directions. The heart is like a bright lamp, calming the years. Old Gang too whispered in Yuer's ear. Zhongchen and Ling Yun frowned. They did not understand what Old Gang too meant. Grandpa, I don't understand. Yuer shook her head. It's right that you don't understand. One day you will understand. Remember, your surname is Helian and your home is in the east. Old Gang too smiled and caressed Yuer's head. He was filled with love and reluctance. Zhongchen did not know what was going on, but Ling Yun's expression suddenly changed. Her heart was in a state of shock. Helian. East. Ling Yun murmured in her heart. Even her eyes became extremely solemn. Senior, don't worry. I will not let you down and I will not let Yuer down. Ling Yun's words slightly moved Zhongchen. This woman has always been arrogant. To think that she has a shred of respect for this weak old man really made him a little confused. Thank you. Old Gang too nodded as if he had fulfilled his wish. Let's go, Yuer. Zhongchen knew that Ling Yun could not leave him now. Yuer would follow Ling Yun to the sect to cultivate in the future. So he must bring the 2 women along with him. Remember Grandpa's words. One day you will understand. Listen to your sister. Old Gang too waved his hand at Zhongchen and the others. Grandpa, Yuer was a teenage girl after all. Moreover, it was her first time leaving her only relative, her grandpa. She almost cried her eyes out. Old Gang too once again sat under the old locust tree at the edge of the village. He smoked his pipe again. His mouth was filled with sorrow. He did not know if that girl understood his intention. He must bring Yuer away and not let her be with Zhongchen. The heavenly cursed lone star. He is destined to be alone for life. Love calamity from all directions. 100 reincarnations. Such a person is destined to not be ordinary. But it is also destined that the people around him will not have a good ending. Old Gang too looked at the stars in the sky. The Big Dipper was getting dimmer. As for the heavenly cursed lone star, it was getting brighter. It was like a wolf that devoured everything in the world. You know the background of the old man? Zhongchen asked as he held Yuer's hand. What does it have to do with you? Ling Yun said casually. Forget it. I didn't ask. It's good that you know. Big brother, big sister, do you think my grandpa will be alright? Although Yuer was young, she was very sentimental. Especially her grandpa who had been with her for more than 10 years. Even if she left with Ling Yun and Zhongchen, how could she not miss him? Don't worry. Grandpa will be fine. Zhongchen rubbed Yuer's head and said with a smile. But deep in his heart, how could he not worry about Old Gang Tu's safety? He hoped that the truth would be as peaceful as what Old Gang Tu said. Where are we going now? Zhongchen asked. He knew nothing about the divine world. This is Deer Morn Mountain Linhe boundary. Profound Feng sect is just a small sect in Linhe boundary. Let's go to the east of Linhe boundary. That's the territory of Profound Feng sect. Ling Yun said. Profound Feng sect's territory? Hehe. That's what I was thinking. Chapter 22:18. Zhongchen and the other 2 had a safe journey. Zhongchen had some understanding of the situation in the divine world. After all, this was not the immortal world. The experts here could casually sweep across the world. Without relying on the 12 fire god guards, Zhongchen might not be able to handle a true god expert. Where did you guys come from? Suddenly, 11 figures appeared in front of Zhongchen and the others. What does it have to do with you where we come from? Zhongchen said faintly. I think you guys are courting death. Do you know who my young master is? A sturdy hairy-faced young man looked at Zhongchen and the others with disdain. Could it be that this road is opened by your family? I can leave whenever I want. What does it have to do with me who your young master is? Zhongchen's calmness made these people's faces turn gloomy. Listen up. My young master is the young sect lord of Profound Feng sect, the grandson of the great elder. Who doesn't know the existence of Profound Feng sect? Kid, looks like you don't want to live anymore. The hairy-faced young man stared at Zhou Xian angrily. So it's the young sect lord of Profound Feng sect. Zhou Xian was startled. Could this guy be looking for trouble with Lian-Tu village because of those people who died in Profound Feng sect? The beauty beside you can really make one's heart flutter. I can't help myself just by looking at her. The young man who was holding a folding fan was wearing luxurious clothes. His temperament was extraordinary, but his eyes were filled with lust. Obviously he was here for Ling Yun. Perverted bastard. Ling Yun said faintly. What a hot beauty. I like people like you. You're strong enough. Xianxia, get rid of that eyesore. I'll gladly accept these two beauties, one big and one small. As for the younger one, after a few years of nurturing, she'll definitely be a beauty. Hee. Yan Feng's face was filled with evil as he stared at Ling Yun and the others. Big brother, I don't like him. He's too annoying. Yue tugged on the corner of Zhang Chen's clothes tightly as she said in a low voice. Your sister Ling Yun already said that this is a piece of trash. Why should we be angry at a piece of trash? Wouldn't that make us trash too? Hee. Zhang Chen said as he rubbed Yuer's head. Yan Feng's eyes turned cold as he stared lung at Zhang Chen. How dare you talk back? Looks like you really don't want your life anymore. From the very beginning you never intended to let me go, did you? Zhang Chen shrugged his shoulders and asked. Similarly, he didn't plan to let these people go. Once they entered the Lian-Tu village, old Gang Tu wouldn't have a good time. Hence it was better to kill them now to prevent future troubles. Kid, you're pretty smart. But it's a pity that you're too smart for your own good. No one is here to save you. Now you're dead. Yan Feng curled his lips and said. Xianxia, kill without mercy. All right, young sect lord. Brothers, let's do it. Xianxia's expression turned gloomy. As one of the outstanding outer sect disciples of Profound Feng sect, his strength had reached the peak middle void god realm. Even some late void gods were no match for him. As for the others, there were 3 late void gods and 6 peak middle void gods. It would be a piece of cake for them to kill him. The 2 of them were around the early void god realm. As for the little guy, he could totally ignore him. I alone am enough. Xianxia sneered and looked at Zhang Chen. The latter was not afraid at all. This made Xianxia angry. This guy dared to look at him. In the outer sect, Xianxia was one of the more arrogant ones. Plus, he had the support of the young sect lord, who dared to challenge him. Unexpectedly, he met a reckless young man after leaving Profound Feng sect. The young man didn't care about the suppression of his strength and dared to fight with him. This made Xianxia angry and excited. He had not loosened his muscles for a long time. Big brother, be careful. Yuer said worriedly. She was pulled to the side by Ling Yun. Xianxia was ready to attack Zhang Chen. In order to avoid being implicated, Xianxia would not attack immediately. Because the 2 girls were wanted by the young sect lord. If they were hurt, he would not be able to bear the consequences. You only have one chance to attack. Xianxia looked at Zhang Chen and smiled faintly. All right. Zhang Chen nodded. The 9 phantom wolves rushed towards Xianxia. A 5 elemental combat dragon seal struck Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Zhang Chen with a dumbfounded expression. The anger in his heart kept rising. Even Yan Feng and the others frowned. This guy is so ferocious. Good. Very good. Very good. You have thoroughly angered me. Xianxia roared and rushed towards Zhang Chen. Both of them fought again. Their fists collided. The terrifying energy caused the surrounding air to tremble. Xianxia was completely suppressed by Zhang Chen. He was at a disadvantage in terms of aura and physical strength. You're still not my opponent. Zhang Chen's 9 punches landed on Xianxia's chest fiercely, causing the latter to fly backwards. His expression was extremely ugly. I actually lost to an early void god? How is this possible? I don't believe it. Xianxia harumphed coldly. The huge spiked mace in his hand swept across, forcing Zhang Chen to take a step back. The 2 of them separated in an instant. Zhang Chen did not retreat but advanced instead. This time he caught the spiked mace with his hand. His strength was so great that it could move mountains, and the spiked mace in Xianxia's hand was thrown away. You're not my opponent. You'll never be. Zhang Chen's words rang in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia's expression was as ugly as a pig's liver. Xianxia wanted to attack again but was stopped by Yanfeng. Don't drag it out. Let's attack together. Yanfeng said coldly. All right. The 9 people behind Xianxia attacked at the same time. Together with Xianxia they surrounded Zhou Xian. Human wave attack. Then I'll play with you guys. Zhou Xian roared. His flesh and blood began to change. After transforming into a dragon he became a half-human half-dragon. Even Lingyun was shocked. Could he be from the dragon clan? But why is he a half-human half-dragon? Lingyun murmured. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Half-human half-ghost. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Xianxia sneered. The 10 of them attacked together. However, Zhang Chen's current strength had already reached the late void god realm. His terrifying strength instantly sent 2 of them flying. They were unable to resist Zhang Chen's attack at all. It was quite strenuous for the 10 of them to fight against Zhang Chen, who had turned into a dragon. No matter how they attacked, they were all powerless in front of Zhang Chen. Chapter 22:19. Such a terrifying transformation, Lingyun whispered. Lingyun said in a low voice. The current Zhang Chen was able to fight against a late void god when he was only an early void god. Moreover, there were so many prodigies among them. Zhang Chen could not be underestimated. If he were to advance to the heavenly god realm, he would definitely become a great weapon. However, time waited for no man. When he truly entered the heavenly god realm, he didn't know if he would die an untimely death. The divine world had never lacked geniuses, but some geniuses were destined to be lonely, or even destined to die an untimely death. Talent and ability were a part of it, and the other part was fate. If you could grow up smoothly, then you could be considered as an expert. Otherwise, no matter how talented you were, it would be useless. Go all out. Don't hold back. I will give a divine tool to whoever can kill this monster. Yanfeng roared. If these people failed, then he would be in danger. Plus, he was only a late void god. If so many people failed to defeat Zhang Chen, then he would be in danger. The 10 of them seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. Divine artifacts were like supreme treasures to heavenly gods. If they could get their hands on a divine artifact, they would definitely be able to sweep through all cultivators of the same level. No one would be able to contend against them. As the saying goes, there will always be brave men with a lot of money. Yanfeng's reward was the greatest reward in the hearts of Xianxia and the others. What else could be more important than a divine tool? Iron chains crossing the river. Rainbow breaking sword. Invincible whirlwind kick. Xianxia and the others had used their best skills, but Zhang Chen did not show any weakness. His dragon form was incomparably terrifying. He took on all of the attacks without batting an eyelid. This time Xianxia and the others were really panicking. Now it's my turn, right? Zhang Chen sneered. He took a step forward and an earth-shattering aura could be felt. The 10 of them took a step back with an ugly expression. One sword light chills the 14 prefectures. The heavenly dragon sword swept across the universe, unparalleled in the world. Wherever the sword light pointed, everything turned into dust. Everyone's weapons were shattered at this moment, and they were all seriously injured. The sword chi entered their bodies and wreaked havoc. It was quite painful. The sword fell without a sound. However, at this moment, Yanfeng's expression changed completely. This was because Zhang Chen was already walking towards him. I am the young sect lord of Profound Feng sect. My grandfather is the great elder. What do you want? I can give you whatever you want. Yanfeng took 2 steps back. Zhang Chen's mightiness had completely shocked him. Even if he was a late void god, he still forgot to take action. His eyes were filled with astonishment, and the fan in his hand was nowhere to be seen. I didn't want to kill anyone, but you just had to force me. Why must you do this? Zhang Chen said with a wry smile. Don't kill me. If you kill me, you will be hunted down by the Profound Feng sect. I promise you, as long as it's something you want, I will find it for you, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Please, I don't want to die. Yanfeng said with a sobbing tone. If you don't die, I won't be able to rest in peace. Zhang Chen pointed his sword at Yanfeng. At this moment, the 10 of them chose to remain silent. However, Zhang Chen did not plan to let them go. It was not his character to cut the weeds and not dig up the roots. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Yanfeng suddenly raised his head. His eyes were extremely cold and he even grinned hideously. A white dust was scattered in front of Zhang Chen. A sharp blade pierced through the void in Yanfeng's hand, piercing towards Zhou Xian. A late void god's desperate attack was not to be underestimated. Zhou Xian's eyes turned cold. Zhou Xian's 5 elemental true fire instantly burned the white dust. In the midst of the flames, Yanfeng's blade pierced towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian swung his heavenly dragon sword and cut off Yanfeng's arm. Yanfeng screamed and quickly ran away. But how could Zhou Xian let him go just like that? Zhou Qian's sword pierced through Yanfeng's chest, cutting off his flesh. Old ancestor, save me. Before Yanfeng's voice faded, an illusory figure appeared out of thin air in the void. Who dares to hurt my grandson? Die. An old voice reverberated through the air. Ling Yun flicked her finger and the figure in the void instantly disappeared without a trace. Even his avatar did not manage to descend. No. Yanfeng's eyes were filled with fear. When Zhou Xian kept his heavenly dragon sword, Yanfeng's chest was completely torn apart and he fell to the ground. Who exactly are you? Xiongyan looked at Zhou Xian in shock. His face was filled with fear as he retreated step by step. The 10 of them had an ugly expression on their faces. They could feel death approaching them step by step. I'm the one you guys are looking for. Zhou Xian smiled. The one we're looking for? You're the one who killed Feng Manlu and Guochindong? Xiongyan's expression changed as he retreated. He knew that he would not be able to escape today. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for following a master who has eyes but fails to see. You just had to provoke me. Die. Zhou Xian swept his sword across, not leaving any chance of survival for them. If there was any chance of survival, they would be in grave danger. Zhou Xian found another 20,000 low-grade divine origin stones and over 1,000 middle-grade divine origin stones from Yanfeng and the others. Pulgar. Ling Yun said faintly. You're from a great sect. Naturally, you don't know how pitiful we are. Compared to your high and mighty attitude, I think you should be colder. Zhou Xian smiled. Ling Yun remained silent. Thank you for what you did just now. It's nothing. If that clone descends, I'll be in danger too. Ling Yun said. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Zhou Xian knew that the figure would not let this matter go. Ling Yun held Yu Er's hand and continued to move forward. Profound Feng Sect Qiyun Cave. I'm going to tear you into pieces. The old man was wearing a rough linen robe. His expression was cold as he roared in anger. He wished he could eat Yanfeng's flesh. Feng Er, wait for me. Wait for me. The old man instantly flew up to the sky. His murderous aura soared into the sky. When he arrived at the place where Yanfeng and the others were killed, Yanfeng's corpse was already cold. Zhou Xian and the others were nowhere to be seen. The old man hugged Yanfeng's corpse and cried bitterly. Feng Er, Grandpa has let you down. Your father gave you to me before he died, but I couldn't protect you. I hate it. I hate it. Yanchen will not rest until I take revenge. I will find you even if I have to go to the ends of the earth. Chapter 22:20. The 3 of them traveled for thousands of miles and finally arrived at the border of Profound Feng Sect. The Profound Feng Sect was considered as one of the more famous sects in the Linhe boundary. It had a history of tens of thousands of years and had been passed down for a long time. The Profound Feng Sect was backed by a huge mountain that stretched for thousands of miles. The trees were luxuriant and the plants were flourishing. There were towering ancient pines and cranes. Roars of tigers, monkeys, and birds could be heard in the forest. At this moment, there were more than 100,000 people gathered at the foot of the mountain. Did you guys hear that Profound Feng Sect is recruiting 3,000 disciples this time? All of them must be at least Void God realm. That's right. Profound Feng Sect is the strongest sect within 80,000 li. If you can enter the Profound Feng Sect, you'll be like a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. It's too early for you to be happy. Didn't you hear that the Profound Feng Sect is only recruiting 3,000 people this time? The strongest among them is probably a middle void god. Moreover, 3,000 out of 100,000 people. Such a cruel ratio is not something that ordinary people can accept. That's right. Someone couldn't help but nod while a slightly more serious expression appeared in his heart. You're right. But I have been here for 20 years. This time I will definitely enter the Profound Feng Sect. Everyone was looking forward to entering the Profound Feng Sect. However, the Profound Feng Sect only recruits disciples once every 20 years. Each time there would only be 3,000 disciples. The number of people this time was much more than the previous times. Moreover, those who were below the peak 9th grade Immortal Sovereign Realm would not come back to participate. Because it was no different from asking for trouble. Silence. A deafening voice reverberated in the void, filled with majestic and overbearing qi. This time if you want to enter the profound Feng sect, you must go through a chase. I will randomly distribute the 3,000 quotas to everyone here. Of course, only those who can survive through this death forest and hold the nameplate in their hands will be considered as having the strength to enter the profound Feng sect. A young man stood in the void with his hands behind his back, looking at everyone arrogantly. I heard that he's the outer sect's big senior brother, Zhou Xian. Many inner sect disciples are afraid of him. That's right. I heard that he stayed in the outer sect to manage his fellow disciples. Actually, with his true strength, I'm afraid he can enter the top 20 of the inner sect. Such a person is worthy of being a true heaven's favored one. Jiang Chen looked at Yang Jian who was standing in the void. Yang Jian was indeed very strong and had already reached the true God realm. It was not inappropriate for such an expert to be the great senior brother of the outer sect. I'll leave these 3 spots to you. Ling Yun said faintly. Are you two going to eat? Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun. Forget about little you, an expert like her, even if her strength was suppressed she definitely wouldn't need to rely on Jiang Chen, right? Big brother, you have to be a gentleman. Yuer's words caused Jiang Chen to not know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl was truly a mischievous fellow. I will scatter the nameplates of the 3,000 nameplates. When you pass through this forest with these nameplates, you will be qualified to enter the profound Feng sect. Of course, it's up to you to decide how many people you kill or how many people you'll be killed by. Only after experiencing blood and fire can you become a disciple of the profound Feng sect. Yang Jian said solemnly with a hint of coldness on the corner of his mouth. He did not seem to have any pity for these people who were trying their best to enter the profound Feng sect. Only after experiencing life and death battles can one be considered as a true expert. You're right, but it's too cruel. Before entering the sect, we've already experienced such a fierce life and death battle. This profound Feng sect is too overbearing. Ling Yun frowned slightly. Even she felt that it was not reasonable. This profound Feng sect seemed to be a little cruel. At this moment, the nameplates of the 3,000 nameplates were thrown into the hands of the 10,000 youths who wanted to enter the profound Feng sect. Coincidentally, Yuer had also been struck by this luck. I got one too, big brother. Our Yuer is blessed by the heavens. Jiang Chen protected Yuer with his body. At this moment some people had their eyes on them. The probability of 1 in 40 was quite low. It meant that only 1 out of 40 people could enter the profound Feng sect. Some of them were naturally targeted by some people and Yuer was no exception. I hope you guys won't come and mess with me. I still lack 2 nameplates of the profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen smiled and said. More than 10,000 people entered the Forest of Death. As the name suggested, the Forest of Death represented death. It symbolized the existence of hell. There were countless ferocious beasts in this place and there were countless murderers. Everyone wanted to obtain the nameplate of profound Feng sect without caring about anything else. Only by getting the nameplate and entering the profound Feng sect would they have the chance to stand out. There would only be such a chance every 20 years. Therefore everyone cherished it and became crazy. They could only obtain the nameplate by killing non-stop. The nameplate was their chance to reach the sky in one step. More than 10,000 people. It was a huge number. However, after entering the Forest of Death, the number of people became sparse. However, Jiang Chen could still feel that there were at least 7 to 8 people following them. The Forest of Death stretched for 100 li. Although it was not a big forest, it was not to be underestimated. This was the training ground for the disciples of the profound Feng sect. Some of the ferocious beasts in this place had already reached the Void God realm. Everyone had to be careful. Little girl, hand over the nameplate in your hand and I will let the 3 of you go. A sloppy young man sneered and stared at Jiang Chen and the others. You haven't even grown your hair yet and you're already trying to rob others? Jiang Chen smiled and said. Reckless. The young man harumphed and waved the long saber in his hand, closing in on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised his sword and instantly killed the young man. There was no hesitation at all. It was an instant kill. Many people were shocked. Even those who were eager to attack Jiang Chen chose to give up, because Jiang Chen's instant kill was too terrifying. His sword struck the young man's soul and killed him without leaving a trace. Motherfucker. Is this kid so powerful? Yeah. To think that there are so many hidden talents in the profound Feng sect this time. That young man has just stepped into the Void God realm. He can't be considered as a true expert. Even so, why don't you kill an early Void God realm expert in an instant? I want to see and learn from you. Chapter 22-21. However, there were still those who were not afraid of death or those who were strong and courageous. They would not be scared by Jiang Chen. Moreover, hearsay was unrealistic. They would not back down without experiencing it for themselves. Jiang Chen killed more than 10 waves of experts, most of them were early void gods. At this time he obtained the second nameplate and threw it to Ling Yun. You don't look like a newbie. Ling Yun said faintly. What do you mean? Jiang Chen frowned and asked. Your thoughts, methods, and expression when you kill. All of them show one thing. You can kill millions of people without frowning. Or, the blood on your hands is not something that ordinary people can compare to. You should be from the lower immortal world. Ling Yun's words stunned Jiang Chen. He did not want to say it at first, but he did not expect Ling Yun to be so meticulous. She discovered him and analyzed it so logically. That's right. I am from the 9-region immortal world. Jiang Chen said. 9-region immortal world? I've heard Master mention that there was a great figure in the immortal world whose name shook the entire god realm. Who? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Was there a famous figure in the 9-region immortal world? Was it the immortal execution great emperor or the void emperor? I forgot about it too. Master only mentioned it once. Ling Yun shook her head. Jiang Chen could see that Ling Yun did not hide it on purpose. She might have really forgotten about it. The night breeze was cool like water. The bonfire illuminated Ling Yun's beautiful silhouette. Such a girl was indeed a goddess. Her strength should be at the heavenly god realm in the past. The battle with the profound ice azure dragon had greatly damaged her vitality. Otherwise she would not have fallen to such a state. You two go to sleep. I'll keep watch. Jiang Chen said. What else? Don't tell me you want big sister to keep watch for you? A man should take up the responsibility of protecting us girls. Said like an old man as she giggled and hid in Ling Yun's embrace. Although Ling Yun was cold, she was exceptionally attentive towards Yu. Perhaps this was different from person to person. At least she had never smiled at Jiang Chen before. All right, I promise to complete the mission. Jiang Chen said sternly. He turned around and leaned against a towering ancient tree, closing his eyes to rest. However, his ears were listening in all directions, paying attention to all movements in the surroundings. Hand over the nameplate or I'll kill you without mercy. A swordsman holding a sword appeared on the other side of the ancient tree. His expression was cold as he looked at Jiang Chen arrogantly. Peak early void god. Interesting. But it's far from enough. Jiang Chen smiled. What big words. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? If you still refuse to come to your senses today, I don't mind killing you. I won't kill your wife and children because I'm a man of principle. A young man with stubble on his face said faintly. He seemed to have his own character. Jiang Chen was happy. Calling them wife and children was not bad. However, Ling Yun's gaze could kill. All right. I won't kill you just because of what you said. Jiang Chen smiled. Not kill me? Then I will kill you. The young man sneered and unsheathed his sword. Radiance flowed around the sword. The sharp edge of the sword spun 9 times in the sky. The 9 radiance sword, the sword revolves around the void and emptiness. The weathered youth's first move was a killing move. However, Jiang Chen did not panic. The heavenly dragon sword suddenly turned and forced the weathered youth to retreat. The weathered youth squinted his eyes. Jiang Chen did not move at all. This was out of his expectation. I'm not your opponent. The young man smiled bitterly. Kill me or plunder me. Do as you wish. For the first time he felt a trace of helplessness in a battle of the same level. Moreover, the other party did not use his full strength. I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you. Moreover, I have to accumulate some merits for my wife and children, right? We're all out here, what's wrong with fighting and killing? You can leave. Jiang Chen said. The weathered youth looked at Jiang Chen with slight astonishment. You really won't kill me? I won't care if my wife changes her mind later. Jiang Chen whispered into the young man's ear. I owe you my life. My name is Wang Chongyang. The mountains will never change and the rivers will always flow. May we meet again. Wang Chongyang turned and left. Ling Yun was surprised that Jiang Chen did not kill him. Are you happy? Ling Yun asked Leng Leng. No. I don't want to be a child. I'm not a child anymore. You said in a deep voice, looking unhappy. What did you say to him? Ling Yun stared at Jiang Chen and said. Nothing much. This guy likes me a lot. Plus you said that I'm numb to killing people. I have to accumulate some merits for myself, don't you think? Jiang Chen said. Ling Yun did not ask further as this was not something she was concerned about. On the second morning, Jiang Chen encountered another 3 groups of people who wanted to snatch his nameplate. However, all of them were killed by him. Could be said that everyone was killed except for Wang Chongyang. Jiang Chen's name of killing had spread like wildfire. However, he did not kill innocent people. Some people deserved to be killed, some did not. On the 3rd day he also let many people go. On the evening of the 3rd day, the 3 of them finally arrived at the mountain gate of Profound Feng sect. All of these people were filled with hostility. Obviously they were not ordinary people. It was equivalent to one person facing the encirclement of 40 people. Those who could bring the nameplate into the mountain gate of Profound Feng sect were the real elites. Other than Jiang Chen and the other 2, there were not many people who could walk so leisurely. At the same time Jiang Chen saw another man, it was Wang Chongyang. He had obtained a nameplate after all. He also saw Jiang Chen but his eyes were filled with battle intent. Although he was grateful to Jiang Chen, he also wanted to challenge him. Experts were always respected by others, but at the same time, they were also challenged by others. All right. Those who have the nameplate can follow me into Profound Feng sect. You are now the outer sect disciples. There are more than 100,000 outer sect disciples. Every year there will be disciples who go out to cultivate and adventure in the forest. However, some of them will never come back. A white-clothed young man Leng Leng said. This time the great senior brother of the outer sect Yang Jian did not appear. There was even a hint of playfulness in his words. Killing is forbidden in the sect but challenges are allowed. In the center of the outer sect there is a life-death stage. As long as you accept the challenge you will die. However, if someone breaks the rules and kills someone in the sect, don't blame me for being merciless. In the sect there are 5 mountains. Feng Ming Mountain is the cultivation place of the sect lord and also the main hall of the sect. Feng Shi Mountain is the cultivation place of the Profound Feng sect's elders. Feng Yuan Mountain is the cultivation place of the inner sect disciples. Feng Yu Mountain is the cultivation place of the outer sect disciples. As for Feng Qi Mountain, just don't go there. Within the 3,000 li radius of Feng Yu Mountain, you can choose your own cave and cultivate in it. Today Profound Feng sect will be our home. You should know the way of cultivation in the divine world. No one can succeed easily. Even if you're talented, you'll be useless if you don't have a great sect like Profound Feng sect to nurture you. So, as long as you cultivate well you will be successful one day. Chapter 22:22. Those who can survive are all experts. There's a book collection pavilion in Profound Feng sect. It opens once every 3 months. Every time you can copy a cultivation technique. The book collection pavilion will open 3 days later. You can enter the book collection pavilion to choose the cultivation technique that you need. Of course, this is your only chance. If you want to obtain more cultivation techniques, then you must contribute more treasures, such as demon beasts, demon crystals or elixirs, in exchange for our sect's divine wind value. The higher the divine wind value, the higher the cultivation technique you will obtain. I'm Bai Yunfei, your 4th senior brother. I'm in charge of the outer sect's affairs. If there's any violation, you will be punished according to the sect's rules. Bai Yunfei said faintly. His strength had already reached the late void god realm. His strength was one of the strongest in the outer sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yunfei turned around and left. He disappeared in the void in a blink of an eye. There were 100 outer sect disciples behind Bai Yunfei. They were here to lead the way for the new disciples. Thank you, senior brother. Jiang Chen took out 50 pieces of low-grade divine origin stones and gave them to the senior brother who was leading the way. That person's eyes suddenly brightened up and looked at Jiang Chen with satisfaction. At the same time he was also amazed by the lady beside Jiang Chen. She gave off a graceful and elegant temperament that could make people fall head over heels for her. I'm Zhou Yunpeng. You can just call me Senior Brother Zhou. This Fengyu mountain has a circumference of 3,000 li. Although there are more than 100,000 disciples cultivating here, 3,000 li is too big. There are plenty of places to cultivate. However, the divine origin qi is the densest in the southeast direction, which is closer to the Fengqi mountain. You can choose the south direction of the Fengyu mountain. Zhou Yunping said with a smile. I'm Jiangqin. These two are my sisters. Senior Brother Zhou, what kind of place is the Fengqi mountain? Jiangqin asked curiously. It's best if you don't ask about that place. It's an ominous place, and the sect's laws have been in place for tens of thousands of years. Phoenix's Perch is the place where the ancestor passed away in meditation, and no one is allowed to enter. Furthermore, this Phoenix's Perch mountain was extremely strange. It was said that over 7,000 years ago, there was an inner sect eldest senior brother who disappeared after entering. Furthermore, his sect's memorial tablet had been completely shattered. In other words, he had definitely met with danger in Phoenix's Perch mountain. That senior brother was at the peak of the true God realm. Other than the sect lord, no one was a match for him. However, he died in Fengqi mountain. From then on, no one dared to step into Fengqi mountain. Zhou Yunping said in a low voice. You must not enter the vicinity of Phoenix's Perch. Otherwise, the consequences will definitely be unimaginable. Remember, the disciples of Profound Feng sect must be diligent in their cultivation. Every 3 months, there will be a sect grand competition. Every time, there will be an outer sect senior brother who organizes the competition. Those who can enter the 100 battle ranking will gain quite a lot of face. Moreover, the annual salary of the sect will be increased to 80. For new disciples like you, the annual salary is only 30. Once you enter the 100 battle ranking, you will be considered as a celebrity in the outer sect. 100 battle ranking, 100 battle cycle. Even if you die 9 times, you will not regret it. Looks like this Profound Feng sect is really a place of battle. Jiangqin said solemnly. You're right. Those who can enter the 100 battle ranking are at least at the peak of the middle Void God realm. The top 50 are all late Void God realm experts. Moreover, none of them are easy to deal with. There are 100,000 outer sect disciples. How can it be easy to enter the top 100? Zhou Yunpeng smiled bitterly. I have cultivated for more than 20 years, but I'm only at the peak of the early Void God realm. Although I'm only 1 step away from the middle Void God realm, it's not that easy to break through. There are at least 30,000 people like me in the sect, if not 50,000. Sometimes talent is not that important. The most important thing is the opportunity. Below the 9th grade Immortal Sovereign realm, it's the mortal realm. Once you enter the Void God realm, it won't be that easy to break through. 20 years. Jiangqin murmured. 20 years without a breakthrough. It was indeed a pity. Moreover, it seemed like Zhou Yunpeng was not a nameless and stupid person. 100 battle cycle. Even if you die 9 times, you will not regret it. Ling Yun murmured and took a glance at Jiangqin. This fella does give off a mysterious feeling. Her master once told her that those who could enter the divine world from the immortal world of the lower realm were all people with great perseverance and outstanding talent. Jiangqin, on the other hand, was the cream of the crop among them. Your strength is also at the Void God realm. You can give it a try. The 100 battle ranking will be held in half a month's time. I guess there will be many people challenging the experts on the 100 battle ranking. Even the outer sect disciples of Profound Feng sect have many experts. Other than the top 10, not many people could stay on the 100 battle ranking for a long time. Zhou Yunpeng smiled. But it was only a joke and encouragement. Because Jiangqin had just entered the sect, he could only be considered as a newbie. How could he compete for a place on the 100 battle ranking? That was definitely a fantasy. I wonder if Senior Zhou knows a person called Xianxia? Xianxia? You mean Xianxia, who is ranked 87th on the 100 battle ranking? This person has a sturdy build. He's a true expert. As a peak middle Void God, he had defeated a few late Void God experts. However, he's only at the bottom of the 100 battle ranking. However, this kind of person is still quite powerful in our eyes. Hee. Wait, do you know him? Zhou Yunpeng's tone became solemn. If Jiangqin really knew Xianxia, he would never accept the 50 low-grade divine origin stones. It was definitely a great fortune for him to be able to make friends with someone who knew Xianxia. Zhou Yunpeng's expression became solemn. None of the people on the 100 battle ranking were easy to deal with. All of them were experts who hated evil. Who would dare to provoke such a ferocious person? Oh, I don't know him. I've only heard of him once. I don't remember who told me about him. Jiang Chen shook his head. Then I'll take my leave first. You guys cultivate well. This is a spirit summoning talisman. If you need my help, just take out the talisman and I will come to help. However, this spirit summoning talisman is only effective within the sect. Zhou Yunping said with a smile and bid farewell to Jiang Chen and the others. This spirit summoning talisman cost him 3 low-grade divine origin stones. He wanted to befriend Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen looked like a rich man. He gave 50 low-grade divine origin stones to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was definitely more worth befriending than ordinary people. To Zhou Yunping, this was just an investment. That place is filled with towering mountains, ancient trees that reach into the sky, birdsong and fragrant flowers. It's exactly a good cave. This is the place. Chapter 22-23. It's indeed a good cave dwelling. Even Ling Yun nodded in agreement. Big brother has a good eye. That place is beautiful. I like it. Pulled Ling Yun's arm and smiled from ear to ear. She was still a child, a 12 to 13-year-old girl. Beautiful things could always attract them to forget about their troubles. Alright, then I'll choose this place. I'll open up a cave dwelling. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The scenery in front of him was beautiful. Even the divine origin chi was refreshing. I'm taking this place. You should go look elsewhere. A young man in a yellow robe said faintly. He looked at Jiang Chen with a smile on his face. We obviously chose this place first. What right do you have to snatch it? Yu Er's face was filled with dissatisfaction as she snorted. Little girl, your temper is not small. I've already chosen this cave dwelling. Leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The yellow-robed youth frowned his brows as his voice became colder. Of course, if this beautiful lady wants to stay with me in this cave dwelling, I'm more than willing. Ling Yun's expression was calm as she looked at the yellow-robed youth. The latter's body instantly trembled. He couldn't wait to kiss her to express his love for her. Kill him. Ling Yun looked at Jiang Chen. I feel sorry for you. We could have gotten along peacefully. Why do you have to fight with me? It's fine if you want to fight with me. Why do you have to go against this lady? Jiang Chen looked at the yellow-robed youth with a faint smile. Kill me? I think you two must have taken the wrong medicine. A pair of retards. I'm already being merciful by taking in a broken flower like you. You two don't know what's good for you. Looks like I'll have to teach you two a lesson. The yellow-robed youth sneered. He hated Jiang Chen to the core. Another reason was because of the lady beside Jiang Chen. He was extremely jealous. What right do you have to be favored by such a beautiful goddess? What right do you have to be together with such a lady? A wave of anger and jealousy arose spontaneously. There really are people with no brains wherever I go. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. The yellow-robed young man became even more furious, especially when Jiang Chen didn't take him seriously, which made him even more furious. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Jiang Chen casually slapped the yellow-robed youth and sent him flying. The latter did not have the slightest chance to retaliate. He turned around and struck out with the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. The yellow-robed youth's expression changed. He was unable to dodge and was severely injured. Blood spurted from his mouth and his face was as pale as snow. Forget it. Profound Feng sect has a rule that forbids us from killing. Although Ling Yun's anger had yet to dissipate, she did not want to implicate Jiang Chen. After all, he had just entered the Profound Feng sect. If he started a massacre right after entering the sect, it would be hard for him to escape punishment. But he insulted you. Jiang Chen took a step forward and his figure flickered. The yellow-robed youth's expression changed drastically. He finally realized Jiang Chen's killing intent. Moreover, he was not even a match for this young man in front of him. The latter's strength was on par with his. How could he be defeated so easily? The yellow-robed young man pulled out his sword, but Jiang Chen's fingers clamped onto the blade of the sword. A crisp sound of the sword breaking could be heard. With a flip of his palm, Jiang Chen struck out with his palm, hitting the young man's chest. The yellow-robed youth staggered backwards, his face was filled with fear. Get lost. Jiang Chen said coldly. I will never let you go. My brother is an outer sect deacon. Today's matter will not end until one of us dies. The yellow-robed youth turned around and coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He harumphed and left awkwardly. Could that person be Huang Chuyin? I heard that he's a new disciple of Profound Feng sect. Plus his background is quite strong. That's right. That person is Huang Chuyin. I met him in the Death Forest before. His brother is an outer sect deacon. At that time he was already very confident and said that he would definitely enter Profound Feng sect. He has a bit of a background. Unfortunately he's too weak. Don't you know that guy? I heard that he's someone that even the cold-blooded divine killer Wang Chongyang did not dare to touch. That Huang Chuyin must have fallen for this guy's woman. Otherwise why would he be beaten up so badly? But honestly speaking, this woman, TSKTSKT, she's like a goddess. Forget it. Trouble comes from the mouth. I don't have such a great fortune. I'd better be more honest. There were also people passing by pointing fingers at Huang Chuyin, but they didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. Everyone knew that he was a bully and lecherous. If he didn't take the initiative to provoke this god of plague, he definitely wouldn't have made a move. But I heard that Huang Chuyin's brother was once an expert on the 100 battle ranking. Although he was pushed down, he's still strong. This guy is going to be unlucky. Jiang Chen's expression was calm as he listened to the people's discussion. He was not worried at all. 3 days later he'll be completely dead. Ling Yun was slightly stunned by Jiang Chen's words. She then nodded her head silently, feeling touched. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. In an instant he opened up a cave called Lanting Pavilion. You and you will stay in the inner room. I'll stay in the outer room. Jiang Chen said. Hey, big brother, don't come to Our Lady's room in the middle of the night. Hehe. Don't worry. Chu River is the boundary. It'll be easier to cultivate here. How's your body? Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun. It's not a big problem. I'll call you when I need you. Ling Yun said softly. He felt awkward saying that. When would it be considered as a time of need? 3 days later will be the opening of the Compendium Pavilion. You have to cultivate well and pick a cultivation technique that belongs to you. Jiang Chen said to you, got it, big brother. I'll give her the best in the future. Ling Yun said. Jiang Chen nodded. His ability was limited, but Ling Yun came from a great sect. She would bring you, along with her in the future. Jiang Chen did not have to worry about this. Whose cave is this? Come out. Huang Tianba is here. Come out. Come out. A deafening roar could be heard. Jiang Chen frowned. They're already here? I'll go take a look. Chapter 22-24. I didn't expect you to have the guts to come out. I thought you found a rat hole to hide in. Huang Chuyin said with a feminine expression. He stared at Jiang Chen with surging killing intent. Big brother, it's him. My injuries are all because of him. Huang Chuyin looked at Huang Tianba and quickly complained. Huang Tianba glanced at Huang Chuyin. Useless thing. You're a disgrace. Get lost. Huang Tianba said coldly and turned around to look at Jiang Chen. You're the one who beat Chuyin up, right? You've just entered Profound Feng sect and yet you dare to be so unscrupulous. Do you really think that Profound Feng sect is your home? Hehe. Youngsters nowadays are really disappointing. Huang Tianba sneered. Yeah. Some guys don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. No matter who it is, he dares to hit them. Why don't he take a piss and look at himself in the mirror to see if he has the ability to do so? Brother Tianba, in my opinion, this kind of guy should be thrown into the ravine to feed the dogs. That's right. Chuyin is new here, how can he be bullied like this? Don't worry, our people can still be bullied by a newcomer like him. This place isn't a place where just anyone can behave atrociously. Before Huang Tianba could say anything, the guys behind him had already started to speak. They were fearless and wanted to get back at Huang Chuyin no matter what. Looks like you guys are here to look for trouble? You want to get back at me? But what if you all lose? I've just arrived here and you guys are bullying me like this. It's not right, right? Even the deacon of the outer sect shouldn't be so protective. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent expression. So what if I'm arrogant? So what if I'm overbearing? In this place strength is the law. If you can defeat me, I'll let bygones be bygones. But if you lose, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a lot. Huang Tianba said. His body was terrifyingly muscular and seemed to be filled with power. One look and one could tell that he was a powerful guy. There's another option. Call your woman out, kneel here and kowtow 300 times to my younger brother. Then this matter will be considered over. You think too highly of your brother, or do you really think that you're the most powerful person in the world? Outer court deacon, right? In my place you don't have that much face. Jiang Chen sneered. Since that's the case, it seems like you also want to argue. The person beside Huang Tianba said. That's right. Since you're here to get back at me, then you guys should draw the line. I don't want this kind of thing to happen again and again. How am I supposed to cultivate then? Alright, tell me, how should I row? Huang Tianba threw away the sledgehammer in his hand, crossed his arms and looked at Jiang Chen with interest. Let's bet divine origin stones, how about it? Alright, how many divine origin stones can you offer? I will accompany you to the end. Huang Tianba's eyes turned cold as he said coldly. 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. How about it? Jiang Chen flicked his finger and 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones appeared behind him. At this moment, everyone took a deep breath. 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones, such a huge amount of wealth. Perhaps only the top 100 experts on the 100 battle ranking could have such a huge amount of wealth. Many people who were watching the show became incomparably excited. 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. This amount of wealth was not something an ordinary person could imagine. It was equivalent to 300 mid-grade divine origin stones. Moreover, he took out so much at once. Who wouldn't be shocked? Where did this guy come from? With such a huge foundation, he took out 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones at once. He's going against Huang Tianba. Yeah, I've never seen so many low-grade divine origin stones. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Doesn't he understand the logic of not showing off one's wealth? I'm afraid many people will be eyeing this little fat sheep in the future. He's too young. Huang Tianba must be overjoyed. This kid is so arrogant to fight against Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba is a peak middle void god. He's at most an early void god. I also want a share of this 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Even the people who were watching the battle were incomparably excited. Who wouldn't be tempted by the 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones? Huang Tianba's breathing stagnated. His eyes could no longer move away from the 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. How about it? If you lose, you'll give me 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Jiang Chen said proudly. All right. Since you've taken the initiative to send yourself to me, why should I reject? I'll gladly accept this 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Huang Tianba's eyes were filled with excitement. Motherfucker. This kid is really rich. I only have around 10,000 low-grade divine origin stones and a few dozen mid-grade divine origin stones. This guy's wealth makes people drool. Plus, he'll definitely have more divine origin stones. If you guys want to gamble, why don't you take out your divine origin stones? I still have less than 20,000 divine origin stones. Let's gamble today. Jiang Chen looked at the surrounding people who were eager to have a go. Jiang Chen's words made their eyes brighten up and they took out their divine origin stones one after another. I bet 300 low-grade divine origin stones. I bet 500. That's all I have. I bet 80. I bet 100. 20,000 divine origin stones were also placed in front of them. Everyone was waiting for this battle because in their hearts, it was impossible for Huang Tianba to lose. He was an expert who once stayed on the 100 battle ranking. Although he only stayed for 3 days, it was still enviable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the qualification to become an outer sect deacon. Huang Tianba had been cultivating in profound Feng sect for more than 20 years. Such talent was quite powerful. I'm taking these 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Huang Tianba said proudly. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with mockery. If he revealed all of his divine origin stones, he was afraid that it would arouse suspicion. So he could only take out 50,000 low-grade divine origin stones. However, earning 50,000 back was enough for him to be proud of. Currently, Jiang Chen had 140,000 low-grade divine origin stones and 1,300 mid-grade divine origin stones. It was not a small fortune. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly froze. He wanted to scam everyone. Since you guys like to watch a good show, you should at least pay for it. My show is not that good to watch. You're eloquent and simple-minded. All your divine origin stones are mine. Huang Tianba said indifferently, full of confidence in himself. The spectators who wanted to profit from the battle were also hoping that Huang Tianba could defeat Zhou Xian and show him some of his strength. These people shouldn't be Big Brother's opponent. Yu Er said softly, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. But those people deserve it. At the entrance of the cave, Ling Yun smiled elegantly. It was as if the sky and earth had changed color. Chapter 22-25. My divine origin stones will be doubled soon. Yeah. Looks like there's no more suspense in this competition. Deacon Huang Tianba, you've earned a lot this time. A fortune that falls from the sky. Only a fool would reject it. A greedy snake trying to swallow an elephant. This was the effect that Zhou Xian wanted. How could it be so easy for these guys to squeeze divine origin stones out of him? I'm not a vegetarian. There's always a price to pay for being greedy. They wanted the divine origin stones in Zhou Xian's hand, but they also need to pay something for it. Although Huang Tianba was an outer sect deacon, it did not mean that he could do whatever he wanted. So what if he was on the 100 battle ranking? Didn't that Xianxia also get on the 100 battle ranking? But he was still killed by Zhou Xian. Make your move. You don't have many chances left. You're a new disciple. I won't kill you. Although we have an agreement, it's still necessary to teach you a lesson. Huang Tianba said faintly. Really? If that's the case, let's start your performance. Brother Huang. Zhou Xian smiled. You're overestimating yourself. You're still so arrogant at this moment. Humph. Huang Tianba shouted in a deep voice. His expression was cold as he raised his hammer forward. The gigantic hammer covered the sky and the dreadful strength tore the sky apart. Zhou Xian held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and the sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously. The dreadful buzzing sound was like the cry of birds and beasts. It was deafening. The battle between the two was quite intense. Huang Tianba did not expect that Zhou Xian would be so powerful. An ordinary late void god would not be his opponent. But today he was entangled by an early void god kid. You're not my opponent. Zhou Xian said faintly. His sword flew towards the east. The sword danced like a phoenix, instantly breaking through the heaven's secret and went straight for Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba was extremely shocked, but it was already too late for him to dodge. The moment the sword fell, the sharpness was revealed. Huang Tianba's face finally showed a hint of shock. No. Huang Tianba's expression changed as he spoke in a low voice. He quickly retreated, even abandoning the weapon in his hand. However, Zhou Xian's sword had already descended. Huang Tianba's arm was directly chopped off. Although Huang Tianba wanted to grab his arm back, Zhou Xian's sword swept out and shattered his severed arm completely. In the end, a mist of blood fell. His severed arm, which could have been reattached, was also shattered by Zhou Xian. You're so ruthless. Huang Tianba said with a gloomy expression. His eyes were filled with malice and pain. He could bear the pain of losing his arm, but he could not accept this humiliation. Moreover, there were so many people watching the battle. He had lost a lot of face this time. He had lost an arm and lost 30,000 low-grade divine origin stones. It could be said that he had suffered a double loss. You asked for it. Didn't you do it to avenge your brother? Isn't it also for the sake of winning the divine essence stones in my hands? What's there to say about this? Winner takes all. Don't you understand this logic? Don't tell me that you have never lost before? Zhou Xian snorted as he looked at Huang Tianba. The latter wanted to get angry, but he realized that there was nothing he could say. Moreover, he had already lost. No one knew better than him how terrifying that sword was. If that sword was on his neck, he would have lost his life. In other words, if Zhou Xian insisted on killing him, he would have been a dead man by now. Such a powerful sword. Yeah. Even Huang Tianba couldn't withstand that sword. We have all underestimated this new disciple. There's always someone better than you out there. My divine origin stones. This time I really went for wool and came home shorn. This kid's future is limitless. He's only an early void god and he has the ability to fight against Huang Tianba, who was once on the 100 battle ranking. He's really powerful. Everyone was incomparably shocked. At the same time, they felt incomparably heartache. Their divine origin stones were cheated by Zhou Xian just like that. To them it was all their savings, even their hard-earned money. These divine origin stones were the foundation of their cultivation. It was also the currency that they needed. To these low-ranked outer sect disciples, 300 to 500 divine origin stones were almost all they had. I've lost. Huang Tianba murmured. Even Huang Qiuyin was dumbfounded. His brother was once an extremely powerful existence on the 100 battle ranking. His Pegasus meteor hammer was incomparably terrifying. God knows how many experts on the same level as him would tremble in fear upon hearing his name. It was not a problem for him to fight 1 against 10. But today he actually lost. Big brother. Huang Qiuyin still wanted to say something but was interrupted by Huang Tianba. Shut up. Do you think that you haven't harmed me enough? Huang Tianba's eyes stared at Huang Qiuyin coldly. He would never let today's humiliation go. Senior apprentice brothers, I'll kindly accept your divine origin stones. Jiang Qin waved his hand and the 20,000 divine origin stones were kept by him. Hundreds of fellow brothers sighed incomparably. However, they only had themselves to blame. Initially they thought that they would definitely win. They never thought that this guy was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. To think that even Huang Tianba was not his opponent. It was not unjust for them to lose. There were always 2 sides to gambling. There's always a winner and a loser. Moreover, they trusted Huang Tianba too much. That's why they lost. Although their expressions were extremely heartache, Jiang Qin would not give them any chance. Who asked you to be greedy and want to win my divine origin stones? This was the lesson. This was the price to pay. Jiang Qin wanted to give these people a show of strength. Otherwise, wouldn't there be a long queue of people coming to look for trouble in the future? Because Ling Yun was too beautiful. Moreover, powerful people always wanted to show off their strength in front of their goddess. Naturally, Jiang Qin became the target of everyone. Now he really regretted bringing Ling Yun with him. Such a girl was destined to be the focus of everyone's attention no matter where she went. As for Huang Tianba, not killing him was already a consideration. After all, he had just entered the profound Feng sect. There was no need for Jiang Qin to start a massacre. Moreover, he had always been the kind of person who would not offend others if others did not offend him. He rarely took the initiative to offend others. In addition, there was a peerless beauty beside him. He could not be at peace even if he wanted to. Let's go. Huang Tianba harumphed coldly. He was about to leave with the people beside him, but he was stopped by Jiang Qin. What's wrong? Brother Huang, are you going to renege on your debt? You haven't paid me the 30,000 divine origin stones. This isn't right. You're the senior brother, shouldn't you set an example? I have already accepted the divine origin stones from the other brothers. If I don't accept your divine origin stones, others will feel uncomfortable, right? Chapter 22-26. Huang Tianba's face became a little gloomy. Relying on so many years of exploitation, he only managed to save a total of over 10,000 divine origin stones over the past 20 years. Moreover, he needed to spend some to cultivate normally. Now he could not afford 30,000 divine origin stones. You guys give me 3,000 divine origin stones each. I will return it to you guys later. Huang Tianba looked at the people beside him. The deacons smiled bitterly. They didn't expect Huang Tianba to have designs on them. However, because of their face, they didn't dare to refuse. Huang Tianba said he would return it, but they didn't know when he would return it. After gathering 30,000 divine origin stones, Huang Tianba waved his hand and gave it to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin nodded in satisfaction. Exactly 30,000. Not one more, not one less. If Senior Huang has more divine origin stones, you're welcome to challenge us. We can bet even more at that time. Jiang Chen's words almost made Huang Tianba fall from the sky. How could this fella be so shameless? The crowd dispersed, each and every one of them looked disappointed. Jiang Chen did not care about that. He had 190,000 divine origin stones now. This time he could go into seclusion to cultivate. Big brother is so powerful. Yu Er clapped her hands and smiled. Here's 50,000 divine origin stones for you. Yu Er, hurry up and cultivate. Try to break through to the Void God realm as soon as possible. Jiang Chen said. Those below the Void God realm cannot accept the power of divine origin stones. Otherwise it will affect their foundation. Ling Yun said. Jiang Chen felt a little awkward and looked at Yu Er with a wronged expression. Big brother doesn't know. Please don't blame big brother. Why would I? I know that big brother is doing this for my own good. Yu Er smiled mischievously. He was innocent and cute. Jiang Chen liked her even more. You better hurry up and cultivate. You heirs' achievement in the future will not be lower than yours. 10,000 low-grade divine origin stones should be enough for you to break through to the middle void god realm. I'm afraid that you'll need 100,000 divine origin stones to break through to the late void god realm. Ling Yun said. Alright. Jiang Qin did not say much and started cultivating wholeheartedly. 3 days' time the divine essence stones that he absorbed also became more and more. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 150,000, 190,000. Even after Jiang Qin had absorbed all the divine origin stones, he still hadn't found the opportunity to step into the middle void god realm. Strange, how could this be? How can the energy he needs be so vast and majestic? Ling Yun frowned. She had never heard of such a thing before. Even when she stepped into the middle void god realm, the amount of divine origin chi and divine origin stones she absorbed was not this much. He had actually absorbed 190,000 low-grade divine origin stones in one go and there was no change at all. His body was like a bottomless pit. Since that's the case, I'll lend you a hand. Can be considered as me repaying you for saving my life. Ling Yun thought. At this moment she waved her jade-like hand. 300,000 low-grade divine origin stones suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Qin. Only now did he realize that there was such a wealthy woman beside him. 300,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. However, he did not hesitate at all. He knew that he must not be distracted at this moment. Ling Yun's gift had made him extremely excited. Along with the hundreds of thousands of low-grade divine origin stones, Jiang Qin's body finally experienced some changes. The dragon marks in his body had increased from 2,430,000 to 2,510,000. He had stepped into the middle void god realm. The consumption this time was actually 500,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Moreover, Ling Yun's divine origin stones played a crucial role in this crucial moment. Jiang Qin was extremely grateful. Feeling the majestic energy surging within his body, the 2,510,000 dragon marks covered his entire body. Jiang Qin's strength had another unprecedented increase. Middle void god realm. Who? Jiang Qin let out a long breath. His expression became extremely solemn. This time it was all thanks to Ling Yun. Thank you. Jiang Qin looked at Ling Yun sincerely. These low-grade divine origin stones are useless to me now. Ling Yun said. Then how much do you have? Why don't you give them all to me at once? Jiang Qin said. Ling Yun frowned. I'm just joking. Jiang Qin laughed. 300,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Such a huge gift had touched his heart. That was 3,000 middle-grade divine origin stones and 30 high-grade divine origin stones. Of course, no one would be willing to exchange high-grade divine origin stones for middle-grade divine origin stones. To think that you spent 500,000 low-grade divine origin stones for your breakthrough. However, your strength did not change like those peerless talents. I didn't expect it either. It shouldn't all be wasted, right? Jiang Qin said with a smile. Only he knew that these 500,000 low-grade divine origin stones were all turned into dragon marks and integrated into his meridians and internal organs. Only in a real battle could he show his true strength. Today is the opening day of the book collection pavilion. Jiang Qin slapped his forehead and his expression changed. He had almost forgotten what day it was today. Let's hurry to the book collection pavilion and have a look. I reckon there will be many disciples entering to find their favorite cultivation techniques. Jiang Qin and the other two followed the army of new disciples into the valley between Fengxi Mountain and Fengyuan Mountain. This was where the library pavilion was located. It stretched for thousands of miles and stretched endlessly. In front of the library pavilion, there was only an elder in ragged clothes standing guard. He seemed to be bored to death. Every time he saw Jiang Qin he would yawn. The book collection pavilion extends underground. There are a total of 9 floors. From the first 3 floors, you can choose a cultivation technique once. The next time the book collection pavilion opens, you will need to use divine wind points to exchange for it. When you enter Deer Morn Mountain, hunt demonic beasts for demon crystals, or carry out missions, you will be able to obtain divine wind points. Go in. Remember, you only have an hour. After an hour, the book collection pavilion will automatically close. If any of you want to suffocate to death in there, I won't stop you. Aha. The elder yawned and said with a dazed expression. However, when Ling Yun walked past him, the dazed elder's eyes suddenly froze. Peskeges is such a beautiful lady. Zhang Chen looked at the dazed elder unhappily. His lecherous look was indeed infuriating. His strength is very strong. Although I can't feel it now, but compared to me at my peak he should not be much weaker. Ling Yun said in a low voice. Did he notice you? Zhang Chen asked in a deep voice. No, he might feel that my soul power is different from others. Chapter 22-27. You're Zhang Chen. The blue-clothed youth looked at Zhang Chen and said coldly. Do we know each other? Zhang Chen asked. Huang Tianba came to me and said that you're very powerful. So I want to challenge you. I want to see if you're as powerful as the rumors say. The blue-clothed youth's long hair fluttered in the wind. He was handsome and his aura was powerful. His strength had reached the late void god realm. He was very eye-catching among the crowd. Does this fella still want face? Sui Zhenkai is an expert on the 100 battle ranking. It's not right for him to challenge a new disciple like this. Yeah. This fella has just entered Profound Feng sect for a few days. To be able to get an expert on the 100 battle ranking to challenge him, it's enough to show that this fella's strength is not ordinary. Ranked 69th on the 100 battle ranking. Such an expert has already reached the late void god realm. Moreover, he's one of the best among the late void gods. Some of them have also reached the late void god realm, but they're not qualified to enter the 100 battle ranking. This means that the experts on the 100 battle ranking deserve their fame. What if I don't accept? Zhang Chen said coldly. Getting angry for a beauty. Such a person is definitely not a coward. Even if you know that you're no match for me, you'll still fight me. Sui Zhenkai said coldly. You've guessed half of it right. But you can't guess the ending. You'll end up like Huang Tianba, losing miserably. Zhang Chen said proudly. Such an arrogant fella. Looks like you don't know what a true expert is in this world. Profound Feng sect is not a place for you to behave atrociously. I'll let you know that a new disciple must have the awareness of a new disciple. Huang Tianba had helped me in the past, so I had to help him take revenge. Plus, you don't deserve to have such a beautiful woman. Sui Zhenkai smiled and looked at Ling Yun. His eyes were filled with a gentle and refined aura. He was like an elegant and coquettish peerless young master. It was completely different from how he looked at Zhang Chen just now. This person is obviously here for Big Sister Ling. Big brother, you must teach him a lesson. Yue waved her little fists, her face gloomy and serious, causing Zhang Chen to be unable to restrain his laughter. She's a rare beauty. She's a cute little girl, but it's a pity that she's a little stubborn. Hee hee. Sui Zhenkai smiled and turned to Zhang Chen. His expression became serious again. Tomorrow I'll wait for you in the life and death arena. Victory and defeat will be decided, and life and death will be decided. Zhang Chen's words slightly shocked Sui Zhenkai. Ah, that's exactly what I've been looking for. It's a battle of life and death. Originally, I didn't plan on killing you, but it seems like you're really confident in yourself. Huang Tianba didn't lose to you unjustly. But if you're too arrogant, you're destined to die an ugly death. I'll wait and see. Zhang Chen said. Many people were looking at this scene with great anticipation. Tomorrow's battle, an expert ranked 69th on the 100 battle ranking against a new disciple. This was the first time in decades that such a thing had happened. Such a grand event would definitely attract many people from the outer sect to watch. Currently, wherever Zhang Chen went, he would be the center of attention. But what truly attracted his attention were the two beauties, especially Ling Yun. Even though she was covered by a green veil, she was still a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. No other woman could be compared to her. Who wouldn't like such a peerless beauty? Since ancient times, heroes were paired with beauties. Zhang Chen, a new disciple, was just a pile of mud in the eyes of these self-proclaimed young and promising senior brothers. They wondered what kind of luck he had to be able to receive the favor of such a beauty. That person's strength isn't ordinary. At least for the current you, that's true. You have to be careful. Ling Yun's reminder made Zhang Chen a little surprised. This woman seemed to be caring for him for the first time. You're still a young man after all. Beauties are always welcomed no matter where they go. Hee, if this old man was a few hundred years younger, I might also be in love. Hee, what an intoxicating woman. Elder Wu chuckled as he muttered to himself. There was a hint of mockery in his expression, But no one noticed that this seemingly old and frivolous elder of the library pavilion actually had an arrogant and cold expression in his eyes. He was incomparably concerned about everyone, and this was where his duty lay. After Zhou Xian and the other two entered the book collection pavilion, only Zhou Qian's expression was serious. He wanted to choose a truly powerful battle technique. Ling Yun's arrogance and Yu Er's boredom made Zhou Qian not know whether to laugh or cry. One did not place the cultivation techniques here in her eyes. The other did not even intend to cultivate the cultivation techniques here. He was the only one searching bitterly. In the eyes of Ling Yun and Yu Er, he was really a fool. Zhou Qian's brows twitched. In the corner of the third floor he found a remnant of a book. It was covered in dust and cobwebs, but the name of the book attracted Zhou Qian's attention. This was a set of sword art. Its name was Sword of Solitude. This name sounded really out of the ordinary. No one would know what kind of sword art it was. A life of solitude. Creating this sword. The sword is lonely and so is the person. On the page of this sword art there was this sentence. Zhou Qian felt that this sword art was not ordinary. This kind of state of solitude made him feel the same. You like this sword art? Ling Yun looked at Zhou Qian and asked. Why? Is there a problem? I heard that this is a sword art created by a true god. I have seen this book in my sect. The name is weird but it's too trashy. Zhou Qian was slightly stunned. How trash? In other words, his sword art was invincible. Then after a disciple cultivated it he was utterly defeated. After that, every disciple that cultivated it was the same. I think this Sword of Solitude should belong to the same book as the one in my sect. In the end it's just a gimmick to attract people. It might not even be considered a complete sword art. Ling Yun said. Acting cool is the most fatal. Is that what you mean? Zhou Qian said. In fact, this sword art should be a trashy book. I really want to see what this sword art is about. Zhou Qian said straightforwardly because he felt that this sword art was not as weak as Ling Yun thought. This is the Shadow Wolf clone technique. Big brother, I specially picked it for you. Yu said proudly as she held a cultivation technique book in her hands. This is the flying sword technique. If your sword of solitude is not good you can practice this one. Ling Yun ignored Zhou Qian. Ling Yun said that she did not need the cultivation techniques here and Yu would give her the best. One day the two of them would have to leave this place. So the two of them picked a cultivation technique for Zhou Qian. Chapter 22-28. The Sword of Solitude? Seems like you're really new here, kid. This sword technique is too weak. It's the weakest among those of the same level. Are you sure you want to choose this one? There's still plenty of time. I advise you to change to another cultivation technique. Elder Wu said with a smile. His eyes carried a hint of persuasion. This one, I want to see how trashy the Sword of Solitude is. I don't mind if you say so. Elder Wu shook his head and smiled. If it was another cultivation technique he wouldn't have said so much. But this cultivation technique was too trashy, that's why he told Zhou Qian about it. But it seems like Zhou Qian didn't appreciate it. Zhou Qian kept the flying sword technique. He decided to practice the Phantom Wolf Doppelganger technique first. He had to admit that the Phantom Wolf Doppelganger technique was an upgraded version of the 9 Phantom Wolves. Moreover, it was a cultivation technique from the divine world that thoroughly analyzed the unpredictable changes of the Phantom Wolves. After learning the Phantom Wolf Doppelganger technique, the 9 Phantom Wolves would also be improved. Compared to the original Tao of transformation and speed, it was a level higher. When Zhou Qian brushed away the thick dust on the Sword of Solitude and opened the title page, Zhou Qian was shocked. These words were too domineering. Learning the Sword of Solitude will make one unrivaled in the world. One sword will cut through the mortal world, 10,000 swords will turn into solitude, exterminating all immortals and mortals. Solitude is wine, solitude is sorrow, solitude is homesickness. It would be great if it's that magical. Zhou Qian said with a smile. The first sword, cutting the water with a knife, the water flows even more. Solitude without sleep solves 1,000 worries. The second sword, I wish to ride the wind and return home. My sword cuts through the void and heaven's will. The third sword, solitude. Just these 3 moves. Zhou Qian murmured. It had the meaning but it didn't have the form. Solitude is wine, solitude is sorrow, solitude is homesickness. Zhou Qian recalled the scenes of the immortal world. The wind of the immortal world, the rain of the immortal world, the mountains of the immortal world, the people of the immortal world. His father and brothers went through trials and tribulations, and the memories of Wu Ningzhu, Yanqinyu and Yan Qingqing were even more nostalgic. There was a flash of sadness in Jiang Chen's eyes. This kind of loneliness was something that no one could understand. It came from the overlapping and separation of one plane from another. Moreover, this kind of loneliness made Jiang Chen's sword intent even more confused. Amidst the confusion there was also an unwavering belief. In the 9 provinces Immortal world, the sword of solitude does not tell of the sorrow of parting. Jiang Chen murmured. In his mind, a figure holding a black sword appeared. That figure gave Jiang Chen a sense of familiarity. That kind of loneliness seeped into his bones, causing him to be overwhelmed with sadness. The sword of solitude moved with the heart. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword also started to dance slowly. Every move, every taste and every bite, it was like nature itself. The sword of solitude moved with the wind. Following the will of solitude, it soared into the 9 heavens, destroying the will of heaven. The first sword, solitude without sleep, dispels 1,000 worries. When the sword fell, there was no terrifying aura, only the sword intent of solitude. It didn't destroy a flower, a grass, a mountain, a rock, but it gave people a feeling of invincibility. This sword intent seemed to be engraved with the solitude and silence of this world. This sword intent seemed to have come from beyond the 9 heavens. The sword intent of solitude. At this moment Jiang Chen finally had a deep understanding of it. It was as if the sword intent was in this book, as if it was right in front of his eyes, as if it was right in front of his hands. Solitude wasn't just a feeling of homesickness, but also sorrow, worry, reflection and loss. It was precisely in this kind of opposite emotions that a sword intent of solitude was born. It soared into the heavens, sweeping everything before it. How lonely is being invincible? Jiang Chen seemed to have heard that black figure murmuring. That slanted face was as cold as ice, filled with boundless killing intent, solitary under the heavens. Who are you? Jiang Chen recalled in his mind and asked faintly. I am you, the lonely one. I am also the new lonely one. As soon as the figure finished speaking, it instantly disappeared into the darkness. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his expression became extremely solemn, as if he had just gone through a great battle, sweating profusely. Ling Yun looked at Jiang Chen in shock. She felt the terror of that sword intent just now. Even though she was once a heavenly god, she still felt a sense of fear. That sword intent seemed to be able to cut through the void, causing the heavens and earth to change its color. Did he really master it? This isn't an abandoned sword technique? Ling Yun's face was filled with disbelief. Others might not know about it, but she had some understanding of this sword technique. No one could rely on this sword technique to battle. Those who learned it were the weakest representatives. But at this moment Jiang Chen seemed to have comprehended the true essence of it, the sword intent of solitude. I have comprehended it. Although it's only the first move, it should be enough. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to improve. He knew that this sword of solitude was not that simple. It was already a great fortune for him to be able to learn the first style by chance. But at least he could be considered to have reached a higher level. The terror of the first style made him feel that this sword technique had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It was not just a flower, a blade of grass, a mountain or a stone, but it could bring about a ferocious attack like a tidal wave. It turns out that this is not an abandoned sword technique. It's just that no one is able to unleash its full power. The sword intent of this move is indeed terrifying. Ling Yun said sincerely. At this moment Jiang Chen was also quite complacent. The fact proved that his choice was not wrong. Big brother, you're so awesome. Sister Ling said that you're a 1 in a million genius. Although there's still a little gap between you and me, it's already very good. Yu Er said with a serious face. Ha, our little Yu Er is so awesome. Jiang Chen said with a laugh. On the second day on the battle arena, Zhou Xian stood with his eyes closed, holding his sword in his arms. He stood there like a golden spear, standing upright and emitting a majestic aura. Around the ring there were countless outer disciples. There were at least 10,000 of them. The news of Zhou Xian, who ranked 69th in the 100 battle ranking, challenging the new disciple Jiang Chen, spread throughout the outer sect instantly, attracting countless people. Who on the 100 battle ranking was easy to deal with. On the one hand, Zhou Xian wanted to avenge Huang Tianba. On the other hand, he also had his own selfish reasons, that was, he wanted to get close to her. After all, Ling Yun was too beautiful. Such a stunning woman had attracted countless men. And Jiang Qin did not deserve to be with such a goddess. It was a naked stain. Everyone knew that there were countless men who coveted Ling Yun. No matter where she was, a beautiful woman was destined to attract men, especially those who boasted of heroism. If they were heroes, how could they lack beauties? Sword-drinking blood, Jianghu tribulations, adoration for beauties. Who knew? Wasn't it all for the sake of a beautiful woman's smile? Chapter 22-29. Every man longed to be conquered by a peerless beauty. Otherwise, why would they want to conquer the world? What's the use of being the strongest in the world? An expert was fated to have a background and a pursuit. This was the Jianghu, this was life. In Sui Zhenkai's eyes, only with such a heavenly fragrance and peerless beauty would he be worthy of his title as a hero. Out of 100,000 disciples, he was ranked within the top 100, and he was even an expert in the middle. This kind of arrogance and pride was indeed not something an ordinary person could compare to. Arrogant and unyielding, cold as ice. At least he was not someone that Huang Tianba could look up to. Looks like that guy won't dare to come today. No wonder. Sui Zhenkai has gone overboard this time. He's a disciple who just entered Profound Feng sect. In just 4 days he's being challenged again and again. This time it's an expert on the 100 battle ranking. If it's me, I won't come either. Yeah. There's only one ending for those who act like heroes: death. With talent and ability, why would he be afraid of challenges? If he doesn't even dare to accept such a challenge, then what's the point of cultivating? You're right. But I think there's no suspense in this battle anymore. Sui Zhenkai is just helping Huang Tianba. I'm afraid that he has ulterior motives, he. Many people were discussing about it, but Sui Zhenkai turned a deaf ear to them. He never needed others to tell him what to do. No one could stop him from doing what he wanted to do. Here. That guy really came to accept the challenge. He has no choice. All the new disciples and us old foxes have seen it with our own eyes. If he doesn't come, how can he stay in Profound Feng sect? Jiang Qin walked through the void. Beside him were two beauties, one big and one small. Their faces were covered by a green veil and their brows were slightly furrowed. Their eyes were as clear as autumn water, rippling like ripples. Who knew how many heroes had fallen for them? A girl like her was destined to bring chaos to the world and captivate all living beings. Little Yu Er was full of vigor. Although she was only 12 or 13 years old, she had already grown into a little beauty. She would definitely become a peerless beauty in the future. Ling Yun held Yu Er's hand while Jiang Qin walked in front. Countless people were envious, but at the same time they felt sad for Jiang Qin. The family of three is finally going to be separated. There's no life or death on the stage. Although this battle is unfair, no one forced him to participate. This new disciple is still too young and impetuous. Isn't that right? But strength and ability are also proportional. His woman is a beauty that can cause the downfall of a country. If he doesn't have the ability to protect his woman, he is destined to be stepped on as a stepping stone. And his own woman will become a beautiful woman in someone else's arms. This is how the world is. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. The strong will always stand at the top. If you're not satisfied, then you can only defeat him. Jiang Qin listened to the mockery and disdain of these people. His expression was calm. No one could replace him. His appearance was to make these people feel inferior. The current Jiang Qin's strength had reached another level. When facing Sui Zhenkai, he no longer had any worries. As for those who treated Ling Yun as his woman and Yu Er as their child, Jiang Qin could only choose to listen to them. Otherwise he would be angered to death. Ling Yun was already used to it. Although she did not say it, Jiang Qin could feel that she was unhappy and even angry. But what could he do? The three of them really made people think of them as a family of three. Of course, the one who was in the most danger was Jiang Qin because he had to face challenges from different experts at all times. Protecting a woman who wasn't his woman had become a daily routine for him. I thought you weren't coming back. Sui Zhenkai smiled and glanced at Jiang Qin. But most of his attention was on Ling Yun. Because he did not put Jiang Qin in his eyes. I thought you were blind. Jiang Qin smiled indifferently. You're forcing me to kill you. Forcing me to act against you as soon as possible. Isn't it easy to die? Sui Zhenkai snorted. This time, let's see if you can escape from my palm. Huang Tianba's eyes were gloomy as he watched the battle below the arena. His heart was filled with coldness. Sui Zhenkai would definitely kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's days of arrogance had finally come to an end. The revenge of his severed arm and the death of Huang Quyen's brother would be avenged. Huang Tianba directly blamed Jiang Chen for Huang Quyen's sudden death. If it wasn't for him, his brother would definitely not die. Although he did not find any clues, he was very clear that this matter was definitely done by Jiang Chen. After killing you, I should be able to replace your position as the 69th on the 100 battle ranking, right? Jiang Chen said. Sure, but the prerequisite is that you must have the ability to do so. Why don't we have a bet? This bet might be able to save your life. Sui Zhenkai said with a smile. His eyes were filled with playfulness. I'm all ears. How can there not be a bet if we're going to compete? If you lose, I won't kill you. But she must become my woman. If you win, you can kill or plunder as you wish. This is the bet you were talking about? Hee, what a disappointment. How can someone like you be worthy of being a man? You're not worthy of being a hero. Unfortunately, you're just trash. Jiang Chen scolded in a deep voice. You dare to scold me? Sui Zhenkai's face was as gloomy as water. Jiang Chen had completely angered him. So what if I scold you? I'll kill you later. Women are not tools for trading. If I use my own woman as a bet, then what's the difference between me and a beast? But it seems like you're more of a beast than me. Jiang Chen's words influenced many people. The one who was most moved was naturally Ling Yun. Although she wasn't his woman, Jiang Chen's words still made her feel good. She even looked at Jiang Chen in a different light. Such a man was indeed able to bear the responsibility and the backbone. She wasn't someone who was easily moved. However, Jiang Chen's words had touched her heart. Big brother is really a good person. Yu murmured. Although she was only 12 or 13 years old, what didn't she know? At this moment, her eyes were filled with tears. He was proud of Jiang Chen, proud of Ling Yun. The Jiang Chen that they knew wasn't a selfish person. He might not be too strong, but he gave others the warmth and steadiness of a mountain. Knew better than anyone that Jiang Chen was definitely a man of affection and righteousness. Even if Sister Ling didn't like such a man, countless women would still like him. Chapter 2230. Sui Zhenkai has gotten himself into trouble this time. I never expected him to be so dirty. He reaped what he sowed. But I guess the result will be the same. The strong will be the one laughing at the end. I am looking forward to it. Now Sui Zhenkai can only get back some of his face by killing Jiang Chen. Sui Zhenkai's expression became colder. His words had aroused many people's discussion. Now he could only kill Jiang Chen. There's a path to heaven, but you didn't want to take it. Why did you come to the gate of hell? I will let you know that there are no servants in the 100 battle ranking. Sui Zhenkai held his long sword and pressed towards Jiang Chen. He swept across the 100 zhang arena with thunderous means. Jiang Chen sneered. The coldness in his eyes became more intense. Using a woman as a wager. Only a retard like him would think of something like that. Jiang Chen and Sui Zhenkai pointed their swords at each other. Sword lights intertwined and terrifying sword marks were left on the arena. The 100 zhang arena had its own barrier. Once the battle started, the people around them would not be affected by it. Star-shattering sword. Sui Zhenkai's sword shadows soared up to the sky. His figure flickered. His swordsmanship was exquisite. Undeniably, he had fully displayed the strength of a late void god. The terrifying power completely suppressed Jiang Chen. In the eyes of others, Sui Zhenkai was only a middle void god. Want to defeat me? You've chosen the wrong opponent. Jiang Chen did not move at all. He stood still with his sword. Facing the terrifying sword shadows that came from all directions, Jiang Chen was calm. Even when Sui Zhenkai's attack had pushed him to a small distance, Jiang Chen was still calm. He raised his sword, shocking everyone. Once the heavenly dragon appeared, who could contend against it? The terrifying heavenly dragon sword was able to force Sui Zhenkai to take a few steps back. Sui Zhenkai's expression changed. The might of the heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable. Jiang Chen could only unleash 20 to 30% of the heavenly dragon sword's power. After being modified by the craftsman god, the heavenly dragon sword was truly unparalleled. But after all, Jiang Chen's strength was limited, so there was no way for him to truly achieve the ability to cut through the void and slash the 9 heavens with his sword. The power of the heavenly dragon sword was boundless. Even so, Sui Zhenkai's countenance changed drastically. He never expected that Jiang Chen's simple sword strike could push him back. Is he really a middle void god? The audience was in an uproar. No one thought that Jiang Chen's strength would be so strong. He was ranked 69th on the 100 battle list, a top master among more than 100,000 people, but he was actually forced to retreat by Jiang Chen's sword. Although it might be because Sui Zhenkai underestimated his opponent, even so it was still frightening. Motherfucker, isn't he too strong? This guy seems to be able to compete with Sui Zhenkai. Never come to a conclusion until the end. Hehe. This guy really scared me to death. That sword strike is a classic. Sui Zhenkai could only defend himself. Jiang Chen's sword strike had shocked many people. Sui Zhenkai did not underestimate his opponent because he knew that this guy was enough to attract his attention. He must not let his guard down. This battle might be the strongest battle he had in the past 5 years. Sui Zhenkai was not an ordinary person. Those who could enter the 100 battle list were not cowards. His opponent was also a late void god. Why couldn't those people enter the 100 battle list? But Sui Zhenkai was able to fight for a place. This meant that a true expert would always be able to stand out from the crowd. Meteor sword art, meteor sword technique. Jiang Chen had to admit that Sui Zhenkai's sword technique was profound. However, his sword technique was stronger than Sui Zhenkai's. The current him had already become one with the heavenly dragon sword. Sui Zhenkai's sword technique was not something that Sui Zhenkai could withstand. No matter how you attack me, I will not move. Jiang Chen sneered. He only moved when the cold sword shadow was about to hit him. There were no fancy moves. One sword strike, tens of thousands of swords were broken. The blade of Sui Zhenkai's pseudo-divine tool was cut off by Jiang Chen as he turned around. Jiang Chen had also successfully repelled Sui Zhenkai. The latter's expression changed. Jiang Chen slashed the stage with his sword. He was like an eagle soaring through the sky. His sword swept across all directions. He wanted to have a life-and-death battle with Sui Zhenkai. What a terrifying sword. Sui Zhenkai quickly retreated. Jiang Chen's 2 attacks had actually defeated his sword momentum. Even the pseudo-divine tool in his hand was completely broken. This was an unprecedented humiliation. The spectators were also extremely shocked. Jiang Chen's sword seemed to have a majestic power that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. No matter what method Sui Zhenkai used, he could defeat all of them. Jiang Chen's sword technique was indeed like that. There were no extra moves. Together with the heavenly dragon sword, his sword essence was in his heart. Although the current Jiang Chen could not completely master the heavenly dragon sword and reach the realm of heart and sword as one, being one with the sword was already strong enough. My heart is the sword is my heart. Wherever it is pointed, the heart of the sword is directed. Heart and sword as one. Jiang Chen did not dare to hope for now. At least he had to wait until he could exert more than 50% of the power of the heavenly dragon sword before he could touch that realm. However, Sui Zhenkai had not even reached the realm of heart and sword as one. Moreover, his sword did not have a sword soul like the heavenly dragon sword. It was impossible for it to help Sui Zhenkai achieve heart and sword as one. Eat my sword. Across the Milky Way. Sui Zhenkai did not retreat but advanced. Although his sword was broken, the sword momentum was still there. The terrifying sword shadow overlapped like a knife cutting water. Crossed the ground and attacked the enemy. Your sword is my sword. Heart and sword as one. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He did not want to continue wasting time with Sui Zhenkai. Sui Zhenkai's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Chen directly used heart and sword as one and transformed into a sword. He was in the form of a dragon. Heart and sword as one. Invincible. Sui Zhenkai's pupils shrank. Jiang Chen disappeared and was replaced by an extremely sharp dragon sword. It pierced through the sky as if it had stepped through the ages and the endless Milky Way. It pierced through Sui Zhenkai's body. Poof! Jiang Chen transformed into a sword and became one with the heavenly dragon sword. This realm was far beyond Sui Zhenkai. Sui Zhenkai's expression kept changing. Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was indeed much stronger than his. Sui Zhenkai finally understood this point. However, it was all too late. Jiang Chen would never give him any chance to fight back. Don't kill me, no. Sui Zhenkai felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. It was as if he would be killed by Jiang Chen's sword in the next second. Jiang Chen's 10,000 swords pierced through Zhou Xiankai's body. Zhou Xiankai's body was completely riddled with holes. Stop. Chapter 2231. A loud roar could be heard, but it still couldn't stop Jiang Chen's attack. Zhou Xiankai's eyes were filled with disbelief. Up until the moment of his death, there was no sign of him losing to a middle void god kid. It was truly an unexpected turn of events. It was truly frightening. Silence, deathly silence. When Zhou Xiankai's body fell to the ground, no one could believe that he had been defeated. Moreover, he had been utterly defeated. He had been utterly defeated. His heart was pierced by thousands of swords. It was a tragic death. Jiang Chen carried a long sword on his back and looked up to the sky. His aura was unstoppable. Zhou Xiankai's death had formed a sharp contrast between the two of them. Everyone was still immersed in the battle just now because everything had ended too quickly. Yun Ben wanted to see Zhou Xiankai's prestige, but in the end he was mercilessly killed by Jiang Chen. The tens of thousands of people on the scene were silent. More and more of them started to have a completely different opinion towards Jiang Chen. Now they were filled with respect for him. Jiang Chen's technique was too terrifying, shocking the entire outer sect of Profound Feng sect. Thousands of people sighed. Jiang Chen's sword was too terrifying. A mid-void god killing a late void god on the 100 battle ranking. Some of them could not believe such news, especially Jiang Chen. He had just entered the outer sect of Profound Feng sect not long ago. Such a result made everyone sigh, feeling that they were far behind him. A man with a pair of horns on his head and a heavy ruler on his back stood on the stage. His expression was cold as he stared at Jiang Chen. "I asked you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" Yanqing shouted in anger. His fiery temper was just like his facial expression, filled with overbearing aura. He was as violent as a tiger. His eyes were piercing as he clenched his fists tightly. The moment he landed on the stage, the earth seemed to tremble and the air was burning. The life and death arena. Victory and defeat are decided. Who do you think you are? Since when did you have the right to interfere? Could it be that he can kill me and I can't kill him? Jiang Chen said with a sneer. You should know who you're talking to. Yanqing smiled slightly. He withdrew the violence from earlier and his aura gradually calmed down. This fellow was indeed very strong. However, he was not strong enough to make Jiang Chen lower his head. Even if the sect master were to stand here, he wouldn't have the right to reprimand me, right? Could it be that you are the sect leader? Jiang Chen sneered. Sharp-tongued people usually don't live long. Yanqing glared angrily at Jiang Chen. He was famous for his fiery temper. My goodness, even the devil's incarnate has appeared. It seems that Jiang Chen has killed Zhou Xiankai today. This matter will not end peacefully. Who is he? So domineering, it doesn't seem like he's a simple character. Yanqing, number 2 in the outer sanctum. In other words, apart from the eldest senior brother in the outer sanctum, he is the strongest in the outer sanctum. No way. It's really him, the number 2 on the 100 battle ranking Yanqing? Everyone was silently mourning for Jiang Chen and felt a trace of worry for him. Yanqing was famous for his fiery temper. He was famous for killing without batting an eye. Back then no one knew who had offended him. Yanqing, who had just entered the sect, fought against 23 people, shocking the entire outer sanctum. Now his strength was enough to enter the inner sanctum. However, he still needed to advance. Such a person was not easy to deal with. Yanqing represented killing. No one could be arrogant in front of him. If you did that, there would only be one result, and that was death. Usually, this fellow would not even give face to the eldest senior brother in the outer sanctum, let alone a new disciple. Looks like you're courting death. Yanqing did not speak any nonsense. He raised his hand and punched towards Jiang Chen fiercely. The mightiness of his punch shocked everyone. Jiang Chen did not hold back at all. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Since when did he back off? Both of their fists collided. At that moment, Jiang Chen and Yanqing both took 3 steps back. Yanqing's face was filled with solemnity, including the others. Jiang Chen had shocked them once again. Even Yanqing could not do anything to him. Although it was just a probe, the probing punch was enough to kill an ordinary middle void god. In other words, Yanqing was determined to kill Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. He was still staring at Yanqing with lung. You can actually take a punch from me. Interesting. This is really interesting. Yanqing squinted his eyes. He finally found an opponent who could force him to use his full strength. Moreover, Zhangchen had killed his friend. He had a good reason to attack. Zhangchen can actually take a punch from the demon incarnate? Oh my god. What did I just see? This is too unbelievable. A new disciple is actually evenly matched with the fierce fire demon Yanqing. At this moment, that fellow must be feeling terrible in his heart. This time the new disciple is a little too strong. Some sighed. Some were worried. A great battle was about to break out. Yanqing did not care about the rules. In his eyes he was the rule. Don't force me. Otherwise, even if it's you, I will still kill you. Zhangchen raised his head. Lung Lung's eyes were staring at Yanqing. At this moment, Yanqing could really feel Zhangchen's determination. This fellow was really a demon incarnate like him. However, this battle was definitely unavoidable. He wanted to fight with Zhangchen more and more. This fellow could definitely enter the top 10 of the 100 battle ranking. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to take a punch from him. You're really wild. However, today I will force you. Yanqing sneered. Don't you have any shame? Haha, to attack a new disciple. Yanqing, have you been living like a dog all these years? A white-clothed figure appeared in front of Zhangchen. He gently waved his feather fan and smiled. This has nothing to do with you. Bai Yunfei, don't ask for trouble. Yanqing said in a deep voice. This is the outer gate. I am in charge of the outer gate. This has something to do with me. Bai Yunfei said. Using a chicken feather as a token of authority, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the guts, let's fight. Yanqing was furious. The hidden secret realm will be opening soon. If you don't want to be grounded, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the hidden secret realm anymore. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Bai Yunfei smiled. Are you threatening me? Yanqing's eyes widened in anger. You can weigh the pros and cons yourself. I have already delivered the message. If you dare to attack again, you can try and see if I have the ability to do so. Even if I can't, Big Senior can. Bai Yunfei seemed to be playing it down. But Yanqing had no choice but to give up because the hidden secret realm would only open once every 100 years. If he was locked up, he would lose the chance to enter the hidden secret realm. Chapter 2232. In the past, he killed 23 people consecutively. Although the sect did not order him to be executed, he was still grounded for 3 years. He could not ignore the sect's rules. After all, this was a serious matter. You're lucky today. Kid, I will definitely seek revenge from you in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Yanqing turned around and left. This scene made the eyes of many outer sect disciples filled with admiration. Although Zhangchen had Bai Yunfei's help, he was still able to escape from Yanqing's hands and even exchanged a punch with him. From this, it could be seen that Zhangchen's rise was unstoppable. Provided that he was not killed by Yanqing in the cradle. Thank you, Senior Bai Yunfei. Zhangchen said with a smile. It's nothing. Moreover, it's against the rules for him to touch you. After today's battle, I'm afraid that you will be famous in the outer sect. Bai Yunfei laughed heartily. He looked at Ling Yun as if he was thinking about something. She's indeed a beauty. But she's too ostentatious. She's destined to be the target of everyone. You know what I mean. You're on your own now. When Bai Yunfei was about to leave, he was stopped by Zhangchen. Senior Bai, I have something to ask. May I know what kind of place is the hidden secret realm? Zhangchen's eyes were filled with anticipation. Yanqing regarded the hidden secret realm with such importance. It meant that the hidden secret realm was a great attraction. You want to know too? I don't mind telling you. Every 100 years, the Linhe boundary will hold a hidden secret realm trial. The hidden secret realm is the place where all the young experts of the Linhe boundary gather. There are groups of demonic beasts and ruins everywhere. Those who are lucky can even become a dragon and become a peerless expert. That place will also become the cradle of experts. There are only 8 quotas for our profound Feng sect to enter the hidden secret realm. 5 for the inner sect and 3 for the outer sect. In a few days I will challenge the 3rd-ranked senior. It's worth it to fight to the death for this quota. Bai Yunfei said with a smile. There are 3 quotas for the outer sect? Zhangchen said. First senior strength is something that even the inner disciples are afraid of. As for Yanqing, that fellow is also a devil incarnate. If there is no reason, no one would be willing to provoke him. I advise you to stay away from him. Although Bai Yunfei had left, Jiang Chen's eyes were shining brightly. He felt that he had a chance to fight for the 3 outer sect quotas in the hidden secret realm. His target was Yanqing. Everyone on the scene was full of admiration for Jiang Chen. First he killed Sui Zhenkai, then he fought Li Huagui. His name had spread throughout the outer sect. His momentum was unstoppable. At this moment, Jiang Chen was the center of everyone's attention. No matter if it was a man or a woman, this kind of battle had made their blood boil. One should know that Sui Zhenkai was an expert in the middle of the 100 battle ranking while Jiang Chen was just a new disciple. The scariest thing was that after killing Sui Zhenkai mercilessly, he went against Li Hua Ghost Yanqing. This was the scariest thing. Li Hua Ghost Yanqing was one of the top experts in the outer sect. Except for the first senior Yang Jian, no one could be compared to him. However, Jiang Chen had done it. The power of his punch was equal to Jiang Chen's. Neither of them could gain the upper hand. Although it was just a test, it was enough to shock everyone. It had to be said that Jiang Chen's punch had struck everyone's heart. That kind of shock came from the deepest part of their hearts. Many of the new disciples and lower-ranked disciples admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Chen had given them a different kind of hope. Who said that the lower-ranked disciples didn't have any experts who could amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat. Jiang Chen was an exception to this rule. When will we be able to reach Jiang Chen's level? Dream on. Jiang Chen is a mid-void god. He killed a late void god and did it so effortlessly. How could an ordinary genius do that? That's right. You're right. Looks like there's going to be another true expert on the 100 battle ranking. That's right. I'm really looking forward to the battle between Jiang Chen and Yanqing. I wonder who will come out on top. Although Jiang Chen is strong, Yanqing was a famous expert for many years. In the outer sect he was second only to one and above tens of thousands of people. That kind of glory is directly proportional to his strength. Jiang Chen might not be his opponent. The people outside the arena were filled with envy and jealousy as they looked at the scene on the arena. However, not many people knew how much hardship Jiang Chen had to go through to step into the 9 regions immortal world from the human world and step by step into the divine world from the 9 regions immortal world. The bitterness he went through was not something that outsiders could understand. Jiang Chen stood proudly and slowly walked towards Ling Yun and Yu Er. He did not let them down. At this moment he was their hero. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Big brother, you're amazing. Sisterling, although you're still far from her, it's already very good. After Yu Er finished speaking, she looked at Ling Yun with a smile. The latter's expression was calm. Perhaps I'm not as strong as you now. But one day I will catch up to you. Jiang Chen said confidently. Catch up to Sister Ling? Are you really confident? Big brother. That's for sure. Jiang Chen said proudly. When he saw Yu Er's sinister smile, he knew that this girl was playing a pun with him. Luckily Ling Yun did not show any expression. Ling Yun patted Yu Er's head lovingly, pulled her up and left. I hope that such a day will come. Ling Yun's words stunned Jiang Chen. Do you want my strength to catch up to you, or do you want me to catch up to you? But then again, if he could not catch up to her in terms of strength, he would not be qualified to appear in front of her and pursue her, right? Jiang Chen touched his nose in a self-deprecating manner. He actually had a shred of expectation. Ever since he entered the divine world, he had seen many beauties. Jiang Xinxin, Goddess Luo, they were all first-class beauties. However, Ling Yun was the only one that made him feel something. He was also afraid that he would let down Yanqing Yu and the others, but he could not control his feelings. Deep in his heart, Jiang Chen started to have feelings for her. Although it wasn't a strong feeling, he knew that this woman had quietly walked into his heart. Good luck, big brother. Under everyone's worship, Jiang Chen left the stage with Ling Yun and Yu Er. But this matter was like a bomb instantly spreading in the outer sect. Jiang Chen killed Sui Zhenkai and fought against Yanqing. Such a story naturally became a topic of discussion during their leisure time. Chapter 2233. Sui Zhenkai deserved to die because in the eyes of many disciples, he was a shameless person. It was not inappropriate for Jiang Chen to kill him. Moreover, on the stage there was no need to talk about life and death. Killing someone was just a normal thing to do. If you have the ability, so what if you kill someone and take their belongings? In this world where people's lives were worthless, profound Feng sect was still considered peaceful. Once they entered the outside world, it would be even colder and more miserable. Killing people was the simplest method. If you don't kill, you will be killed by others. Survival of the fittest. No one could change that. Under the feet of an expert, success was destined to be built on the bones of thousands. After Zhou Xian returned to his cave residence, he planned to cultivate with all his might. However, the divine origin stones he had were almost used up. Moreover, the divine origin chi that he absorbed was basically a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Zhou Xian was also depressed. According to what Ling Yun said, it would take 10,000 low-grade divine origin stones for others to break through to the middle void god realm. However, he had used up 500,000 low-grade divine origin stones. It was a huge consumption that would make one speechless. Zhou Xian was very clear that if he wanted to break through to the late void god realm, even 1,000,000 low-grade divine origin stones might not be enough. Therefore Zhou Xian thought of a way to earn money. Concocting pills. It was too ostentatious to concoct a divine tool. Although it was possible, it was impossible to do it on a large scale. Moreover, only those with capital could afford to buy a real divine tool. If Zhou Xian took out a divine tool now, the sect lord would probably be alerted. The entire sect would probably fight for it. In the end, Zhou Xian chose to concoct pills. In terms of skill, his alchemy level was much higher than old Gang Tu's. Most importantly, he had a good grasp of his realm, especially in the realm of divinity. Alchemy in the realm of divinity was completely different from alchemy in the 9 regions immortal world. Old Gang Tu's words had brought a qualitative change to Zhou Xian. His pill concoction technique had improved to the next level, reaching perfection. This time he wanted to see just how much his alchemy skills had improved. Zhou Xian directly went to find Zhou Yunpeng. This guy had stayed in the outer sect for 20 years and could be considered to be a network of the outer sect. Naturally, nothing could escape his ears. When Zhou Xian used the spirit summoning talisman to summon Zhou Yunpeng immediately rushed over without saying a word. His speed was so fast that even Zhou Xian did not expect it. "Ha, brother Zhou, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." Zhou Xian smiled. I can't. Brother Zhang, you are now an influential figure in the entire outer sect. I don't know how many people want to see you. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I actually missed such a great bodhisattva. I feel very sad. Please don't blame me. Zhou Yunpeng smiled bitterly. Zhou Xian could be said to be famous now. Who didn't know of his existence? At this moment, hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples went crazy because of the name Zhou Xian. He was able to fight against Yanqing with just one punch. This made those experts who originally wanted to challenge him give up on their decision. Such an expert should at least be in the top 20 of the 100 battle ranking. Who would come to ask for a snub? When Zhou Yunpeng saw Zhou Xian again, he could not help but sigh in his heart. An expert was an expert after all. No one could step on their heads. Zhou Xian had overcome many obstacles along the way and killed a few people. However, he was already unstoppable. How would Zhou Yunpeng dare to let Zhou Xian call him brother? It's not a big deal. Hee, brother Zhou, I came to find you this time because I need your help. Zhou Xian said seriously. Zhou Yunpeng's expression was solemn. He would definitely help Zhou Xian and he would spare no effort. If he knew such an expert, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the outer sect? However, Zhou Yunpeng was not the kind of person who relied on others to intimidate others. However, to make friends with an expert like Zhou Xian, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. Say it. If I can do it, I will definitely do my best. Zhou Yunpeng said. I want to sell some elixirs in exchange for divine origin stones for cultivation. Zhou Yunpeng looked at Zhou Xian in surprise. Do you have elixirs? Normally, no one would be willing to sell good elixirs. Are there a lot? A lot. Zhou Xian said. Our outer sect and inner sect have an underground trading place every month. It's at the Hua Cave of the east of Fengyu Mountain. That's where our inner sect disciples trade with outer sect disciples. However, some of the inner sect disciples are unwilling to reveal their names and strength. They would usually wear masks and gradually the outer sect disciples would do the same. Be it demon crystals, elixirs or even pseudo-divine weapons, there will be people selling them. It all depends on whether you have enough divine origin stones to buy them. Zhou Yunpeng said. What kind of elixirs do you have? Wouldn't I be able to enjoy the moonlight first in a favorable position? That's for sure. However, I haven't refined any elixirs yet. Zhang Chen's words made Zhou Yunpeng stumble and he almost fell to the ground. Brother, are you kidding me? Could you be an alchemist? Zhou Yunpeng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Isn't this too scary? I guess so. I know how to refine a few simple elixirs. I just don't know if I can sell them for a price. Jiang Chen said. Amazing. A genius is a genius after all. Ordinary people like us can never be compared to him. He can even sell elixirs on the spot. When the time comes, if you have any good elixirs, don't forget about me, brother Jiang. Zhou Yunpeng looked at Jiang Chen with envy. Can you help me collect some herbs? In profound Feng sect, I only trust you. Jiang Chen's words made Zhou Yunpeng's body tremble. His expression became extremely serious. It was his honor. Really? This kind of trust and solemn treatment made Zhou Yunpeng extremely excited. Jiang Chen was not an arrogant person, and he did not put on any airs in front of Zhou Yunpeng. If it was someone on the 100 battle ranking, they would be extremely arrogant. But to put it bluntly, Jiang Chen had the right to be arrogant because he had the strength. Of course. This is 100 mid-grade divine origin stones. Help me collect some herbs. Bone catcher grass, 3 leaves ginkgo, base dragon root, fragrant hemp leaf and nourishing spirit grass. Jiang Chen said. 100 mid-grade divine origin stones was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Jiang Chen gave it to him just like that. Zhou Yunpeng felt that his hands were heavy. It was not only the weight of the divine origin stones, but also the weight of Jiang Chen's trust and respect. This is 300 low-grade divine origin stones. Take it. I can't take it, brother Jiang. Jiang Chen said sternly, take it. This is what you deserve. Moreover, 300 low-grade divine origin stones is not a lot. Help me collect these herbs. After I refine the elixirs, you might even need to help me sell some. Chapter 2234. All right. I'll ask my friends if they have these herbs. If they don't, we can only go to the Donghua Caves trading market 7 days later. Thank you, brother Zhou. Don't worry, brother Jiang. I will do my best. After bidding farewell to Jiang Chen, Zhou Yunpeng began to search for these herbs. Jiang Chen did not have to wait for too long. In less than 3 days, Zhou Yunpeng brought all the herbs over. Thank you so much. Brother Zhou. You're too kind. Although my cultivation is average, I'm still quite familiar with the outer sect. If there's anything you need in the future, just tell me. Leave it to me. Zhou Yunpeng patted his chest and said. His face was full of confidence. His talent was average. After reaching the peak early void god realm, it was hard for him to advance further. Moreover, 10,000 low-grade divine origin stones were not easy to get. He could only get 30 low-grade divine origin stones every year. It was not enough for his cultivation. After I'm done refining the pills, we'll go to the trading market together. At that time, I'll definitely help you break through to the middle void god realm. Jiang Chen's words made Zhou Yunpeng's body tremble as if he was struck by lightning. At that moment, his eyes were filled with tears. He had been stuck at the peak early void god realm for many years. Without divine origin stones and a perfect opportunity, his talent was limited. It was almost impossible for him to step into the middle void god realm. However, Jiang Chen actually wanted to help him break through to the middle void god realm. How could Zhou Yunpeng not be excited? Brother Jiang, how do you expect me to repay such great kindness? Zhou Yunpeng actually felt like crying bitterly. He was indeed a person with a true temperament. There's no need to say too much. I just treat you as a friend. Jiang Chen's trust and help made Zhou Yunpeng feel that there was true love in the world. Jiang Chen's magnanimity, as well as his chivalrous feelings, made him admire him greatly. After Zhou Yunpeng left, Jiang Chen took out all of the medicinal ingredients. Bone-absorbing soul grass, 3 leaves ginkgo, base dragon root, heaven fragrant hemp leaf and spirit nurturing grass. He wanted to refine 2 kinds of pills. One was the soul-strengthening pill that could nourish the soul, and the other was the daybreak pill that could raise one's strength by 1 level after eating it. The daybreak pill could allow a peak early void god or even a peak mid void god to have an 80% chance of advancing to the next realm. However, it was only useful for void gods. When one reached the true god realm, this pill was useless. Even so, either one of these 2 elixirs was enough to cause a huge uproar in the outer sect. I didn't expect you to be an alchemist. Ling Yun looked at Jiang Chen. There are still many things that you didn't expect. Big brother, Grandpa said that your skill in alchemy is above his. Is it true? Yue asked. Your grandpa's realm is higher than mine. But in terms of alchemy, I'm afraid he's not as good as me. You're quite confident, Ling Yun said faintly. Since the two beauties are doubtful, then I'll finish practicing first before boasting, Zhang Qian said with a smile. He summoned the true dragon fire. The effect of the true dragon fire was the most obvious when refining a pill. Moreover, it contained the true dragon intent. The grade of the pill was relatively high. Pills are divided into 5 grades. High grade is average, supreme grade is rare, immortal grade is extremely precious, divine grade is unparalleled. As for saint grade pills, rumor has it that it has never appeared in the divine world before. It's just a desire of alchemists. I wonder what grade you can achieve. Ling Yun, on the other hand, looked at Zhang Qian with a rare look of curiosity. I hope I won't disappoint you two beauties. Zhang Qian refined for 2 hours and produced 200 soul-stabilizing pills and 200 daybreak pills. The pill fragrance is rich. Supreme grade. Not bad. Ling Yun looked at the pills in Zhang Qian's hand and commented. She was quite shocked because she had never seen Zhang Qian's 2 pills before. Moreover, the concoction of these 2 pills looked extraordinary. Although it might not have much effect on her, but to those below the true god realm, these 2 pills would definitely be regarded as the saint grade. It's really amazing. It seems like it's better than my grandpa's. Yu took one of the pills and played with it. Although she was young, she was quite proficient in the art of alchemy. After all, her grandpa was an alchemist. It's just that she was too young and did not have the chance to experiment with it. She did not show her talent in this aspect. I'm going to sell these 2 pills and exchange them for divine origin stones. At that time I can cultivate wholeheartedly again. I'm excited just thinking about it. These 2 pills will definitely be exchanged for a lot of divine origin stones. Swimming in the ocean of divine origin stones, that's really nice. Zhang Qian chuckled. Vulgar. Ling Yun said and entered the cave to continue her cultivation. Vulgar. Yu followed closely behind. Zhang Qian was at a loss and smiled bitterly. These 2 pills were bound to shake the entire outer sect of Profound Feng sect. However, they were not attractive at all in front of these 2 beauties. However, the 2 ladies still followed Zhang Qian to the trading fair. With Zhou Yunpeng leading the way, it was a walk in the park. The trading market of Donghua Cave was indeed huge, and it only happened once a month. It was considered to be quite magnificent. There were tens of thousands of people in the trading market, causing Zhang Qian's eyes to be dazzled by the sheer number. There were indeed all kinds of things being sold here. Some were selling demon crystals, some were selling medicinal herbs, some were selling pills, some were selling weapons, some were selling beast skins, and some were even selling pets and beasts. It could be said that there was everything that one could ever want. Let's stay here. The medicinal pill area is usually very expensive. It's estimated to be at least a few hundred low-grade divine origin stones. Zhou Yunpeng said in a low voice. Looking at the people in groups of 2s and 3s, all of them were wearing masks. Zhang Qian and the others were the same. He was not worried that Ling Yun would cause unnecessary panic here. We still need to go to a place where there are many people buying medicinal pills. That way there will be more people buying. Zhang Qian said. He was not short of a few hundred low-grade divine origin stones. It's just that Zhou Yunpeng felt a little heartache. Are you going to sell it for a few dozen low-grade divine origin stones? Zhou Yunpeng asked. 30. It's not good to be too high. Others might not be able to afford it. 30 is still high. Generally, medicinal pills are sold for 30 to 50 yuan. If your medicinal pills are of good quality, it won't be a problem to sell them for 100 yuan. Don't look down on those fellows. The people who come to buy medicinal pills are all rich people. Zhou Yunpeng said. It's 30 mid-grade divine origin stones. Zhang Qian corrected him. How much? 30 mid-grade divine origin stones? This is a little too ridiculous. Zhou Yunpeng was instantly dumbfounded. It's 30 mid-grade divine origin stones. If the price is too low, wouldn't people go crazy over it? Do you know what medicinal pill this is? Zhang Qian asked. I don't know. Zhou Yunpeng shook his head. A medicinal pill that can help you break through. Do you think it's worth this price? Zhou Yunpeng took a deep breath. He had never heard of a medicinal pill that could help people break through. His expression became incomparably solemn. Chapter 2235. Zhou Yunpeng had never seen or heard of such a medicinal pill. How could he not be shocked? It's priceless to be able to increase one's strength. In his opinion, if anyone had such a medicinal pill, they would definitely keep it to themselves. Why would they take it out? This was completely illogical. He did not believe in such a thing. Although Zhou Yunpeng was shocked by Jiang Chen's strength, it had nothing to do with strength. Moreover, how could he concoct so many terrifying medicinal pills in such a short period of time? Such a medicinal pill was even more miraculous than the medicinal pills concocted by the alchemists in the sect. If it had miraculous effects, who wouldn't be tempted? However, Zhou Yunpeng still held a skeptical attitude and was skeptical. I still don't dare to believe it. Zhou Yunpeng's thoughts were within his expectations. After all, he was a middle void god now. Why wouldn't he use it? Jiang Chen had thought about it before, but he gave up in the end. He needed to take things one step at a time. After all, his cultivation realm was obviously not enough after entering the divine world. Therefore, he needed to grasp the opportunity and improve step by step. He must not take big steps. If he did that, he might be the one suffering in the future. Big Brother's medicinal pill definitely has such an effect. You trusted Jiang Chen. Ling Yun stood behind Jiang Chen without saying anything. However, many people did not pay attention to her. You will eat one medicinal pill later. I will find another 2 people. 3 people will eat this medicinal pill together and you will be able to break through on the spot. This is definitely not a baseless rumor. Jiang Chen looked at Zhou Yunpeng and said. Zhou Yunpeng widened his eyes in disbelief. 30 mid-grade divine origin stones. Are you going to gift it to me? If it's not effective, who would be willing to fork out so much money? Jiang Chen asked with a faint smile on his face. That's true. But even a person like me only has a total of thousands of low-grade divine origin stones. Some of them are even less than me. How could there be so many people willing to spend so much money to buy them? Zhou Yunpeng was no longer worried about the curative effect, but he was still worried about the price. Big Brother Zhou, you're really afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. Her curled her lips and said. Zhou Yunpeng smiled embarrassedly. Compared to the entire outer sect of Profound Feng sect, he was only considered to be well off. There were a lot of people who were not as good as him. His cultivation talent was limited. If he only relied on his annual salary for 20 years, he would only get 600 low-grade divine origin stones. If he went to Deer Morn Mountain to hunt some demonic beasts, if he was lucky enough to get some demon crystals, he might be able to get some. It wouldn't be a problem for him to get more than 1,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Good things never have to worry about selling. Furthermore, didn't you say that there are people from the inner and outer sect here? Even if there aren't any in the outer sect, there are still quite a few rich people in the inner sect. Jiang Chen said. This pill will help you break through to the mid and late void god realm. It won't be a dream for you to enter the inner sect. If it doesn't work, I'll return double the divine origin stones. There was no problem that a daybreak pill couldn't solve for a breakthrough. If there was, then there would be 2. Now I'm recruiting 2 free users to break through on the spot. There won't be any shackles. In front of the daybreak pill, all bottlenecks will disappear. Each person can only buy 1. 30 low-grade divine origin stones. First come, first served. Zhou Yunpeng followed Jiang Chen's words and started to sell the pill. In just a short while, dozens of people gathered here. Is your pill really that magical? Can it break through from the mid-void god realm to the late void god realm directly? Why don't I believe it? This pill is so magical. How is it possible? Yeah. I've never heard of anyone who could refine such a pill. It's unbelievable. Many people gathered here mocking and doubting Jiang Chen's daybreak pill. Who's willing to try? Whether you can break through or not, you can try it on the spot. This shouldn't be fake, right? Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at the people around him. Can we really try this thing? Yeah. 30 low-grade divine origin stones. Why don't you just rob someone? Even if we can break through, only rich people can afford it. We can't afford it. That's 3,000 low-grade divine origin stones. I guess there aren't many people in the outer sect who can afford it. Tise. A bunch of poor people. I'll try it first. If it works, I'll get one for my woman. Some people doubted the price of the daybreak pill that Jiang Chen was selling. Some people doubted if his pill could pass the test. However, these were not the problems that Jiang Chen was facing. As long as someone took the daybreak pill, they would definitely break through. At that time, no one would doubt him anymore. A man shui. I'll try it too. As long as I don't die from it. I've been stuck at the peak mid-void god realm for a few years now. This time I want to see how powerful this pill is to be able to break through directly. If I can break through in one go, I'll give you all these 30 middle-grade divine origin stones. A tall and sturdy man walked out. He wasn't wearing a mask. Instead he looked very simple and honest, but his eyes were unusually sharp. I know this guy. Isn't he ranked 77th on the 100 battle ranking Man Shui? This name is worthy of this brother. He's quite handsome. Interesting. Man Shui is quite powerful. Some late void gods are not his match. There's going to be a good show today. If there's really such a magical pill, the entire outer sect will go crazy for it. It will definitely shock the entire sect. More and more people came to Jiang Chen's side. There were many busybodies after all. Everyone wanted to see what was going on, to see if it was real or not. All right. Man Shui, Li Dixing, Zhou Yunping, the three of you can swallow this daybreak pill now. Sit down and refine the pill. In less than 15 minutes, the effect of the daybreak pill will take effect in your body and you'll be able to break through soon. Jiang Chen said. Everyone felt that it was very magical, but most of them still maintained a skeptical attitude. This was something that no one really believed. If this kind of medicinal pill really existed once it appeared in the world, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. If the three of them successfully broke through, then it would be the time to witness a miracle. Are you ready? Jiang Chen flicked his finger and threw 3 pills towards Zhou Yunping, Man Shui and Li Dixing respectively. The three of them looked at Jiang Chen, especially Zhou Yunping. Although he did not believe it, he still hoped that this pill could help him to make a comeback. Zhou Yunping held the daybreak pill in his hand. His expression was extremely solemn. At this moment there was nothing more exciting than this. Chapter 2236. Man Shui was the same. Although he was ranked 77th on the 100 battle ranking, he still couldn't break through. He couldn't find the bottleneck. At this moment, if Jiang Chen's daybreak pill could really help him, he would be extremely excited. This guy can't be selling fake medicine, right? I don't think it's real. Since it can increase the strength of others, doesn't it mean that we don't have to worry about it in the future? Anyone with a little bit of capital can break through to the late void god realm. This is too terrifying. 30 middle-grade divine origin stones is not a small amount. Since he dares to buy it at such a high price, it means that there must be a reason for him to do so. Let's just wait and see. If this pill is useless, no one will buy it. You're right. Let's wait and see. I think at least half of the people here are waiting to see this guy make a fool of himself. Could it be that this pill has the magical effect of breaking through to the next realm? That's too heaven-defying. The onlookers were discussing whether the pill could really help others to break through to the next realm. Jiang Chen looked at Man Shui and the other two who took the pill and revealed a confident smile. The exciting moment was coming. This was the surprise he wanted to give to the people of Profound Feng sect. The three who took the daybreak pill sat cross-legged and began to absorb the effect of the pill. As expected, in less than a quarter of an hour, the three of them underwent great changes. Their faces were filled with seriousness. Moreover, 3 powerful auras were emitted from their bodies. The terrifying effect of the pill had helped the 3 of them to break through to the next realm. Zhou Yunping was the first to wake up as he was the weakest among them. At this moment, his eyes were filled with coldness and sharpness. However, when Zhou Yunping's eyes fell upon Jiang Chen, his eyes were filled with excitement and gratitude. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have this opportunity. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the early void god realm. Now he was a true middle void god. Jiang Chen looked at Zhou Yunping with satisfaction. Zhou Yunping's successful breakthrough made many people's eyes filled with disbelief and even jealousy. Because this pill was free, it was worth it to eat a pill that cost 3,000 low-grade divine origin stones for free. Brother Jiang. At this moment, Zhou Yunping's eyes were filled with gratitude. For so many years he had endured humiliation and stayed at the bottom of Profound Feng sect's outer sect. No one knew about him. More than half of the outer sect disciples were early void gods. There were 30 to 40,000 middle void gods and the rest were late void gods. However, there were also some powerful late void gods. Some middle void gods might be stronger than late void gods. There's no need to say anymore. This is what you deserve. Even without me, you would have succeeded one day. Jiang Chen's words made Zhou Yunping nod his head heavily. He was completely convinced by Jiang Chen's character. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Most of the people who were doubtful at the beginning had now become skeptical. The second person, Li Dixing, had also woken up. He had broken through to the late Void God realm. At this moment, Li Disheng looked at Jiang Qin in shock. This pill was too terrifying. He had been stuck at the bottleneck of the middle Void God realm for a long time. Although he was not as strong as Man Shui, he had broken through to the late Void God realm and became a true expert. How could he not be shocked? Li Disheng and Zhou Yunping's eyes were filled with tears. It was said that men do not easily shed tears when they were deeply hurt. They had worked hard and struggled to break through again and again. The feeling of being able to break through the shackles was extremely gratifying. Moreover, they had suppressed the anger in their hearts for more than 20 years. Now they could finally avenge themselves. It's too magical. This time I really believe it. These two fellas have really improved their strength in such a short period of time. It's unbelievable. Look, Man Shui is about to wake up. This fella has also reached the late Void God realm. Oh my god. This time, Man Shui will definitely enter the top 30 of the 100 battle ranking. I dare to bet. It's hard to say. But the current Man Shui should not be someone ordinary people could compare to. One should know that he was a peak middle Void God when he was ranked 77th on the 100 battle ranking. Man Shui suddenly stood up and stared at Jiang Qin. Then, under the astonishment of the crowd, he bowed deeply. The crowd was in an uproar. To think that this arrogant and powerful fellow would do such a thing. It was out of everyone's expectation. Brother man, you don't have to be so courteous. I'm selling pills to level up and increase my strength. I'm glad that you're willing to test the pills for me. Jiang Qin helped Man Shui up and said. Man Shui looked at Jiang Qin righteously and said with a hint of excitement in his voice. My cultivation has not stabilized yet. I need to stabilize it as soon as possible. I'll take my leave now. This soul summoning talisman is my personal item. If there's anything you need, just call me with this talisman and I'll be there. Aren't you afraid that I'm a thief? Jiang Qin asked. How could a thief like him have such peerless talent in alchemy? At least I don't believe it. How can I let you down for treating me like this? Jiang Qin nodded. This Man Shui is a righteous person. Moreover, he's frank. He doesn't even need to wear a mask to deceive the people in this market. Such boldness and confidence are admirable. I will never forget your kindness. If there's anything you need, I'll follow you in life and death. Jiang Qin and Man Shui looked into each other's eyes. At this moment, both of them could see mutual appreciation in each other's eyes. Jiang Qin did not value Man Shui's strength but his spirit. A man like Man Shui was definitely a man of great spirit. Ling Yun could also feel Jiang Qin's true feelings. This Man Shui is a righteous person. But in her eyes she couldn't see through Jiang Qin. He's like a cloud of mist, unfathomable. But his temperament is real. Man Shui left the market but the popularity did not decrease. Jiang Qin's daybreak pill was witnessed by hundreds and thousands of people. Almost everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. But because of this, Jiang Qin's daybreak pill was so crazily fought over. This was something that no one had expected. Good things would never lack customers, nor would there be a lack of people who admired them. At this moment, Zhou Yunping's initial worry was completely gone. Chapter 2237. Jiang Qin's daybreak pill was sold at the price of 30 mid-grade divine origin stones. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the daybreak pills were sold. Countless people were beating their chests and stamping their feet, sighing as they did not manage to get a single divine pill. They were either angry or depressed because they did not manage to get a single divine pill. After all, the situation just now was witnessed by everyone. Facts speak louder than words. Those who did not trust Jiang Qin at the beginning were the ones who bought the daybreak pills the most. Zhou Yunping hadn't expected this either. This turn of events was simply too fast. Even he was a bit dazed, and Jiang Qin's daybreak pills had already been robbed clean. How could it be so little? Just 200 and it's gone? Impossible. Yeah, how could this be? We did not even see what the pills look like. Brother, don't tell me that you only have so little in stock? Do you have any more daybreak pills? We are all waiting here. Someone could not help but complain that Jiang Qin had too little daybreak pills. It was not enough. Most of the 100,000 outer sect disciples were early void gods. There were even some 9th grade immortal sovereigns. Some of them were limited by their talent and could not break through, some of them were stuck in a bottleneck. But the daybreak pills were not a problem for them. I'm sorry, that's all I have. If you want to buy more, do it 10 days later. I will still be here. But I have another kind of pill, soul stabilizing pill. It can nourish the soul and increase the realm of the soul. If anyone knows, you should know that the realm of the soul is more important than anything else. But there's one thing that I must say. If your strength is enough but your soul realm is not enough, a soul-stabilizing pill can help you break through. But the probability of this pill being compared to the daybreak pill is self-evident. But the effect of the two pills is completely different. As for this soul-stabilizing pill, I don't need to explain too much. 50 mid-grade divine origin stones for 1. Don't look at the effect, look at the effect. Jiang Chen's words stunned countless people. But at this moment some of the inner sect experts paid more attention to it. Because the soul-stabilizing pill was indeed more direct than the daybreak pill for the inner sect experts. Moreover, the daybreak pill did not have much effect on the inner sect experts. Most of the inner sect experts were peak void gods or half-step true gods. A simple daybreak pill would not have much effect on them. However, the soul-stabilizing pill was different. Especially since it could nourish one's soul, it made those true experts pay attention to it. With the reputation that Jiang Chen had earned previously, his words were highly trusted. Almost no one doubted his pills. Moreover, the inner sect disciples were generally richer than the outer sect disciples. So the price of 50 mid-grade divine origin stones was more acceptable to the inner sect disciples. Although it was still expensive, it was still within the acceptable range. Pill can really nourish the soul? Such a miraculous elixir did not exist in the inner and outer sects in the past. Now that there was a daybreak pill, the credibility of the soul-stabilizing pill was even higher. Those who believe will not doubt, those who doubt will not use it. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Although his answer was arrogant, there were still people who were willing to pay 50 mid-grade divine origin stones for it. In the end, the soul-stabilizing pill and the daybreak pill were all sold out. Jiang Chen made a lot of money. This time, Jiang Chen sold the pills for 16,000 mid-grade divine origin stones. That was equivalent to 1,600,000 low-grade divine origin stones. Such a huge amount of wealth had made Jiang Chen a true tycoon. Even the top experts in the inner sect would not have such wealth. The 400 pills were all sold out. But there were still a lot of people who did not get any. Some of them were even furious. First come, first served. Those who arrived late would not even get any leftovers. Jiang Chen held the 16,000 mid-grade divine origin stones. His eyes lit up. With so many divine origin stones, he might be able to advance to the late void god realm. Even Ling Yun was a little surprised. She did not expect this guy to be so capable. She had never heard of these two pills before. Most importantly, the effects of these two pills had set off a frenzy in both the inner and outer sect of Profound Feng sect. The soul-stabilizing pill in the inner sect had shocked the experts. It could nourish the soul, increase the strength of the soul, and heal the injuries of the soul. Such a pill was simply divine. Even if the price was a little high, they could still accept it. After all, such a pill could only be found by luck. Do you guys know who is selling the daybreak pill in the trading market? And that soul-stabilizing pill. I heard that it's quite effective. God knows how many people are looking for him. I don't know about the inner sect. But I heard that a total of 197 daybreak pills were sold in the outer sect. 197 people successfully advanced to the void god realm. This is unheard of in the outer sect. I heard that even the people in the sect were shocked. That's right. Although the grade of this pill isn't high, it's still quite useful for us void gods. That's right. There are also many people in the inner sect who have their soul injuries healed or made up for the lack of soul power. I heard that Su Nanfeng and Xing Kuan of the inner sect are looking for this person. The two of them were injured by a soul-devouring beast when they were out on a mission 3 years ago. Both of them were quite unlucky. Not to mention that their strength has been stagnant for the past 2 years. Their soul power is also extremely weak. Voices of doubt could be heard from the inner sect and outer sect. But it was not a crusade. Instead, they were looking for this mysterious alchemist. Only Zhou Yunping knew that Jiang Chen was the real alchemist. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, did not pay attention to the outside world. He was focused on breaking through. 15,000 middle-grade divine origin stones were absorbed into his body. But the result was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no reaction. He did not even manage to reach the peak middle void god realm. Jiang Chen could not help but feel depressed. But no one could change this fact. If it was someone else with so many middle-grade primordial stones, it would not be a problem for them to break through to the middle void god realm. Your body is really like a bottomless pit. So many divine origin stones are not enough to fill it. Ling Yun said doubtfully. Sad. This is really sad. Looks like I have to work harder to concoct pills. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and began to concoct pills again. This time he concocted 500 daybreak pills and soul-stabilizing pills. These 2 pills were relatively easy to concoct. But it still took Jiang Chen 2 days. Plus, Jiang Chen liked to do things perfectly. The pills that he concocted must be of high grade. If the medicinal effect of a normal pill wasn't sufficient, or the medicinal effect couldn't be fully released, then it wouldn't be able to reach the grade. Therefore normal pills were all gradeless pills. Naturally they wouldn't be as effective as Jiang Chen's pill. Chapter 2238. When Jiang Chen appeared at the medicinal pellet trading area again, it was already crowded with people. This time, as expected, the 1,000 medicinal pellets were sold out again. Zhou Yunpeng was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen also gave him 500 mid-grade divine origin stones. Zhou Yunpeng was so happy that he could not close his mouth. It was quite beneficial for his cultivation. If he had enough divine origin stones, he was confident that he could break through to the late void god realm. For the disciples at the bottom level, it was not because they did not have enough talent. It was because they did not have enough resources for their cultivation. Once they had enough resources, they would be able to soar to the sky. Brother, I wonder what's the formula of your medicinal pellet. I have studied alchemy for more than 20 years and I have some achievements. I wonder if brother is willing to exchange pointers with me? A skinny man walked towards Jiang Chen slowly. His face was pale but his eyes were bright. He stared at Jiang Chen and said with a smile. Moreover, he was not wearing a mask. After so many years, many people could recognize his existence. There was no point in wearing a mask. Brother, you mean that you're here to ask for my formula? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He was selling pills in front of him. Now that he had entered the trading market twice, almost everyone had lost their business. A tall tree attracts the wind. Jiang Chen's pills were miraculously effective. For alchemists like them, he had naturally become a thorn in their side. Jiang Chen's pills were extremely effective. There were close to 30 people concocting pills here, but they were all beginner-level alchemists. Only 3 to 5 of them were selling pills that could truly be considered to have reached a higher level. But compared to Jiang Chen's pills, the difference was still like heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. No. Why would I ask for your formula? It's a taboo for alchemists. Moreover, the formula is a private collection. Who would be willing to share it with others? But I am also representing everyone. It's just a beginner formula. Since we're all from the same sect, it's good for us to take it out and study it together. Since it can promote the unity of our profound Feng sect's disciples, it's very beneficial for us to study and improve. Gu Wanfeng smiled and said. He shook his head with a calm expression. The surrounding alchemists also slightly nodded, expressing their agreement. They were naturally resentful towards Jiang Chen for stealing their business. Now that Jiang Chen was the biggest seller, no one would buy their medicinal pellets anymore. How could they allow this kind of thing to continue disrupting the trading market? Jiang Chen had become a thorn in their eyes, blocking their path to riches. At this time they would naturally attack Jiang Chen together. This guy is from the inner sect. He's very strong and is also the #1 alchemist in the inner sect. Rumor has it that he can concoct high-grade medicinal pellets. Not bad. Even the alchemist elder Lin Zhongqiang praised him and took him in as a disciple. Once he breaks through the void god realm and reaches the true god realm, he'll be taken in as a true disciple by the elder. Plus, no one is willing to offend an alchemist. The influence of an alchemist is very strong. Once someone offends them, they can use medicinal pellets to force others to work for them. Many people in the inner sect are on good terms with him. Zhou Yunpeng whispered to Jiang Chen's ear. This was to let Jiang Chen know his enemy and retreat. This Gu Wanfeng was not someone that could be offended easily. If that's the case, since we're all from the same sect, how about letting me have a look at your pill formula? Everyone can learn together. As for my inferior pill formula, I'm afraid it won't be able to enter everyone's eyes. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. To put it bluntly, they just did not like Jiang Chen and wanted the formula of the Daybreak Pill and Soul Stabilizing Pill. Because the Daybreak Pill and Soul Stabilizing Pill had swept through the entire Profound Feng sect. Many people's eyes were red with greed. Gu Wanfeng was naturally the first. He was the #1 alchemist in Profound Feng sect. How could he miss out on such a good thing? If Zhou Xian was sensible and took out the formula, they could still have a win-win situation. If he did not agree, then they could only fight. Are you provoking me? You want my pill formula? You're really daydreaming. Aren't you being too full of yourself? Gu Wanfeng said coldly. Then on what basis do you want my pill formula? Who do you think you are? Only the prefectural officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people aren't allowed to light lamps. You want my pill recipe to be researched together, but I want yours? Is that a lunatic's ravings? Provoking you? Looks like you're really retarded. You think I'm afraid of you? Grandson, I'm not giving it to you. What can you do to me? Bite me if you don't like it? Zhou Xian sneered, angering Gu Wanfeng to the point that his face turned gloomy and murderous aura filled the air. Good. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. This is the first time I've met someone who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Looks like I can only teach you a lesson and let you know how to respect your senior. Gu Wanfeng snorted. Senior is indeed senior. There's something we should learn from you. It's good that you know. Senior is able to master such a shameless technique. We are really inferior to you. Your face is as thick as a mountain. I can't help but admire you. Zhou Xian laughed madly and said, looking down on Gu Wanfeng. Brother Jiang, you're too rash. That's the inner sex Gu Wanfeng. Even the inner sex 7th, Lei Jinting, is his good friend. This time I'm afraid things won't be so simple. Zhou Yunping's face was filled with worry. So what? He's purposely provoking me. It's a fool's dream for me to ask for his pill formula. It's reasonable for him to ask for my pill formula. And he even said that we'll discuss it together? Fuck your mother. I, Zhou Xian, have never seen such a shameless person. Zhou Xian stared at Gu Wanfeng. Both of them were at each other's throats, neither willing to take a step back. More and more people began to gather around them. Then you're seeking your own death, right? So many senior brothers can't even persuade you. You're such a selfish guy. You're really deserving of others. Gu Wanfeng sighed, feeling nostalgic towards Zhou Xian. He seemed to be saying that Zhou Qian's pill formula originally belonged to everyone. You guarded the pill formula and treasured it. This is the greatest disrespect to your senior brothers. Now it seems that you're really becoming more and more disappointing. It doesn't matter if you're an inner court disciple or an outer court disciple. Today I will challenge you. If you don't dare to accept, then hand over the pill formula obediently. That way perhaps you'll be able to be at ease. Our profound Feng sect has always advocated peace. You've provoked senior brother openly. I've already given you a chance. Chapter 2239. Although the surrounding people were disdainful, no one was willing to get involved in this mess. They did not know who the seller was, but who was Gu Wanfeng. They would stay away from him. He was Elder Lin Zhongqiang's disciple in name, and Elder Lin Zhongqiang had said that as long as Gu Wanfeng entered the true God realm, he would accept him as his personal disciple. Who would dare to go against Gu Wanfeng? Moreover, Gu Wanfeng had a lot of friends in the inner sect. Once Gu Wanfeng was angered, one would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore many people gathered here holding the attitude that it was none of their business. After all, there was no time to watch a show and more people gathered. Gu Wanfeng was fearless. With his ability to gather people, he would not lose to anyone. As long as it was not an expert from the inner sect, he was confident that he could kill the other party. Those in the inner sect were all true gods. How could they lower themselves to his level? Moreover, those 5 people were all very strong. Even if he was not familiar with them, he could still feel it. However, Gu Wanfeng did not feel any aura of an expert from Zhou Xian. Therefore, Gu Wanfeng did not feel any pressure towards this alchemist that appeared out of nowhere. So what? I'll do whatever you want. Since you said that I'm selfish, then I'll be selfish. If I want to do it, I'll do it. Who the hell do you think you are, trying to control me? So what if I accept your challenge? Zhou Xian shouted. His eyes were extremely cold. At this moment Zhou Yunping was filled with worry. Quickly persuade Brother Jiang. Otherwise he will not be able to win against this Gu Wanfeng. That fella is someone who can cover the sky in the inner sect. Big Brother will definitely defeat the bad guy. He knows what he's doing. Ling Yun remained calm, still standing behind Zhou Xian. Plus, this matter was not Zhou Qian's fault, but this Gu Wanfeng was too shameless and overbearing. Obviously he saw that Zhou Xian had earned a lot of divine origin stones and felt jealous. Asking Zhang Chen to hand over the pill formula was shameless to the extreme. Ling Yun did not expect that a shameless person in the world could provoke someone like this. Could it be that something like face was worthless now? Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. All of you have seen it. Be my witness. Today this fellow has disregarded my words and is full of himself. I will teach this kid a lesson on behalf of Profound Feng sect, to let him know what it means to respect his teachers. You're so arrogant you'll definitely receive special attention. Brat, you're still too inexperienced. Gu Wanfeng pointed at Zhang Chen and said, not putting Zhang Chen in his eyes at all. His attitude as an inner sect elder was fully displayed. Because his strength had reached the half-step true God realm, not something those outer sect disciples could compare to. The half-step true God realm was qualified to enter the true God realm. All they needed was time to accumulate and condense their divine origin force. Today I will not fight with you. You and I will concoct a pill each. Whoever has a higher grade will be the winner. If I win, you need to give me the pill formulas of the Daybreak pill and Soul Stabilizing pill. If I lose, I will never appear in front of you again. If we have to meet again, we'll have to go through the ceremony of becoming your disciple. What do you think? Gu Wanfeng's face was filled with pride. He was extremely confident in his skill in alchemy. It's not that he's not confident in his own strength, but if he can beat Zhang Chen in alchemy, it'll be more glorious for him. Plus, this brat must have had some kind of luck to get the pill formula. Gu Wanfeng gave him the chance to give it to him, but he didn't know how to appreciate it. Well said, senior brother. When you see me in the future, you'll have to go through the ceremony of becoming my disciple. Zhang Chen laughed. Humph. What kind of ability is that? You'll know how weak you are in a moment. This fella's pill concoction skills are weak. He only obtained the pill formula by chance and concocted a substandard pill. If this pill formula is in my hands, I'll definitely be able to shock you guys even more. In fact, I want to benefit more disciples of Profound Feng sect by taking the prescription. Plus, I won't sell it at such a high price. Isn't this a ripoff? Even if I don't need this pill, I still feel that it's not worth it. Whose divine origin stones do not grow on trees. Even I can't bear to see such a high price. Gu Wanfeng actually incited the Profound Feng sect disciples. Moreover, there were people who supported Gu Wanfeng, saying that Zhang Chen's pill was too expensive and they could not afford it. It would be great if they could sell it for 3 mid-grade divine origin stones. Yeah. Senior brother Gu is kind-hearted and considerate of us. Yeah. That's right. Senior brother Gu is indeed worthy of being the chief alchemist of the inner sect. You've really made us proud. This guy who popped out of nowhere is simply too evil. Just one pill and he wants all of our belongings. Damn it. In the end, it's too expensive. We can't afford it. If senior brother Gu can uphold justice for us, we'll support senior brother Gu. Looking at these fellas who shouted without distinguishing right from wrong, Zhang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. These people deserved it. They were weak and did not want to improve themselves. They could not differentiate between right and wrong. Zhang Chen had nothing to sigh about even if these people died. Moreover, these people were too poor to afford the pill and yet they were shouting and making a ruckus here. Gu Wanfeng tried to confuse the public. Some people flattered him and some people supported him, saying that these people were ignorant. It's not scary to be ignorant and shameless. They deserved to die and even wasted the divine world's divine origin chi. What a bunch of scum. Zhang Chen shook his head with an indifferent face. He did not expect these fellas to surprise him. There were all kinds of birds in a big forest. Zhang Chen had seen all kinds of people and the fickleness of the world. His heart was as calm as still water. Gu Wanfeng had turned black into white, openly snatching the pill formula, and was still so confident and fearless. This was completely using his power to oppress others. He was completely shameless to the extreme. Number 1 shameless person in history. You've made me look at you in a different light, senior brother. Zhang Chen was not as angry towards Gu Wanfeng as before. Because he was angered to the point of laughing. Cut the crap. How about we concoct an energy recovery pill? It can recover one's strength and is the most common pill. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Gu Wanfeng did not plan to give Zhang Chen any chance. He wanted to kill him here. Obtaining the spirit-stabilizing pill and daybreak pills formulas was the most important thing. Chapter 2240. Zhang Chen only said one word and was prepared to compete with Gu Wanfeng. Everyone here can be our witness. Gu Wanfeng will never bully anyone. This time we will have a fair battle. Everyone here can be our witness. Gu Wanfeng took out a small alchemy cauldron, ignited the flame and started adding ingredients into the cauldron. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin did not move at all, quietly observing Gu Wanfeng. Gu Wanfeng's expression was calm. His steps were done very well. Every step was convincing. The #1 alchemist in the inner sect was not an undeserved title. Gu Wanfeng's skills were obvious. His pills were the best before Jiang Chen's. Could it be that this guy doesn't know how to refine pills? Could it be that those pills were not made by him? Yeah. Now I'm also suspecting if this guy really lives up to his name. So it was someone else who made those pills. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Has he been exposed this time? There's going to be a good show. I was wondering why he didn't take out the pill formula for everyone to see and study together. So he's just a liar. He doesn't even know how to refine pills. Where would he get the pill formula from? This is too funny. I can't wait to see how this guy with an undeserved reputation is going to end up. Jiang Qin did not move because he still had time. Plus, he had never tried using a cauldron to concoct pills before. He had always refined the herbs directly and condensed the pills in the flames. In this way, all the impurities would be burnt away. Plus, no matter which of his 5 elemental true fire was used, he was afraid that no cauldron could withstand it. Perhaps only the myriad chi cauldron could, but if he used the myriad chi cauldron, wouldn't it be too scary? The myriad chi cauldron could only be taken out when Jiang Qin was by himself. More and more people were mocking, waiting to see Jiang Qin make a fool of himself. He did not make a move until now. Most likely he really did not know how to refine pills. Gu Wanfeng was already halfway through. Now many people could foresee that this guy was just trying to be mysterious and might not even know how to refine pills. What an arrogant person pretending to be profound. Ling Yun murmured. Big brother is using silence to stop us. Yu Er said seriously. You little bootlicker, you've learned to flatter him. Ling Yun glanced at Yu Er. Yu Er chuckled with a hint of gentleness. The image of a big brother was incomparable in her heart. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a smile. At this moment he did not have any hesitation. A surge of sun flame rose up. However, it was specially sealed by Jiang Chen so others could not tell that it was the sun flame. However, the fierceness of the flame did not escape Gu Wanfeng's eyes. After all, he was also an alchemist and could feel how terrifying the flame in Jiang Chen's hand was. What a powerful fellow to actually possess such flames. This is truly surprising. However, even so, you are still no match for me. Humph. Gu Wanfeng laughed coldly in his heart. His pill refining skills could not be compared to this brat who had just arrived. This fellow is really shocking. He really knows how to refine pills. Looks like we've underestimated him. Yeah. This fellow is really starting to burn the herbs. Look, he's not using a cauldron. Is he joking? Yeah. I've never seen anyone who doesn't use a cauldron. This fellow is too arrogant. How could he absorb all the herbs? He's too arrogant. Look, that guy actually fused several types of medicinal herbs together. Has this guy ever refined pills before? Countless people raised their heads in anticipation. However, the shock that Jiang Qin gave them became more and more unbelievable. You'll know how powerful Brother Jiang is later. Zhou Yunpeng was full of confidence. Right now he had absolute trust in Jiang Qin, even unconditionally. Jiang Chen's talent in pill refining might not be weaker than Gu Wanfeng because he was the one who benefited the most. If it was a life and death battle, he would definitely be worried. Now that it was a competition, his confidence in Jiang Qin naturally increased. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant for. In a bit you'll know that the pills you've refined are not even worth mentioning when compared to mine. Gu Wanfeng shouted in a deep voice. Pill formed. Following Gu Wanfeng's shout, a bright red pill appeared completely. It was taken out from the cauldron and laid in Gu Wanfeng's hand. The energy recovery pill is here. As for the grade, everyone can tell that it's definitely a high-grade energy recovery pill. Gu Wanfeng was full of confidence. He looked at Jiang Qin and asked, I wonder when Junior Brother's pill will be formed? It's already formed. The corner of Jiang Chen's lips curled up. He retracted the flame in his hand and a round pill appeared in his hand. It emitted waves of pill fragrance and the color of this pill was completely different from Gu Wanfeng's red energy recovery pill. What's going on? It's white? Gu Wanfeng frowned and his expression changed. He did not believe that Zhou Xian could refine a peak-grade energy recovery pill. Do I still need to tell you? As an alchemist, don't you know what a peak-grade pill is? Zhou Qian's words made the surrounding people suck in a cold breath. They all looked at him in disbelief. The corner of Gu Wanfeng's mouth also twitched. When he took the energy recovery pill from Zhou Qian's hand, his breathing stopped. It's really a white energy recovery pill. How is this possible? Even for his master Lin Zhongqiang, it was extremely difficult for him to concoct a supreme-grade pill. Moreover, it was extremely precious and the failure rate was self-evident. A 100% effectiveness pill wouldn't even have a success rate of 10%. However, Zhou Xian had done it. This white pill that was emitting a faint medicinal fragrance was indeed a supreme-grade pill. It can't be. This guy really refined a peak-grade pill? Even a high-grade pill is not something that can be casually refined. It's because this energy recovery pill's grade is low. That's why Gu Wanfeng could succeed in one try. It really is a top-grade medicinal pill. I've heard people say that top-grade medicinal pills can emit bursts of medicinal fragrance, and the color is also true. I've been fortunate enough to see this top-grade qi recovery pill once, and it is indeed white. If that's the case, then he really refined a pill that's even more powerful than Senior Gu's. This soul-stabilizing pill and daybreak pill should also have been personally refined by him. Furthermore, he only used half of Senior Gu's time to refine a qi-returning pill that's even more effective than Senior Gu's. The crowd was in an uproar. Gu Wanfeng's expression also turned dark. At this moment he had to admit that Zhou Qian's energy recovery pill was indeed a peak-grade pill. Moreover, he could not refine a peak-grade energy recovery pill. Chapter 2241. Gu Wanfeng's expression was extremely ugly. This was equivalent to sealing off his path of obtaining Zhou Qian's pill formula. As long as this fella was here, no one would come to his business. This fella's soul-stabilizing pill and daybreak pill were extremely tempting to the inner and outer sect disciples. Now everyone did not support Gu Wanfeng anymore because he had failed. Moreover, the title of the #1 alchemist disciple in Profound Feng sect would probably be given to Zhou Qian. This was an extremely important matter to all the inner and outer sect disciples. And Zhou Qian would definitely become the hot rising star of Profound Feng sect. I lost. Gu Wanfeng held his energy recovery pill tightly and flicked Zhou Qian's energy recovery pill back. If you lose, do you have to go through the ceremony of becoming my disciple? Zhou Qian said with a smile. Zhou Qian, don't go too far. Gu Wanfeng said coldly. Really despicable. Could this be the behavior of the #1 alchemist in the inner sect, Gu Wanfeng? Losing in the art of alchemy, but you can't even afford to lose your character? There are countless people here who can testify. You said it yourself. If you lose, you have to go through the ceremony of becoming my disciple. Otherwise, where would your face be? Yeah, you're shameless. Talking about face with you, even I feel embarrassed. Zhou Qian sneered at Gu Wanfeng. At this moment, many people laughed along with him. Gu Wanfeng's face turned from green to white. At this moment he was on the verge of collapsing. This fellow was mocking him in front of everyone. How could Gu Wanfeng endure it? Gu Wanfeng has lost face this time. Yeah. Now he doesn't even dare to keep his promise. TSK. I used to respect him as a talented alchemist senior. But now he's just SO. That's right. This kind of person is really shameless to the extreme. I really don't know how he'll be able to survive in the inner sect in the future. The best way to deal with such a shameless person is to be even more shameless than him. Of course, I don't think this senior brother is that kind of person. Gu Wanfeng can be considered to have suffered a crushing defeat today. Everyone was happy to mock and watch the show. There were always some people who, no matter who won or lost, were happy to watch this tit-for-tat scene. Justice will prevail. Zhou Qian always believed in the existence of this sentence. All sorts of ridicule could be heard. Gu Wanfeng stared at Zhou Qian coldly as if he was about to explode. You only have yourself to blame, humph. Gur couldn't stand that Gu Wanfeng and pouted. This guy, he's not going to fight, right? This time Zhou Yunping panicked a little. If this guy really fought, Zhou Qian would definitely not be his opponent. This guy had already reached the half-step true god realm. There were only a handful of people who could win against him in the inner sect. Plus, the hidden force behind him was quite strong. You forced me to do this, bastard. Gu Wanfeng harumphed and clenched his fist. A 9 feet long saber appeared in his hand. The saber light and the sword shadow were pointed at Zhou Xian. Could it be that Senior Gu wants to fight here? Zhou Xian said indifferently, incomparably calm. So what? You don't know how to respect your senior. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how strict the Profound Feng sect is. You're not qualified to show off here. Gu Wanfeng walked towards Zhou Xian step by step. The 9-feet-long saber emitted a cold light as it fluttered in the wind. You've turned black into white. I've finally understood that the only way to deal with a shameless person like you is not to be more shameless than you are, but to not reason with you at all. Killing without mercy is the best way. Zhou Xian Leng said without fear. He took a step forward and faced Gu Wanfeng. This scene shocked many people. Gu Wanfeng and Zhou Xian really want to fight here? Could it be that they really disregarded the sect's rules and wanted to fight here? Stop, Senior Gu. As an inner sect senior, I advise you not to do such a ridiculous thing. Especially in this trading market. If you guys have any grudges, you can settle it in the life and death arena. Why do you have to be so overbearing here? Bai Yunfei flew through the air and stared at the two of them with a serious expression. I advise you to stay out of my business. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I will take full responsibility for the consequences. Gu Wanfeng looked at Bai Yunfei. Ling said. Bai Yunfei was the 4th-ranked outer sect disciple. His strength was not to be underestimated. He was not any weaker than the top 10 inner sect experts. Even Gu Wanfeng had to give him some face. You are looking down on the sect's rules. Bai Yunfei said. After this battle, I will go to the inner sect's law enforcement hall and ask for forgiveness. Today I must kill him to relieve the hatred in my heart. Gu Wanfeng's aura did not weaken at all. Instead, it became more and more powerful. Alright, I'll make an exception today and be a witness for all of you. If that junior brother is willing to accept your challenge, I can let bygones be bygones and report the truth to the law enforcement hall. If he's unwilling, then regardless of the outcome of today's battle, you will not be able to escape punishment. Bai Yunfei looked at Gu Wanfeng. All right. Gu Wanfeng nodded. This junior, are you willing to fight with inner sect senior Gu Wanfeng? If you win or lose, life or death doesn't matter. Bai Yunfei looked at Zhou Xian and said. Someone is already bullying me. If I don't fight, won't I be laughed at by the sect disciples? Today's battle, life or death, the outcome will be clear. Zhou Xian said proudly. Generous. I've long found Gu Wanfeng an eyesore. If this senior brother defeats Gu Wanfeng, that guy should really find a hole to hide in. Yeah. His alchemy skills were crushed and now he still has to fight to the death. The inner sect disciple's face has been thrown away by this Gu Wanfeng. What face does he have to lose now? I'm dying of laughter. Now I hope that nameless senior can make Gu Wanfeng lose this battle. This Gu Wanfeng had become everyone's target. However, he only had Zhou Xian in his heart. He must kill the opponent to get rid of the hatred in his heart. The right to speak was always in the hands of the winner. As long as he killed Zhou Xian, then wouldn't he be the one to speak in the future? Bai Yunfei frowned. This disciple is really stubborn. How could he not know who Gu Wanfeng was? In other words, even he was not willing to fall out with Gu Wanfeng. After all, Gu Wanfeng's position in the inner sect was unshakable. And because of his identity as an alchemist, he had a large number of people supporting him. Zhou Xian looked at Gu Wanfeng Leng. Only one of them could live. Then he did not mind killing Gu Wanfeng today. If Zhou Xian was still cautious, then he would not be Zhou Xian. At most he would leave Profound Feng sect. The world was so big, was there no place for him to hide? Since you accepted the challenge, then your death is not far away. Chapter 2242. Do you really want to fight with Gu Wanfeng? But the condition is that you must show your identity. Bai Yunfei frowned. He was worried that this Gu Wanfeng would bully the outer sect disciples. If this person was an outer sect disciple, then he would definitely not be Gu Wanfeng's opponent. All right. The moment Zhou Xian took off his mask, Bai Yunfei's expression became extremely serious. It's you. Bai Yunfei was more shocked than anyone else. He knew that Zhou Xian was a talented outer sect disciple, and he could even take a punch from Yanqing. But now he actually offended the most famous alchemist in the inner sect, Gu Wanfeng. It's him. He's the one who exchanged blows with Yanqing. I know him. He's called Zhou Xian. So it's him. This fella has guts. A middle void god dares to challenge a half-step true god without backing down. This fella's strength is much stronger than what he looks like on the surface. To be able to exchange blows with Yanqing, even a late void god might not be able to do that. I'm really looking forward to it. Gu Wanfeng's expression was extremely cold. He did not care about some outer sect genius disciple. In the inner sect there was no one who dared to challenge him. Who did he think he was? Did he really think that he was the boss of the inner sect? Gu Wanfeng did not have a deep impression of Jiangchen. But in the outer sect, Jiangchen was quite famous. Previously he killed a few people on the 100 battle ranking and even challenged Yanqing. After that he disappeared without a trace. Who would have thought that he would use another identity to create a commotion between the inner and outer sect? Geniuses will not be buried no matter where they go. Ling Yun said faintly. Most of the people who stepped into the divine world from the immortal world were extremely talented. Ling Yun did not misjudge Jiangchen. You better think carefully. His strength is stronger than yours, and the power behind him is much stronger than what you can imagine. Bai Yunfei reminded Jiangchen again. If you were the one being pressured by him again and he even wanted your pill formula in your life, do you think you would remain indifferent? Jiang Chen's question made Bai Yunfei fall into silence. Go. Bai Yunfei said in a low voice. This was his last wish for Jiang Chen. Everyone held their breaths in rapt attention, waiting to see what would happen. Bai Yunfei knew that Jiang Chen was forced into a corner. That's why he made such a choice. Plus, he could imagine that Gu Wanfeng must be trying to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's temper had always been one to not offend others if they don't offend him. Bai Yunfei already knew about the previous incident. Bai Yunfei knew that Jiang Chen was forced into a corner. That's why he made such a choice. Bai Yunfei knew that this Gu Wanfeng must be trying to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's temper had always been one to not offend others if others did not offend him. Bai Yunfei already knew about the previous incident. Gu Wanfeng's forcefulness was well known in the profound Feng sect. Bai Yunfei knew that this fella must have seen that Jiang Chen was going to earn a lot of money from him. That's why he was jealous and then went to ask for Jiang Chen's pill formula. But why would Jiang Chen give it to him? Wasn't this a sign that he was going to fight to the death with you? Bai Yunfei also disliked Gu Wanfeng, but the truth was right in front of him. Who asked him to be so forceful and to have so many resources in the inner sect? If you have this kind of ability, you can also do whatever you want. Jiang Chen's identity had caused quite a commotion in the crowd. Previously he fought against Yanqing and now he risked his life to protect the pill formula. Jiang Chen's forcefulness was destined. And this rising star of the outer sect was destined to become a true prodigy. Looks like you're destined to step on my name to get to the top. So it's my little junior. Looks like we're destined to meet today. Gu Wanfeng said with a smile. His eyes became colder and colder, like the eyes of an eagle, full of killing intent. You flatter me. Since Senior Gu is willing to give me face, then I will accompany you to the end. I'm afraid that I have neglected Senior Gu. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Although his words were pleasant to hear, they were not vague at all. Fight with your life on the line without fear. Only the brave will win. Make your move. Otherwise you won't have any chance. Gu Wanfeng swore. All right. As you wish. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he quickly attacked. In an instant the terrifying 5 elements combat dragon seal was unleashed. Gu Wanfeng was incomparably serious. Facing the incoming attack he was not flustered at all. He slashed with his blade and a terrifying aura seemed to cover the entire marketplace. At this moment, Gu Wanfeng clashed with the 5 elements combat dragon seal. Even he did not expect Jiang Chen's attack to be so powerful. Under the impact, Gu Wanfeng retreated over 10 steps. He was completely pushed back by Jiang Chen's 5 elements combat dragon seal. Once they clashed, he displayed his terrifying combat strength. Bai Yunfei's eyes also brightened up. Even he was shocked by this attack. If it was him, he might not be any better than Gu Wanfeng. He had underestimated his opponent. Didn't expect you to have some skills. But that's all. Gu Wanfeng snorted and raised his blade again, sweeping across the universe. The blade's aura was sharp, slashing through reincarnation. Peerless Mandarin duck blade, kill without mercy. Thousands of blade shadows filled the sky, causing many people to exclaim. This is Gu Wanfeng's famous technique, the Mandarin duck blade technique. It's unstoppable. Within the inner sect, there are probably less than 10 people who dare to take it head-on. Yeah. This time this arrogant guy is going to die under Gu Wanfeng's Mandarin duck blade. That might not be the case. I can see that this kid's strength is not ordinary from that attack. Along with a dragon roar, Jiang Qin used his killer move again. Azure Dragon's 5 steps, stepping on the void, forcefully suppressing Gu Wanfeng's terrifying strength. The peerless Mandarin duck blade was actually unable to push Jiang Qin back. Instead it was suppressed by Jiang Qin, unable to unleash its strongest attack. Such terrifying footwork. I've never seen or heard of it before. Yeah. Even Gu Wanfeng's peerless Mandarin duck blade was blocked. Truly terrifying. Jiang Qin's steps were steady, completely ignoring Gu Wanfeng's peerless Mandarin duck blade. His every step was filled with killing intent. Under the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, Gu Wanfeng's attack instantly weakened. His entire body was shattered by Jiang Qin and he was sent flying. Gu Wanfeng's blade shadows flashed, filling the void. He stabilized his body, but his expression was incomparably serious. Jiang Qin's brazen attack forced Gu Wanfeng to use his full strength. Azure Dragon's 5 steps and 5 elements combat dragon seal made Gu Wanfeng realize the true danger. This Jiang Qin was not someone to be trifled with. Gu Wanfeng knew his own strength. He did not put this middle void god in his eyes. However, he spent most of his time on alchemy. Compared to those martial maniacs who spent all their time cultivating, he was naturally a notch lower. Chapter 2243. Jiang Qin attacked twice and each attack was fatal. However, the difference in their strength was too great. A half-step true god and a middle void god were two different concepts. Even a late void god would have been killed by Jiang Qin. Therefore, Gu Wanfeng knew that Jiang Qin could not be underestimated. This fella's strength is really shocking. Bai Yunfei murmured. He actually hoped that Jiang Qin could win. Although the two of them weren't fighting to the death right now, they were very close to each other. If one of them lost this battle, he or she would most likely be buried in this place. Bai Yunfei could see that this Jiang Qin was not a kind person. Although he was an outer sect disciple, he was completely enraged at this moment. Even a clay bodhisattva would have some anger. Plus, he was in a passive state, being pressured by Gu Wanfeng again and again. Who could remain indifferent? Jiang Qin's eyes stared at Gu Wanfeng. This fella's strength should not be underestimated. However, Jiang Qin was confident that he could defeat him. Although it was hard for him to cross the true god realm, it should not be a problem for him to fight against a half-step true god. Gu Wanfeng focused on the art of alchemy. He wasn't weak in terms of cultivation, but he had his own specialties. However, he had already lost to Jiang Qin in alchemy. If he lost to Jiang Qin again, he would lose all his face. Gu Wanfeng was being criticized by countless people. He could only choose to fight with his life on the line. Looks like I've underestimated you. But even so, you're not my opponent. Surrender. Trash from the outer sect wants to fight with me? What an idiot. Gu Wanfeng said Lung Lung. Once again he wielded his long blade and slashed through the waves, forcing Jiang Qin to retreat once again. However, Jiang Qin did not retreat. Without saying a word, he formed seals with his hands. Horrifying deathly aura condensed from the slaughter dragon seal, bringing along the power of heaven and earth as it flew towards Gu Wanfeng. Gu Wanfeng's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. He could feel how terrifying this seal was. If he did not dodge in time, he would be heavily injured. Deadly Mandarin duck blade. Gu Wanfeng also fought with his life on the line. At this moment he had nowhere to retreat. Two terrifying lights intertwined and Gu Wanfeng was pushed back a few hundred meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood. On his chest there was a black handprint. It was pitch black and even he felt his body shiver. A terrifying deathly aura entered his body as Gu Wanfeng's expression became extremely cold. What a terrifying aura of death. Gu Wanfeng took a deep cold breath. Only now did he know how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Not only was his skill in alchemy unparalleled, but his strength was also dreadful. Jiang Qin had a cold smile on his face. The terror of the slaughter dragon seal was not something that Gu Wanfeng could imagine. Let's see how long you can last. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and swept across all directions. His eyes were filled with coldness. The sword pierced through the void and the chi shook the universe. The dreadfulness of the heavenly dragon sword made everyone hold their breath and stare at this scene with an extremely ugly expression. What a terrifying sword aura. This has really opened my eyes. This sword, I'm afraid even the inner sect's third-ranked sword maniac is not inferior. An inner sect disciple evaluated. They viewed the battle between Jiang Qin and Gu Wanfeng with great importance. That's hard to say. After all, Jiang Qin's strength is still too weak. Who's sword maniac? He's someone who might fight for the position of Profound Feng Sect's 10 great elders in the future. How can a new disciple be compared to him? That's true. But from the looks of it, this Jiang Qin seems to be stronger. Gu Wanfeng is now in a dilemma. Such power. This kid's future is limitless. Many people were watching the show with an attitude that it was none of their business. Gu Wanfeng's words made many people angry at him. He obviously looked down on the outer sect disciples. As an inner sect disciple, this kind of discrimination was unacceptable. Moreover, Gu Wanfeng's identity was very sensitive. His high and mighty attitude made many outer sect disciples and even inner sect disciples dislike him. Gu Wanfeng felt that his internal organs were filled with this horrifying deathly aura. The terror of the Slaughter Dragon seal was fully manifested. Along with the Heavenly Dragon Sword's terrifying sword aura, Gu Wanfeng was in a passive position. He was suppressed by Jiang Qin's aura to the point that he could not resist at all. Gradually it became a one-sided suppression. Gu Wanfeng's expression changed. He knew that he was not Jiang Qin's opponent and thought of a plan. He shouted angrily, "You evil demon, you actually use such a terrifying evil technique? This move of yours, death chi pervading, is truly ruthless. Who are you? You dare to sneak into my Profound Feng sect. What are you trying to do? You refined a medicinal pill and sold it to my Profound Feng sect's people. What's wrong with your medicinal pill?" Gu Wanfeng's words caused an uproar in the market. Jiang Qin's Slaughter Dragon seal was indeed filled with chi of death. Everyone felt a sense of danger. Some even stood on Gu Wanfeng's side and started to attack Jiang Qin. "Jiang Qin, who are you? What are you trying to do by coming to my Profound Feng sect? That's right. Where did such a horrifying death chi come from? You have to give us an explanation for this matter. And the medicinal pill you sold us, is there something wrong with it?" To them, they were naturally more concerned about their own safety. Gu Wanfeng's words instantly stirred up everyone's heart. According to what Gu Wanfeng said, it was indeed possible. This Jiang Qin's origin was unknown. Something happened to him who could bear the responsibility. Jiang Qin's Slaughter Dragon seal made everyone suspicious. After all, Jiang Qin had just entered the sect not long ago. However, Gu Wanfeng was already an elder in the inner sect. Although he was a despicable person, he still had the right to speak. Moreover, his words concerned everyone's safety. Thus, everyone had to take it seriously. Bewitching people's hearts. Jiang Qin Lung looked at Gu Wanfeng. He did not expect this guy to be this cunning. After realizing that he could not defeat him, he actually thought of such a sinister method. Most importantly, his credibility in Profound Feng sect was not as high as Gu Wanfeng's. Gu Wanfeng's move pushed him to the moral high ground, but at the same time he also stepped on Jiang Qin. Bai Yunfei frowned. From his point of view, this was definitely Gu Wanfeng's method. However, he did not dare to believe it. He was even more uncertain if Jiang Qin's Slaughter Dragon seal's chi of death was evil or not. Chapter 2244. These people really want the world to be in chaos, following the crowd's opinion. Ling Yunleng said. At this moment, the public opinion was leaning towards Gu Wanfeng's side, and Jiang Qin had become the focus of everyone's criticism. Although this kind of suspicion was baseless, anyone would rather believe it than not. After all, such a big matter within the sect was not something to be trifled with. "Jiang Qin, you must give us an explanation. Otherwise, I will be the first to not let you off." Gu Wanfeng shouted in a deep voice. A tsunami-like voice rang out from behind him. "Give us an explanation. We need to take responsibility for our own lives. The sect's safety comes first. We request for a severe punishment, no mercy." Jiang Qin's expression was extremely gloomy. These people really followed the crowd's opinion. They did not have their own judgment. Could it be that he still needs to start a massacre? With his current strength, he definitely could not do it. However, these people were too hateful. Jiang Qin's patience had reached its limit. "Gu Wanfeng, you really don't want your face anymore. I really feel ashamed for you. You really put in a lot of effort to frame me." Jiang Qin said coldly. "I frame you? If you are innocent, you can throw away your weapon and follow me to the inner sect law enforcement hall. We can investigate this. If you are really innocent, then what can we do? Profound Feng sect has always enforced the law impartially. The sect rules are strict and no one is allowed to enter Profound Feng sect. However, he would never wrongly accuse any good disciple who was truly striving upwards. What do you think? Gu Wanfeng was even more arrogant this time as he looked at Jiang Chen proudly. At this moment he had regained the initiative. Once he entered the inner sect, wouldn't he be the one in charge? His master had the highest status in the sect, second only to the sect master and the great elder, the Alchemy elder. Who could compete with him? Even in the law enforcement hall there were people who admired his pills. When he breaks through to the true God realm in the future, he would definitely soar to the sky. Moreover, he would take over his master Lin Zhongqiang's position and become the Profound Feng sect's alchemy elder. Who could compete with such an identity? You do have a good mouth. Turning black into white, reversing the facts. Impermanence. Gu Wanfeng, you have made me lose my patience. Today I must kill you. Jiang Chen was completely speechless towards this shameless fellow. Right now he only wanted to kill, and he had to kill this Gu Wanfeng to relieve the hatred in his heart. Are you angry from embarrassment now? You don't even dare to speak a word or two, let alone follow me to the law enforcement hall, right? It seems that I really have a keen eye. This time I've eradicated a malignant tumor for the sect. It's definitely a great merit. I don't believe that you still want to silence me in front of everyone's eyes. In such a short period of time, you've continuously stirred up chaos in the sect and killed several of our outer sect disciples. Moreover, you've completely disregarded the sect's rules. Now that you've been exposed, what else do you have to say? Gu Wanfeng stood proudly without fear towards Jiang Chen. Moreover, he had become the target of everyone's support. Every disciple had to be responsible for their own safety, and the sect would definitely not allow such a person to appear. Gu Wanfeng no longer had any worries. Such a person would definitely be punished by the sect. They would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one go, because this kind of probability could topple a great sect. If it was an evil sect or a spy from the outer sect, then things would not be so simple. Jiang Chen. Bai Yunfei looked at Jiang Chen. I'm a righteous person. Whether I'm an evil sect or not, I don't need a shameless scum like Gu Wanfeng to comment. Today shall be the day of your death. Jiang Chen snorted. He did not care about Bai Yunfei and flew towards Gu Wanfeng. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. The void shattered as he charged towards Gu Wanfeng. You dare to kill me? Gu Wanfeng roared in anger. His expression became extremely ugly because Jiang Chen really raised his sword and charged towards him. Let's talk this out. Jiang Chen, this is a serious matter. You must not act recklessly. I believe you, but you must prove your innocence. Bai Yunfei said with a serious expression. I've been forced by him time and time again, and he even framed me. If I let him live, then I'm not called Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen flashed past Bai Yunfei and went straight towards Gu Wanfeng. Brat, you dare? Stop. A cold voice rang out. A vigorous middle-aged man appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The man's expression was cold as he looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. The beard on his face gave people a feeling of vicissitudes. No matter who you are, you can't stop me. Inner Sect's 21st Horned Beard Huang Bin. You want to kill Brother Wan today? Dream on. With me here, I'll take you to the law enforcement hall. Huang Bin roared in anger, his voice shaking the heavens. Him? Horned Beard Huang Bin, this guy is only second to the top 10 inner sect experts. Someone said that even the big senior of the outer sect, Yang Jian, might not be his match. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Everyone was extremely shocked. This time, even an inner sect expert had appeared, and it was the 11th ranked inner sect expert Curly Beard guest. Frankly speaking, this battle would definitely alert the entire sect, and Jiang Chen had been forced into a desperate situation. Now the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. I've said it before. No one can stop me. I will kill him. Those who stop me shall die. Jiang Chen's voice was like the Sanskrit of the 9 heavens. At this moment even Huang Bin felt a chill. This guy's eyes were really scary, making people feel strange. Then you'll have to go through me first. Huang Bin raised his blade and stood in front of Gu Wanfeng. At this moment, there was only Jiang Chen in his eyes. He and Gu Wanfeng were sworn brothers, so he naturally could not just stand by and watch. Kill him directly. Gu Wanfeng transmitted his voice to Huang Bin. In his heart, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. This guy must not live. No matter if he's a spy or not, he must be killed in one strike. Otherwise, he'll become a huge problem in the future. Huang Bin silently nodded while Jiang Qin sneered. No one could withstand his rage. Fusion of dragon and sword. Invincible under the heavens. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He transformed into the heavenly dragon sword and fused with it. A 9-revolution golden dragon appeared, pointing towards the heavens. Huang Bin's expression was serious. His eyes suddenly widened and he did not show any change in expression. He directly clashed with Jiang Chen. In the next moment, Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon and sword fusion instantly pierced through Huang Bin's body, completing the instant kill. At this moment the entire sky turned golden. Everyone were dumbfounded. At this moment Jiang Chen was like the son of a true dragon, invincible and invincible. Chapter 2245. The power of the sword rippled. Gu Wanfeng's pupils shrunk and his face was aghast. Because of Huang Bin's death, the heavenly dragon sword's next target was him. Even Huang Bin could not block this sword and was instantly killed. Gu Wanfeng knew that Jiang Chen was determined to kill him. Isn't this guy too terrifying? Yeah, he killed Huang Bin in an instant. I dare say that even the top 10 experts of the inner gate might not be able to do it so calmly, right? No, you can't kill me, Jiang Chen. No. Jiang Chen and the heavenly dragon sword fused into one. That kind of domineering aura was unstoppable. A middle void god was already so terrifying. Bai Yunfei's blood was boiling and his eyes were shining brightly. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. However, before Gu Wanfeng could finish his words, Jiang Chen's fusion of dragon and sword had already pierced through his body. At this moment, Gu Wanfeng's eyes widened and he died. No one expected that Jiang Chen would act so brazenly and kill 2 of them. One of them was the inner sect 100 battle rankings 21st expert Huang Bin. The other one was the famous disciple of the Alchemy elder, the most talented disciple. Killing people like drinking water. At this moment no one dared to say a word. What was left was only fear for Jiang Chen and sympathy for Gu Wanfeng. At this moment the heavens and earth became quiet. You've caused a huge disaster. Bai Yunfei said. I don't think that this is a disaster. Jiang Chen smiled faintly with a playful smile on his face. He was full of confidence in himself. This is what an expert should be like. Ling Yun said indifferently. Yu Er looked at Sister Ling. She also supported Jiang Chen in her heart. This Gu Wanfeng was too overbearing, causing Jiang Chen to take a few steps back. Unfortunately, he did not know that he was asking for trouble. Now that Gu Wanfeng and Huang Bin were both dead, the entire trading market was in chaos. All of a sudden a figure appeared. I am the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lei Li. Who's Jiang Chen? A middle-aged man held a trident in his hand. His expression was cold as he looked down on everyone. This person's strength was obviously at the true god realm. No one could resist him. I am. Jiang Chen took a step forward. His eyes met Lei Li's, not backing down at all. Alright, come with me. You're quite bold to kill someone in public and ignore the sect's rules. Lei Li said calmly. There's nothing wrong with me killing people. Jiang Chen said coldly, neither servile nor overbearing as he looked at Lei Li. There's no point in telling me this. Come with me. You too, Bai Yunfei. Yes, Elder Lei. Bai Yunfei said respectfully. You're quite forceful. A life for a life, a debt for a debt. You'll meet your doom in the end. Lei Li said faintly. A despicable person will be punished by the heavens. A despicable person like Gu Wanfeng should be killed by the heavens. As for me, I'm just doing justice for the heavens. Jiang Chen's reply made Lei Li's eyelids twitch. You're quite optimistic. But I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as you think. You guys go back and wait for me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun. All right. Ling Yun nodded. Like a good wife, she brought you air and left the trading market. This time you've suffered a huge setback. Gu Wanfeng is Elder Lin Zhongxiang's disciple. Elder Lin's position in the sect is just below the sect lord and the great elder. Plus, he's just a step away from fusing with the divine spark and becoming a heavenly god. If Elder Lin were to make things difficult for you, I'm afraid even the sect lord will be in a difficult position. Bai Yunfei said quietly. Thank you, Senior Bai. But this time it seems like I've alarmed quite a lot of people. Feng Ming Mountain 9-star Peak Sect Lord Hall. Standing at the top of the mountain, the scenery was beautiful and the aura shook the mountain range. There were carved beams and painted pillars, enshrouded in a divine charm and a rising aura. Cranes were singing, ancient vines were everywhere, birds and beasts were flocking in the forest, and streams were flowing. In the hall, a green-robed middle-aged man sat on the main seat. The man's aura was steady, his eyes were sharp, and there was a majestic aura around him. He wore a plain robe without any decorations, but his aura was overbearing, giving people a hard to look at him. This person was Profound Feng Sect Lord Xian Qingming, a heavenly god expert. Definitely. Jiang Chen could clearly feel the aura of this person. It was the same as when Ling Yun fought against the Profound Ice Azure Dragon. Beside him there were 4 people sitting on each side. Their auras were quite extraordinary. Sect Lord, I've brought Jiang Chen here. Lei Li bowed and said. Xian Qingming waved his hand, signaling Lei Li to step down. This matter concerns 2 inner sect disciples, and one of them is Elder Lin's nominal disciple. You're just an outer sect disciple, do you know your crime? Xian Qingming said faintly, giving Jiang Chen a formless pressure. Gu Wanfeng disturbed the hearts of the disciples, and forced me to hand over the pill formula again and again. It's because he couldn't bear to see me earning money from selling pills, so he pressured me. Every step he took was filled with killing intent, wanting to kill me. I've been patient, but he's still stubborn. When I asked him for the pill formula, he said that I'm shameless. When he asked me for the pill formula, it's natural. Such a shameless bastard. If I don't kill him, what's the point of keeping him alive? I'm afraid that the Profound Feng Sect's reputation will suffer a greater loss. I believe Sect Lord will see through this. The elders will not treat the innocent unjustly. Jiang Chen said faintly, neither servile nor overbearing. In other words, what's the point of having such an inner sect disciple with talent but no virtue? In my eyes, talent is even more useless. He. Jiang Chen's words stunned everyone. Such an arrogant fella. To say that the number 1 inner sect alchemist has no virtue and no talent. Such words were rare. A bunch of nonsense. Although Gu Wanfeng is only my disciple in name, I still know what kind of person he is. This fella killed 2 people and disregarded the sect's rules. How can we let him go free? Won't Profound Feng Sect become a mess in the future? A long-bearded old man Ling said. This person was the prominent alchemist elder of the sect, Lin Zhongqiang. If that's the case, you don't need to ask me. Go ask the disciples in the sect and you'll know. Senior brother Bai was also present, so he should know everything about this matter. If Sect Lord doesn't believe me, you can ask Senior Bai. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, not putting the long-bearded old man in his eyes. He believed that Profound Feng Sect would not be so unreasonable. As a heavenly god expert, Jiang Chen could see that Xian Qingming was not an idiot. You're the outer sects Bai Yunfei, right? Xian Qingming looked at Bai Yunfei. The truth is like what Jiang Chen said. Senior Gu Wanfeng bullied us and wanted to kill us. He was killed because he was not strong enough. Moreover, he insulted us with his words, and every step he took was filled with killing intent. Senior Gu only has himself to blame. Nonsense. Chapter 2246. Bai Yunfei's words stirred up a discussion among the crowd. Other than Xian Qingming, almost everyone frowned. Because this issue had already reached a state of polarity. Lin Zhongqiang wanted to take revenge for his disciple, so he did not want Jiang Chen to stand on the side of justice and belittle his disciple. Although Gu Wanfeng was not his disciple yet, Lin Zhongqiang had already acknowledged him in his heart. He only wanted to train Gu Wanfeng's strength, so he took him as a disciple in name. But everyone knew that Gu Wanfeng was Lin Zhongqiang's heart. This piece of his heart was cut off by Jiang Chen. How could he not feel the pain? The other elders did not dare to say anything. After all, Lin Zhongqiang's identity was there, second only to the sect lord and the great elder. Whoever went against him would definitely not have a good ending. Great elder Yanjun Lenglong looked at Jiang Chen. He did not know why, but he felt that this fellow was not pleasing to his eyes. He did not even seem like a good person. Moreover, he did not seem to have any respect for his elders, facing the sect lord without any fear. To put it nicely, he was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. To put it bluntly, he did not care about his status. This fella, I think he's a little arrogant. It's fine if you don't believe his words. Yan Jun sneered and looked at Jiang Chen. Although he was not afraid of Lin Zhongqiang, there was no need to offend him. After all, they were both elders of the sect. He still had to stand on Lin Zhongqiang's side in this matter. Thank you, great elder, for your insight, Lin Zhongqiang said with a smile. Everyone on the scene agreed with him. Only Xian Qingming did not say anything. But the truth was clear. Asking Bai Yunfei was basically a waste of time. After the great elder finished speaking, many people started to lean towards them. Supporting you is called being perceptive? Let me ask the sect lord, what kind of insight is this? Could it be that just based on the words of the first elder, you are able to conclude that all the blame for this matter is on me? Jiang Qin sneered, fearlessly facing the great elder and Lin Zhongqiang. At this moment, Jiang Qin did not show any signs of weakness. Even against the great elder's pressure, he still gritted his teeth and endured. Are you suspecting me? Yan Jun shouted with a deafening voice. Even Lei Li, who was standing beside Jiang Qin, frowned slightly. The great elder seemed to be a little too angry. The sect lord was still here and he was already furious. Even he, a member of the law enforcement hall, could not stand it anymore. In his point of view, Jiang Qin might not have done anything wrong, but it was a pity that he had offended two people, the great elder Yan Jun and the alchemist elder Lin Zhongqiang. It's not that I doubt you, but I don't believe you at all. With the sect master above, what right do you have to make such a ruckus? Are you trying to rebel against the great elder? The great elder is very dignified, of course I don't dare to go against you. But you shouldn't disregard the sect lord in public. Jiang Qin said Leng Leng. What a clever little brat. You have a glib tongue and take things out of context. You dare to slander me. Is there anyone in Profound Feng sect who dares to talk to me like this? Even the sect lord doesn't dare to? It seems like you've never put the sect lord in your eyes from the beginning. Isn't that enough? Jiang Chen's words made Yan Jun speechless. This fella is really hard to deal with. But at this moment, Yan Jun was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Enough. Let's not talk about this now, Xian Qingming said faintly. As the sect lord, he stopped the great elder the moment he spoke. Although Jiang Chen's words were to push the blame away, it was not without reason. The great elder was overbearing and did not put the sect lord in his eyes. This was the truth. Xian Qingming naturally wouldn't be misled by others. However, the first elder was a bit too overbearing at this moment. Sect lord, I didn't mean it that way. I hope the sect lord will not listen to the slanderous words. Yan Jun said faintly. He could choose not to say it, but in order to make Xian Qingming not be on guard against him, he still said it out loud. After all, if the sect lord listened to Jiang Chen's words, then he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. I know that the great elder only cares about the sect. Xian Qingming looked at Yan Jun and smiled. Jiang Chen, let me ask you. The hand seal that you used was filled with death qi. What's going on? Why did you kill Gu Wanfeng when he said that you're a spy? This should be the truth, right? Bai Yunfei, am I right? Indeed, it's like that. Bai Yunfei hesitated for a moment, but this was the undeniable truth. Jiang Qin didn't blame Bai Yunfei because he was telling the truth. Lei Li's eyes were as cold as an ice sword. He glanced at Jiang Qin and took a step forward and said faintly, Sect Lord, from what Lei Li sees, this Jiang Qin is not a coward. He's upright and righteous. If I'm framed again and again and he tried to kill me time and time again, then let me ask the Sect Lord, is it wrong for me to kill this person? Taking advantage of one's position to bully others, was this the behavior of an inner sect senior brother? I did not want to be enemies with him, but he did not want to let it go and even wanted to steal my pill recipe. Shameless to the extreme. I killed this person to serve justice. As for the sky full of death qi, that's just a trick of mine. Could it be that this is a crime of betrayal? As for killing him, that's even more ridiculous. Since I dared to confront the sect lord, it means that I have a clear conscience. Sect lord, please understand. Jiang Chen's words were impassioned and his expression was arrogant. Every word was true. At least Jiang Chen had a clear conscience. Otherwise, why would he say such confident words? Bai Yunfei looked at Jiang Chen in admiration. This fellow was really arrogant. Even in front of the sect lord, he was still so confident. This fella is just quibbling. Just when Gu Wanfeng said that he had betrayed the sect, he killed him. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Hee. Lin Zhongqiang laughed coldly. Jiang Chen, are you afraid of me? Xian Qingming said as he stared at Jiang Chen. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the sect lord to exert such pressure on Jiang Chen. But no one expected that Zhou Xian was not afraid at all. The sect lord's pressure seemed to have no effect on him. Even those late true god elders had a solemn expression. The sect lord's prestige was not to be underestimated. Chapter 2247. Why should I be afraid of the sect lord? The sect lord won't eat me. You're the sect lord, powerful and virtuous. You're our sect's role model, a role model for us to learn from. If there's a crisis, you'll definitely stand in front of us and protect us. I only have respect for the sect lord, no fear. I do things righteously, meticulously, and with a clear conscience. Why should I be afraid? A gentleman is magnanimous, a villain is always sad. Zhou Xian said righteously. He had a clear conscience, that's why he confronted Xian Qingming. He believed that Xian Qingming was a fair and just sect lord. Because of his gloominess and coldness, a person like him would never be swayed by slanderous words. That's why Zhou Xian dared to speak so boldly. Xian Qingming was a righteous sect lord. Xian Qingming's eyes were cold as he stared at Zhou Xian. Everyone held their breath as they were waiting for Xian Qingming to punish Zhou Xian. Wasn't he courting death by talking to the sect lord in such a manner? Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself. Yanjun thought and looked at Zhou Xian in disdain. Bai Yunfei sighed. This fella really doesn't know how high the sky is. Looks like a prodigy of the generation is going to fall. Well said. I like you, kid. Respectable but not scary. You are indeed the most arrogant young man I have ever seen. You are also the most talented one. Killing 2 half-step true god inner sect disciples when you are only a mid-void god. You are indeed extraordinary. The 2 of them only have themselves to blame. What you've said is the same as what I know. As for whether they're loyal or not, I know what I'm doing. Xian Qingming's words made everyone dumbfounded. That's it? And he even praised Zhou Xian, saying that he's young and promising. Isn't this too hasty? Both the great elder Yanjun and Lin Zhongqiang were depressed. They were not satisfied with the sect lord's result. Lin Zhongqiang was the most depressed. He was Gu Wanfeng's master. If he could not help Gu Wanfeng regain his face, how could he stand among the elders in the future? How could he gain a foothold in profound Feng sect? Sect leader, this is too easy on this brat. Don't tell me we're just going to let him off after killing Gu Wanfeng and Huang Bin? Lin Zhongqiang said in a deep voice. What else do you want? A half-step true god inner sect disciple couldn't even defeat a mid-void god outer sect disciple. I can only say that he deserved to die. Xian Qingming's words were filled with coldness. He was very dissatisfied with the alliance between Lin Zhongqiang and the Grand Elder. Moreover, this matter wasn't Zhou Qian's fault. You can find out more about this matter. Gu Wanfeng was overbearing and determined to kill, which led to this disaster. As for Zhou Qian's character, I will decide for myself. Zhou Qian said with a smile. Lin Zhongqiang's face darkened. But since the Grand Master had already said it like this, he couldn't continue on. Otherwise he would be going against the Grand Master. On the other hand, Yanjun closed his eyes to rest. Although he was unhappy and his grandson was killed, he felt depressed. At this moment he did not want to say anything more. However, he felt that this Zhou Qian was not simple. Moreover, this fellow was not pleasing to his eyes. Thank you, sect leader. Zhou Qian's gratitude was not only for the sect leader's insight, but also the last sentence, I like it. It made everyone understand that the sect leader was not only wise, he really admired this Zhou Qian. None of you should find trouble with him in the future. As the elders of the sect, they naturally understood the sect leader's intention. The only ones who were unhappy were Lin Zhongqiang and Yanjun. Go back. You can try to enter the hidden secret realm soon. 10 inner disciples and 3 outer disciples. If you can defeat any one of them, you'll be qualified to enter the hidden secret realm. Little fella, don't disappoint me. Hee. Xian Qingming said with a faint smile. His figure flashed and disappeared from the sect leader's hall. However, Zhou Qian saw 2 sharp eyes looking at him. It was the great elder Yanjun and the alchemy elder Lin Zhongqiang. Thinking about the hidden secret realm, Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. He really wanted to get one of the quotas. The hidden secret realm would be a great place for them to train themselves. Zhou Qian smiled proudly and did not put it in his heart. These 2 people would stand against him sooner or later. The great elder was Yan Feng's grandfather, and Lin Zhongqiang was Gu Wanfeng's master. They would not let this matter go easily. Outside the hall, Xianxia looked at Lei Li with a smile. Thank you, Hall Master Lei. Xianxia owes you a favor for today's matter. I'm just stating the facts. Everyone in the inner sect knows about Gu Wanfeng's character, but he's a hypocrite. If it wasn't for Elder Lin's protection, I'm afraid that someone would have taken action against him. By killing him, you've gotten rid of a scum for the inner sect. Lei Li said indifferently. His expression was cold, as if he was a little unreasonable. However, Xianxia could see that he was actually filled with justice. Otherwise he would not speak up for Xianxia today. Thank you, Senior Bai. I'm just stating the facts. Bai Yunfei waved his hand. He did not have any intention to claim credit. Moreover, this Xianxia was already on the same level as him. His dignity as a senior seemed to be useless in front of Xianxia. Sometimes it's not easy to speak the truth. You guys are on your own now. Lei Li turned around and was about to leave. However, Xianxia stopped him. Hall Master Lei, can I have a word with you? Lei Li frowned. He did not know what Xianxia wanted to do. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Junior Jiang, if you need anything in the future, just come and find me. Bai Yunfei said goodbye to Xianxia and left first. Hall Master Lei, are you suffering from the invasion of the lightning poison? Xianxia's words caused Lei Li's eyes to freeze as he stared at Xianxia. I can sense that the state of your body is extremely unstable. Moreover, you are unable to control the raging lightning energy within your body. At this very moment, that lightning energy has already turned into lightning poison. You should be suffering quite a lot right now. Brat, your eyes are quite sharp, aren't they? What do you mean? Lei Li said in a deep voice. However, his eyes revealed a shocked expression. This fellow's eyes were really sharp. He was actually able to see that his body was in such a dangerous situation. Moreover, he had never mentioned this matter to anyone. The lightning poison within his body was already causing him to be in great pain. I have a way to get rid of the lightning poison in your body. Xianxia smiled. What did you say? Lei Li widened his eyes and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. He was a mid-true god, yet he could not do anything about this lightning poison. Lin Zhongqiang also could not do anything about it. How could he get rid of this lightning poison? Chapter 2248. Are you sure you dare to take responsibility for what you said? Lei Li said word by word. Because this was not a small matter. A mid-void god disciple dared to say such words. If it was someone else, Lei Li would have slapped that person away. But Xianxia's achievements were really shocking. Moreover, Xianxia's expression was so serious that it didn't seem like he was joking. Xianxia's face was full of confidence. If you can help me get rid of the lightning poison in my body, then I, Lei Li, will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Lei Li and Xianxia looked into each other's eyes with anticipation. Hall Leader Lei, you are too serious. If you don't help me, why should I do this? Good people will be rewarded. Don't worry, I will take care of your lightning poison. Then, thank you. Lei Li did not refuse, although he was still hesitant. After all, it was still unknown if Xianxia could help him get rid of the lightning poison. The two of them came to Lei Li's cave dwelling. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he held Lei Li's wrist with one hand. A pure 5-elemental true fire entered Lei Li's body. Before this, the dawn sky golden lightning in Xianxia's body felt something strange in Lei Li's body. It seemed to be a strange lightning, but it had already caused Lei Li's body to be riddled with holes, causing Lei Li to suffer greatly. When the strange lightning energy met Xianxia's 5-elemental true fire, it immediately retreated. Lightning and fire were incompatible, especially the 5-elemental true fire. The lightning energy seemed to be greatly frightened. It started to shrink and merge together. Xianxia sneered. The lightning energy seemed to have some consciousness. However, it still stood no chance against his 5-elemental true fire. The lightning energy wanted to stay in Xianxia's body, but it did not expect Xianxia's 5-elemental true fire to be extremely violent. Every type of fire made it hard for the lightning energy to resist. When the 5-elemental true fire appeared, the terrifying lightning energy started to weaken and was purified by the 5-elemental true fire. Still want to run? Let's see where you can run to. Xianxia let out a low roar. The 5-elemental true fire had completely fused into Lei Li's body. Lei Li had also experienced tremendous pain. The pain of the lightning fire fusing in his body was imaginable. Moreover, the 5-elemental true fire was even more ferocious than the lightning poison. If not for Jiang Chen's protection, the 5-elemental true fire would have completely destroyed Lei Li's body. Time ticked by and Lei Li had already experienced great pain. However, he could feel that the lightning poison in his body was being compressed bit by Jiang Chen, becoming smaller and smaller. Disappear for me. Following Jiang Chen's roar, the 5-element true fire completely devoured the power of lightning in Lei Li's body, which was the so-called rampaging lightning poison. Lei Li's body shuddered as though he had experienced 7 days and 7 nights of battle. His body was hollowed out and the 5-elemental true fire had been eliminated. The thunderbolt energy in his body emitted a blue light and eventually disappeared into the void. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly flashed as if he was deep in thought. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Jiang Chen smiled. I really did not expect you to be so powerful. Looks like I have underestimated you. Lei Li will forever remember this great favor. Lei Li's face was pale and his body was extremely weak. However, he was relatively happy. The lightning poison that had wreaked havoc in his body for over 50 years was finally gone. The torture that he had suffered from the lightning poison for over 50 years was indescribable. Jiang Chen was like a savior sent by the heavens. Even Lin Zhongqiang was helpless against the lightning poison, but it was actually removed by Jiang Chen. Lei Li could not believe it previously, but at this moment he was incomparably excited. "Oh, Master Lei, you are exaggerating." Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, "Oh right, how did you get entangled by the lightning poison? What about the lightning poison?" Jiang Chen looked at Lei Li and asked. "Speaking of this lightning poison, I can only blame myself for being greedy for a moment. Haha, that was something that happened over 50 years ago. When I was training outside, I encountered a lightning sea in a great canyon. Out of curiosity, I went to investigate it. However, I did not expect that in the end I nearly lost my life there." Lei Li sighed. He seemed to have aged a lot. For so many years he had been tortured by the lightning poison. This pain was not something that others could understand. Only he knew how torturous it was. You should have wanted to take the lightning for yourself, but in the end, you realized that the lightning energy was not something that you could control, right? Jiang Chen said solemnly. You even know this. Looks like you have already guessed my thoughts. Lei Li smiled bitterly. His plan was naturally good, but it was a pity that he did not have the ability to do so. Although you are born with a lightning body, you are unable to bear such a majestic lightning energy. Moreover, the lightning poison in your body has a trace of consciousness. I think that the lightning you encountered should be even more terrifying than this. Jiang Chen's words made Lei Li widen his eyes once again. This guy is really shocking. It's as if he was at the scene and saw everything with his own eyes. Originally, Lei Li did not tell anyone about this matter. He even wanted to bury it deep in his heart. After all, this was not a good thing for him. Moreover, the lightning was too terrifying. Moreover, it had consciousness and its spiritual body had just risen. It was not restricted by the world. That was the most shocking thing. You're right. I did not expect you to know so much about it. That terrifying lightning was blue in color and the lightning source was red. It looked extremely strange. When I first discovered it in the heaven-reaching Grand Canyon, it was by chance. That place was a deserted place. Basically, no one would step into it. That was a natural death zone. At the peak of the canyon, a terrifying lightning bolt struck down. It was truly shocking. Unfortunately, I was too greedy and almost lost my life. Only then did I realize that I couldn't subdue the lightning energy. I'm afraid that the lightning energy has already surpassed the heavenly god realm. Although it hasn't reached its peak yet, it shouldn't be too far away. The heavenly treasures are blessed by the heavens and earth. Compared to humans, they are blessed by the heavens and earth. Looking at Lei Li's expression, Jiang Chen could imagine how terrifying the lightning energy must be to have left such a huge impact on him. If it wasn't for the lightning, I'm afraid that I would have already broken through to the late void god realm. Now that the lightning poison has been removed, I no longer need to compete with the lightning poison anymore. Chapter 2249. Where's the heaven-reaching Grand Canyon that you mentioned? Jiang Chen asked seriously. Lei Li's expression instantly turned gloomy. How could he not see through Jiang Chen's intention? This guy must be thinking about the lightning source. But his cultivation realm was too weak. Even with the 5 elemental true fire, it was still impossible for him to subdue the lightning source. Even though he was a true god and had the lightning body, he still failed and almost lost his life. Even if Jiang Chen was talented, it would still be extremely difficult for him to subdue the lightning source. That's not a fun place. I advise you not to go there. Since you know what I'm thinking, then you should know what kind of person I am. Even in Profound Feng's sect, there's no one who can subdue me. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Not even the sect lord? Maybe now. But I will definitely surpass him in the future. Jiang Chen's reply stunned Lei Li slightly, and then he laughed out loud. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. You'll definitely become a great person in the future. I'm optimistic about you. But, in other words, if you're a true god, I'm afraid that even I will have to be wary of you. Jiang Chen did not refute Lei Li's words. Instead, he smiled indifferently. Even if he were to go all out, he might not be afraid of Lei Li. Of course, he would not argue with Lei Li about this. I know that I can't stop you. But I hope that if you're not confident, don't go there. If you succeed, everything will be fine. If you fail, I'm afraid that your reputation will be ruined and you'll die on the spot. This is not a joke. I understand. Lei Li seemed to have fallen into his memories, and his expression became a little cautious. This showed how terrifying the lightning source was. It was still unforgettable. The heaven-reaching Grand Canyon is between Deer Morn Mountain and Thousand Cauldron Mountain. I don't know how far it is from here. I'm afraid that you'll need at least a year to reach there. If you need it, I will draw a map for you. That nameless thunderbolt essence is something of extreme yang in the world. Furthermore, it absorbs the essence of the world, sun and moon. It is far from something that humans can easily obtain. If it wasn't for my thunderbolt body, I wouldn't have dared to rashly attempt it even if I were 10 times more courageous. In the end, I discovered that my thunderbolt body is actually a joke in front of that thunderbolt essence. Lei Li sighed. But it was finally over. After so many years, he had already walked out of the haze. He just didn't want to see Jiang Chen follow in his footsteps. Thank you for the reminder, Hall Master Lei. There's no need to be so polite. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Brother Lei from now on. I know that I was able to get my life back. If you hadn't helped me escape this place, I wouldn't have lived for more than 10 years. Brother Lei is too polite. In that case, I'll be leaving first. All right. I will draw a map of the Tongtian Grand Canyon for you another day. Lei Li looked at Jiang Chen's back as he left and sighed lightly. He hoped that Jiang Chen would not do anything stupid. After all, it was not a joke. He did not dare to try to obtain the Thunderbolt essence anymore. It was something that was born from the heavens and earth. If he were to devour it, wouldn't he be going against the heavens? Fengxi Mountain. In Yan Jun's cave dwelling. Yan Jun, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. His face was extremely gloomy. To think that you still dare to come to Profound Feng's sect. I want to see just what kind of god you are. Yan Jun roared furiously, his voice reverberating 1,000 miles away. Practically all the elders in the entire Phoenix Creek Mountain could feel the first elder's rage. As for the reason, it was obvious that the death of his grandson had deeply agitated him. Since you're in Profound Feng's sect, I will never let you leave here alive. To think that you would walk right into my trap. Don't let me find out where you are. Yan Jun's face was ferocious and trembling. He could feel the power of the 5 elemental true fire. His grandson was killed by the 5 elemental true fire. Hence he was extremely sensitive to the 5 elemental true fire. The 5 elemental true fire had reappeared. He must find out who killed his grandson. However, when he was searching for the trace of the 5 elemental true fire, the power of the 5 elemental true fire suddenly disappeared. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yan Jun stood on the void, unable to restrain his anger. The power of the 5 elemental true fire had disappeared without a trace. He had finally found a clue, but it was broken again. I am not willing. I will find you even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Since you're in Profound Feng's sect, I will not let you go. After Jiang Chen returned to the outer sect, it caused another uproar. No one had expected that Jiang Chen would return safely. One should know that he had killed 2 inner sect disciples. Both of them were famous people. They thought that the sect would punish Jiang Chen severely and kill him as an example. But now it seemed like they had thought too much. Countless people were guessing Jiang Chen's identity. But now that he had killed 2 inner sect disciples, he had become one of the top figures in the sect. Moreover, he had defeated Gu Wanfeng in the alchemy competition. Now he had reaped both benefits and benefits. Everyone knew that there was a person called Jiang Chen in the outer sect. His strength was not ordinary and his alchemy skills were shocking. In an instant, Zhou Xian had become the hottest figure in the entire Profound Feng sect. In a few days, it'll be the time to enter the hidden secret realm. Who are you going to challenge? Bai Yunfei came to Zhou Qian's cave dwelling. Although he knew what to do, he still wanted to see Zhou Qian's choice. Li Hua Demon Yan Qing. Zhou Qian said faintly. I've already guessed it. However, you must not underestimate this fellow. To be able to become a ruthless person who was second only to one in the outer sect, Yan Qing was definitely not someone easy to deal with. He might not be weaker than the top 10 experts of the inner sect. My strength is slightly stronger than Gu Wanfeng and Huang Bin. But it's still a bit difficult for me to enter the top 10. But this Yan Qing is different. He had the qualification to enter the inner sect a long time ago. But he did not enter the inner sect and hid his strength. His strength should be at the half-step true god realm or even higher than the top 10 experts of the inner sect. You should know this. Bai Yunfei said with a serious expression. I'm a bit worried after listening to you. Why don't I challenge you? It should be easier. Forget it. You should challenge Yan Qing. Bai Yunfei rolled his eyes and said. All right. Don't worry. I'm only one step away from the late void god realm. Zhou Qian had absorbed more than 100,000 mid-grade divine origin stones in this period of time, but he still could not break through to the late void god realm. These mid-grade divine origin stones helped him a lot. But his body was like a bottomless pit. Even Ling Yun was shocked. It was her first time encountering such a thing. 100,000 mid-grade divine origin stones was enough to nurture many outer sect disciples. But this guy could not even break through to the middle void god realm. No matter what, I still think highly of you. As long as you don't challenge me,